hour early, Bobby. I know it. People want to see you because you're so cute. People want to see you because you're so cute. I don't know if anybody's here. I get you a treat. Here. This is a big one. Eat it slow. Hi, everybody. Is anybody there? I'm a little early. Thought I'd come on and have show you guys Zeke. Got a little sun today. Been walking. And this light's making me look awful orange. I should have changed the filter. Oh well. How's everybody doing? Is anybody in the house? Looks like we got one person. A factual fairness, what's up? I got Zeke here today. I got we're waiting. I'm waiting for my other two guests. Oh wait, don't. He's trying to type. So we could read the transcripts. I got three people. We got three of us. So now one of us is going to play the defense, one's going to play the prosecutor, and then one's going to play the witnesses. Oh, here's more treats. Oh, here's his new haircut, guys. Shawnee Catcher Christie, how are you? How's the little baby? What's the name again? My memory. I promise I will not forget this time. But I know. I've been walking outside and it's been sunny, but I feel like it's making me look orange, this filter or something. Maybe, oh, you know what? Plus I re-downloaded my Logitech with the filters for my cameras. I wonder if the filters got messed up. But no, I have been outside though, so I think it's partly tan and partly the filter a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's just all tan. Hi. Hey, look, Zeke. Like his haircut? Okay, hold on, Bubs. Okay. We're just going to chat for a minute because I'm waiting for my two guests because for the transcript. I started early because I wanted to show you guys Zekester. Zeke, look up there. Zeke. Look, Zeke. Zeke. Okay. Zeke. I want them to see your face. Look how cute. Look how cute he is. Hey, Karen, Emma, what's up? Shimmer and Shine. Okay, wait. Did Shiner Catcher or Christy answer me? Wait. I swear I saw you in here. Nova, Matt. Oh, I love that name. Nova Madison. That's a cool name. I like it. Who picked it out? Is there like a story behind it or is it just a name you like? What's up, Tennessee Boss girl? Gal? Patty? I feel good because, starting to walk again. I don't know. My grandma's got her walker out and she's got this new walker she got for Christmas. That actually, because before she would have a walker that has like those plastic tires. And I kept saying, because when we go over curbs, like I have to help her, that's not the big deal or anything, but look, she fell a couple times because it gets caught on the curb. I'm like, you need to get a walker with like air, like real tires, like bike tires. And my mom got her that for Christmas and she loves it. It goes over things like nothing. She's flying over those curbs. She's always ahead of us too. She's so fast. She's in shape, man. Little Zekester. Take the little Zekester, huh, Zeke? I saw, buddy. I gave you like 5, you little pigster. Look up there, Zeke. He's sniffing for more because I had him right here. Okay, hey, hungry boy. Hey, hungry. Look up there, Zeke. Look. I'll give you some on the way out, okay? I'll give you a couple more on the way out. Let's just talk for a minute. Anyway, he's looking all around for the treats. Oh, Zeke. You're hungry, buddy. He's been walking too, so he's probably extra hungry. Working up appetites, but you already ate your dinner, buddy. Oh, thanks, Patty. Shimmer and Shine. Factual fairness. So, yeah. What time is it? They said they'd be here around 8, so I figured they might even come early. People reading the transcript. So I figured we could chat, and I do want to give a quick summary because some people say I promised I'd always give a quick summary of the case, unless if it gets to the point where we're like on part 20 or something. I'll keep doing it, but I'll just do a quick summary. Or is any of you guys in chat not familiar with the Darlie Routier case? Ziki Wiki. Nova Madison. I got to remember that. Nova and Madison. You like his haircut? I like him all shaggy, but then when he gets a haircut, he's real soft. And he's cute too, even though I like the shags. Huh, Zeke? You look like you're starving Marvin over here. Are you a starving Marvin? Zeke, look, I want him to see how cute your little facey is. Yeah, he's so cute. Oh, I love you. Little cuddly. It's his fault last night why I missed the live. It's all Zeke's fault. No. We were cuddling. I could not stay awake on the couch, huh? I was drinking 2 cups of coffee and I just passed out in the middle of my second cup. I could not stay awake. It did not wake me up. But I got Starbucks right here that I didn't finish from earlier, and then I have my other coffee, so I should be good to go today. The new merch should be up. I'm just waiting for it to get what? It's all done. So Lizabella Art, Lizzie, she created the front, and then I actually created the back with you'll see. So there's a front and a back. The front is Zeke. It's like a cartoon version. It takes a couple days for them to what is it called? Like okay it or whatever. I gotta put my chapstick on when I go take Zeke down. I forgot. It takes like a couple days for them to okay it through Teespring, and then they'll put it up under my channel, how they advertise it. So it's on the front, has Zeke, the cartoon version of Zeke, with his little Sherlock hat. It's got like, the little magnifying glass he's holding down below. And then it says Zeking, it's Z, because we spell his name Z-E-K, Z-E-K-E. So it's Zeking, Z-E-K-E, apostrophe I-N-G, Zeking, and then on the bottom, justice. So like seeking justice, Zeking justice. And on the back, so she did that. And then on the back, I did the back where I put little paw prints in these like different, it starts off at one color and it kind of changes colors. And it starts off like small. It looks like, like some like Zeke's walking up, and then it has 2 magnifying glasses on both sides, and then it has like a thumbprint underneath, and I don't know the colors. I think I like both sides. So it's a little bit of me and then a little bit of Lizzie. So hopefully you guys like it. It should be okay within the next couple of days. You guys could check out. And I didn't pick because they have so many different styles of shirts and hoodies, and I didn't pick every style yet, but I could always add them. But I did pick the ones, the zip up, because people were asking. The zip up with it'll have the little logo on the side, on the front, like right here, a little one. So I picked that one. I picked one. I think I picked 2 different styles of hoodies. I picked like 3 different girl shirts, a couple different unisex shirts. What else did I do? A mask. I did a pair of pants. But if you guys see anything else that you're like, oh, they have phone cases or they have this, can you do that? Then I could add it. I did 1 sticker. I did a bag. So yeah, hopefully you guys will like it. You can let me know what you guys think. He's crying. Why are you crying, bud? What's wrong? You want more treats, don't you? He's on a mission to get more treats. Oh, okay. Okay. What's wrong? Oh, you want some more treats? Okay. Why are you crying, bunny? What do you see over there? What? Oh, you act like you never want to be with me when I'm on camera, but when I'm off, I mean, we're always together. He's always all over me. Okay. I don't think he likes just how I'm sitting up like this. He's not comfortable. So, and plus I think he wants more treats. He knows they're right over there. He knows where I keep them. Okay. I'll be back, guys. I'm going to go take him because I got to give him a couple of treats and take him down. He's getting a little antsy. Huh. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'll get you another treat. Hold on, Bubs. Hold on, Bubba. Oh, hold on. Okay. Hold on. I'll get you another one. Okay. Let's go. Why are you crying, though, buddy? Why are you crying? Okay, guys. Yeah, I don't think he likes, he doesn't, this chair, I wish I had a more comfortable spot. There was like a couch here, but he never could get comfortable. Like, cause he's usually on this chair. I don't usually sit on a chair like this with him, but, plus he was going nuts for those treats today. Oh my gosh. They were up there. Did you see when I first had him? He's like, you couldn't see his head, but he was sniffing all, trying to find them up on the desk. Oh, he loves them. Anyway, so how is everybody doing? Oh, we got Libra Scale. She's in the house. So Nova Madison, I got to write that down because I do not want to forget that. How are you feeling, Shiny Catcher? How does it feel to be a mamooch, a mama? No, let me put this somewhere where I'll make sure that it doesn't get lost. You know, you talk for hours, can't handle it, Karen. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. I know. Maybe I will get us a couch or something. Because it's just like he's not. I don't know. He just, at least today, for sure, he couldn't get comfortable. It's like, oh, he's crying. You guys probably think, oh, he doesn't like you. No, trust me. I wish you could see how lovable he is off camera. He's like, he can't be by himself. He's like, oh my God, I forgot my, hold on, guys. Nova Madison. I gotta go get my chapstick. Some new chapstick here. What is it? I'm gonna try. Let's do this. Oh, we're still waiting for Bella though to start the. Okay, where am I? Okay, there I am. Okay. So let me do this real quick. Anyway, Nova Madison. I keep saying it because I forget names so bad. I'm like so bad with. I'm not really bad, but like when I have so many, since now like there's so many people I'm talking to on our normal daily schedule, you know, I forget names now. So I want to get it stuck in my head. That's so awesome, Shiny. You have to share some pictures, more pictures, and just your experience and stuff. No, I'm not, Lisa. I'm not. I've been outside the last few days, and plus I restarted my Logitech. I think it has to be a part of that too, because I don't think I got that much sun. I don't know. I restarted that Logitech. It does your settings, and before I took time. I went through the settings and I put them exactly where I wanted, like the settings for the filters, and I don't even want to call them filters, but what do you call that? Where you set the coloring, you know, and then, but this time I didn't yet. When I re-downloaded, I think it reset or something, because last time before I set it, I looked blue, And I was like, oh my God, it looks like blue. It was weird. Like the background looked good, but I looked blue. So I had to, you guys didn't get to see that because I said it. I said it before I went live the first time. And now I look orange, but I did get sun too, though. So that's why I don't know if it might be a part of both, but I know last time it was like a bluish color. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Tell the moon what? Actually, let me take a sip of this. I started with my nephews, actually. Hold on. My 2 nephews, I used to watch them every day. And I watch them, well, in the summer, they were off school. And then when they started school, I'd go over real early because both of their parents would, start work at like 5, like really early. So I'd go over really early before they even woke up and like drove them to school and stuff, except on, days they didn't have school. But we would talk, and like in the summer, we ended up like one of the first summers I watched them. They were like obsessed with YouTube, and we were talking like, you guys should start a channel. So we kind of did a channel together where I was always behind the camera, but I edited the videos for them, and I would like talk in the background, and we had fun. We probably did it for like a year. We had like 1,200 subscribers, and then I started my channel as I was doing that. And I told Case, my one nephew, I say, hey, listen, I'm going to be a little bit more busy, doing my channel too, but I could still help you, but let me teach you, at least the basics of editing. So eventually you could start editing the videos. And he edited like 2 of them, and then he just lost interest. But that's the editing. That's how I kind of got into the editing part, was doing the editing for my nephews. I love the editing. It was so cool, the different things you could do, and it was just like fun to me to just edit. And then true crime. I've always been into like true crime. And what got me into true crime? Somebody asked me, and I never answered, Amanda, what case got me into true crime? I'll just say real quick while we're waiting on my other guest. Charles Manson. I know it's probably one of the more boring cases. Well, not really, but I remember like 7th and 8th grade, I was reading like Helter Skelter and like studying him. I remember going in my dad's office. He had like an old school computer, and I would look up stuff about Charles Manson and stuff. And that's actually what got me into not only true crime, but into psychology, because I wanted to get inside of his head. Oh, I better stop that. I was like, I thought at the time this guy was like really genius type. Now, like when I go back and watch his interviews, I have mixed feelings. Like I'll watch one of his interviews and I'll be like, whoa, that guy is pretty like deep, or like, and then I'll watch another one and I'll be like, he's stupid. He just like doesn't even make any sense. So I don't know how I feel about him now, but I know back when I was like 13 years old, I thought I wanted to get inside of his mind, and I wanted to get into like serial killers. Like I was like, I know, but see, this is how much I've learned since then. Back then, I thought that everybody had good in them. So I thought even serial killers, I thought, but see, this is before I really understood like psychopaths, which they don't really. I mean, I feel like now understanding what a psychopath is, there are people without good in them. So not everybody does have good in them. But back then, a little more naive. I thought I could always find the good in these serial killers, or criminals. But I really wanted to work with the baddest of the bad, like the killers. And I just thought, when you're young, you think I could get in their head. I could figure out, I could bring out the good in them. I know there's somewhere, some good in everybody where I could find it. I don't know. I was silly, but yeah, Charles Manson and psychology. Yeah, that case. And it just amazed me how he was able to like have everybody, he basically brainwashed people. But, back then it was like, you looked at him more like in awe, like when you're younger, like, wow, he's so smart. Cause then you like read how he was like, getting, when he was in prison, he would get like behavior books, like, human behavior and how do you, what's the word for that? Like how to manipulate people, but that's not the right word. How to control people, like those type of books where he knew how to understand people and get them to do what he wanted them to do. And I thought that was pretty neat. Not in the fact that I wanted to do that, or I thought it was good that he did that, but the fact that he understood how to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like he understood it. But like I said, now I have mixed feelings when I listen to him. I part of me sometimes is like, is he just full of it? Like, is he just totally full of it and it was just the LSD and it was just all drugs and he really didn't have any skill or uh any skill or talent in human behavior. And then sometimes I'll listen to it and be like, wow, he does. But back then it was like all in awe. I was always in awe with him. Not like always good, but just like, whoa, he understands. But like I said, I was young. But anyway, yeah, no empathy. That's what I'm saying. And then when I understood that there are people that are just bad, like that have no empathy, that aren't good. And I mean, it's, I don't know. I never would have thought. I always thought there's always, I mean, I think there's probably good in most people, but there are people that are just born that way, like the psychopaths. Wait, is Mexi in here? Mexi, what's up? Well, I'm way back in chat. Are you still here? You ready for Sunday? I finally kind of understand where we're going, but I don't know who this person is. Well, I'm confused, Mexi. When I asked Kato, I said, whose channel? She said, it's my channel. So she sent me the link and I clicked on it, but it doesn't look like it's her channel. So I'm a little confused, but hey, I'm down for it. What the heck? Let's do it. I'll leave the link, you guys, in the community post. Me and Mexi, and I don't think Robbie, you said Robbie backed out, right? Or not backed out, but he couldn't make it, or is he gonna make it? Oh yeah, Karen, what's up? What do you want to ask? Libra, I see you backstage. I'm just waiting for the other Bella. She should be. Let me make sure she didn't email me. Yeah, Karen. You can ask her. Oh wait, she did email me. Hold on, let me make sure everything's all right. Okay, yeah, I think she'll be coming. Okay, that's what I thought you said, Mexi. Okay, that's fine. So I guess it's gonna be me, you. I'm not sure. I know me, you, and Kato, but K-Clo, what's up? Oh, Sunday. I'll leave it in the community post, but me and Mexi are, and there might be somebody else. I don't know. I'm a little confused because this channel says Alex, but when Kato just emailed me yesterday, she said it's on my channel. She said my channel, not mine, but she said it like my channel, like her channel. So I don't know, but we're gonna be interviewing or basically doing a live with Kato. Me and Mexi are on Kato's channel, but I don't think when you look at it, it's Alex something. So I guess maybe there's going to be 3 of us. There's going to be 4 of us because probably the Alex girl will probably be there too. So I'm guessing Alex, me, Mexi, and Kato is what it looks like. But I don't know for sure if Alex, but the channel is Alex. That's all I know. But I'll put a link up in my community post. I guess I could put it here. Do you have it real Mexi? Let me see if I can. Let me get it. I think I could bring up Kato's email right here. I could share it. Let's see. But I will do a community post tonight or tomorrow with it. But I'll just put it out there right now if you guys want to see. I'm glad, Mexi. I'm glad you're going to be there with me because I don't know where we're going. I'm sure it'll be fine, but I'm a little confused whose channel it is anyway, but it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Okay, there's the link. Okay, no, I didn't mean to go to it. Hold on. Oh, wait, that's not the link. Oh, she gave me the wrong link. Mexi, you had the right one. Shoot. I have it in Mexi sent me the email. I have it in your email. No, I'm not tanning. I used to tan though. I did actually, but I know I haven't been tanning in like 10 years probably, if not more. I think it's a mixture of I have been walking outside and it has been sunny. It's been really nice actually. So it's a mixture of I did get sun, and I think the filter is a little bit different than you guys are used to seeing me. The settings, because it basically went back to the default filter when I updated it. I re-downloaded the thing, so it went back to the default filter. But I think I do have a tan too, though. So Oh, thanks, Newfie girl. Hold on, let me find it. I'm gonna go to your email, Mexi, because Sherilyn gave me the wrong link. It takes me to that channel, but you, Mexi, you actually had the channel. You actually had the link that takes you to our live. So that's what I wanted. Here it is. Okay, I got it. All right, I'll share it, and then yeah, come Sunday. It looks like it's at 5. Or wait, what? Hold on. See, I don't know what time zone. Mexi, do you know what time zone it, or what time is it Eastern time? Do you know? Because it says, I think it says 5, but I don't know what time zone the 5 is. You know, here's the link, guys. Call them at Sunday, either at 5 or sometime in the evening on Sunday. I'll figure it out. It says it. Let me see. Hold on. It has to be on there, right? When you click on it. Let's see. It says 1700. Oh, yeah. So that's yeah. Wait. Is that? Yeah, that is 5. It's 5. Yeah, 5 o'clock p.m. So come on. Come check it out. It should be fun. Oh, all right. Yeah, it is, Mexi. I just checked. A little bit early for what I'm actually having company over Sunday, but I'll be all right. I already said I would do it. It'll be fine. I'll just have to do it when they're here. Because don't worry, I'm not going to back out or anything. You just guys might hear little people in the background talking, but they'll be downstairs. Yeah, it's Eastern time. Oh, it's 3 Mountain Standard. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. It would be 3. Oh, that's right, because you're in Colorado. Yeah. Wow. Hey, Ash and Emmy, Lisa. Did I already say hi to you, Lisa? Penny Inez. Well, it was perfect in Lifetime movie made about it. Wait, is that a new one? A new Lifetime movie? I feel like, why do I feel like I've seen that already? But if it was new, I haven't seen any new Lifetime movies. I've seen Rob Lowe play one of those type that kind of a part before, where it was a famous like murder. Is that an old one, Nicole, or is that a new Lifetime movie? Oh, thanks, Holly Evans. I think I got all my guests, so we might have to start it. Hold on, guys. I'm going to grab you in 1 minute. Just want to say hi to everybody real quick, just because when we do the transcripts, I don't get to, since I'm like scrolling, I don't get to see anybody as we're reading until we take breaks. So just 1 second, guys. I'm excited, Libra and Bella. This is going to be fun. I really am. So I think we agreed. I'm gonna play Mulder. Libra, you're gonna play I'm gonna play the defense, basically. Libra, you're gonna play the prosecution, and Bella, you're gonna play the witnesses. So all the witnesses. So you'll have to play different characters. You can play you could do the different voices, or you don't have to. Whatever you want to do. If you want, however you want to get into the part. We know Libra, she's got the prosecution's part down with the accent. I wish I could I started doing the accent, and then I realized I could only do certain words with an accent. The other ones I couldn't. So it was like, it would have been a mixture of all kinds. So I just quit because I'd only do like half the words in an accent. You're good though. Oh, Bella, where'd you go? But Libra, you could do that accent pretty good. I hope Bella comes back. Bella, don't leave. I'm going to get you in a minute. Good, you're back. Stay. I'm going to get you in 1 minute. Blue Waffle, Red Like Wine, Cheery Metha. Yes, I love that movie. That's the one me and my grandma did the only video she did with me so far, and I begged her to do more. I wish maybe someday. But we did a review on that because we watched it together, and it's good. I have to admit, though, it's like it's more of the romance side, like the relationship side. Well, you know that, Jerry, but for people that haven't seen it, it's like it focuses on it's like a love story. It focuses on the love story, and you almost forget, like, the murder is almost like a side thing, it's like him and his girlfriend's love story, basically. And it's almost like you're almost on his side, because, well, I always remember this as Ted Bundy as I'm watching with my grandma. I remember, like, halfway, and she's like, "No, he didn't do it, did he? They're not gonna get him because, like, grandma, he's murdering people." She's like, "Oh yeah." It was funny. Okay, so I think we're going to get started here. Yes, Elizabeth. Okay, so this is the one that's this. They call it. Okay, I'm going to do a summary, guys, and then I'm going to bring you up. Unless if one of you guys wants to do the summary. Are you guys in chat? So they call it. Actually, hold on. I'll bring everybody up. I'm going to bring them up, and we'll kind of do a summary together.
Oh.
All right, guys. What is up?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, Libra.
Hello. Hi, Bella. Hi, zavgirl.
Hey, Bella. Can you hear Libra?
Yes.
Okay.
And you look really good. Did you get a tan, Tiff?
Not tanning. I've been walking outside, and it's been sunny. It's been so nice here. But then it rained later, but I got the walking before it rained. But yeah, I've been walking, and then I think my thing reset, like my settings for my camera. So they reset, so I didn't I adjusted them originally, so I think those are a little bit different. I don't know though. I mean, maybe it's just all the sun. But I know it did reset to the default, because I had to, when I first uploaded the Logitech, the settings, for your camera, like I set it like the color. So I don't know if that plays a part, but yeah. The answer is short answer, yes. Thank you. Silver leaf. So let's do a little summary. Does any of you guys want to give a summary to the people about what this case, or you don't mean to?
Libra, do you want to do it?
I'll let you take it away.
Tiff, you do it. You're the host.
Okay. Well, if you guys need to add anything in it, it's just going to be a quick summary, because I think most people kind of know, but there are going to be some people that don't. So if I miss something, it's basically filming in, or not filming in, but remind me or whatever. So yeah, Darlie, and it was a while ago, 1996, June 6, 1996. Around 2 a.m. Well, whose story do you tell? So her story is, what happened. I don't know. It depends on what you think happened. But she basically got convicted of murdering both her boys. Well, she only got convicted of murdering one, but people think she killed. Well, if she did kill the one, obviously she probably killed the other one too. But they were stabbed to death, and the one was under 6, so it
death penalty.
She got charged. Yeah, death penalty is a capital murder, because he was under 6. So they charged her with the death penalty. And she is known for the silly string video, because the prosecution brought that out, and I think it was a big determining factor for the jury, because they watched it supposedly 8 times. That's what I heard. I know we had some disagreements, but I mean, I think everything that I've ever watched and heard, they said 8 to 10 times, or for sure 8. I feel like I always heard 8. So they watched it as they were trying to make up their mind if she was guilty. The thing is maybe I was wrong. This is another thing that I always heard, that was illegally taped. But when Kevin was up here, he was saying that the other thing was illegally taped. I thought that was illegally taped. Is that wrong?
I believe
Kevin
the
in
memorial service.
I don't know if I don't know. I know he was in chat yesterday. I saw him when. I don't know. I mean, when you watch the documentaries and stuff, the law enforcement, they put a video somewhere, illegally taped something. I thought it was that silly string thing, but maybe it was
the memorial service that was 2 hours prior to.
So that's what was illegal.
Silly string incident.
Okay, so that silly string wasn't illegally taped.
No.
Okay, so I was wrong about that. Okay, so basically they didn't show the memorial service before, or didn't even show a little bit after, where she was kind of hugging her sister and looked sad, but they just showed her. She was chewing her gum. She had I wouldn't even say a huge smile, but she had kind of a little smile on her face, and she was spraying the grave with silly string.
It looked bad. It really did look bad. She was smacking that gum. Remember that?
Yeah, but I still, I kind of understand the point. They're just celebrating his life. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see it from either side, but
wasn't it? It was like a week after.
But is that enough? Like, well, I don't think that should have been a determining factor in deciding if she's a murderer. But
I watched that Werner Harzgoff, or however you say his name, his Women on Death Row with her. I did my homework, guys. I read chat from last time and I did my homework. And I like what he said about it was it shouldn't have been brought in to the trial. It should have been brought in at like the penalty phase where they discussed how much time she should have gotten. It shouldn't have been a determining factor. Yeah.
And think about that. If they didn't bring that in, I don't know. They might not have voted that way. I don't know. True. I can't be sure if that they didn't use that in trial. I just don't think that has any, but I guess never mind. I mean, lawyers are shady. Like, I mean, no, I shouldn't say it like that, but they'll use anything they could possibly can, I guess. But I don't know that. Yeah. So the silly string video, that is a part of this. Is you're at the right case because somebody asked, is this the case? So yeah. But anyway, so some of us think that there's possibility she could be innocent. I don't know for sure yet. All I know is I feel like the trial was unfair and she deserves another trial. Darren, her husband, he admitted to actually plotting this insurance scam to hire like burglars to rob the house for insurance money. He admitted to do it in the past with his car. He admitted, what was it, like a week or a month before? It was like really close before this happened that he had admitted to doing that. So I think that he could possibly have something to do with it. When we were reading or when we were listening to that 911 call, I had like this epiphany. I don't even know if you want to call it that, but a part of me was like, oh my God, what if Darlie was even in on the scam? What if they both were trying to do the scam and it was just supposed to be a burglar and it went bad and this happened? I could even believe something like that.
But Tiff, like, why would they go for the kids first? Like, that's
who knows
thing.
Though. Maybe they had a vendetta. Maybe like they had some kind of. Maybe Darren did something that made him mad. Maybe he promised them money that didn't. Maybe he promised they'd be gone already on their vacation. I mean, who knows? Maybe it wasn't. They weren't supposed to be there at the time. I mean, anything. We don't know. I mean, I know that part doesn't make sense. Why kill the kids? But why do criminals do anything, really? I mean, you never know. Maybe who knows? We'll never know unless if they tell us like what went bad. What is it? Are you somebody watching sports? I hear like a sports game. So anyway, so yeah, a lot of people are fighting for her to get a new trial. Actually, she's got like a bunch of, I don't know if I should say a bunch, but at least a few attorneys that have been working with her trying to get her a new trial. There's some DNA stuff they're trying to get tested. There's so basically she calls 911 after this happens. I said I didn't even give like some of the main parts. Okay, so they were stabbed to death. She was sliced on her neck like this, so it'd be down here. And then there's like, it's almost like a continuing cut. And she had a cut right here. She had bruises on both of her arms, like little cuts on her arms. She calls 911 and we've listened to the 911 call. Maybe we can end this with that if you guys want to listen to it again. And then they take her in and they say, 2 centimeters away or 2 millimeters away from her carotid artery. If it was cut, she would have bled out. She's right-handed. If it was a self-inflicted wound, it looks like it would have been done with the left hand, so that's kind of odd. It would have been left hand cut up here. So these are just some of the doubts where it's like, I don't know. I'm not sure if she is the person or not. I don't know. There's a bloody sock 75 yards down the back alley, a bloody sock that was found that had
with Darren.
Yeah, Darren and Damon, her 2 kids' blood on it, but not hers. So the narrative that the law enforcement were going with is she killed her boys, then she got the blood of both of the boys, ran it out back 75 yards, comes back, and then slits her throat, cuts herself up, and then calls 911. And there's a glass broken. They think she basically staged the scene, dumped over the vacuum, and staged the scene to make it look like there was an intruder. She said the intruder had a hat and what dark shirt, dark jeans, and a baseball hat, I think, right? With I think there was nothing on the hat, right? No print, or I don't know. So, and there was hair coming out, didn't she say hair coming out, or how did she describe it again? Well, we'll hear her testimony sometime. I don't know if we'll get to it because I don't know when she comes up. When is she at the end?
Pretty far down the testimony list.
So I totally agree with that statement. Oh, what statement? Did I say something wrong?
Is chat getting ornery?
Sorry, Devin and Eamon. We have Alexandra, which she's going to be correcting everybody the whole time. Now, remember, okay, Alexandra and Kevin and stuff, remember, just because you feel so strongly about something does not mean that you, I don't want to say that you're right and they're wrong, but it really, nobody knows except them. So can everybody be respectful and nice? And if other people have different opinions like us, there's some people that are doubting some of the thing, just be open to it and don't say everybody's wrong. They're allowed to have their opinions. And if they say, no, I don't think this, it doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means they have a different opinion. We don't know what the right answer is. Nobody knows unless you were there. So just kind of keep an open mind, because I have been told that a couple people unsubbed because of a couple people that were so strong and they were kind of picking on the people yesterday in chat. So they said they were going to unsub from me, which I don't get that because it wasn't me, but
you weren't
I just
even
want
here.
everybody to be treated nice. So just please let them have their own opinion. And if you disagree, say, I disagree. Don't say you're wrong and this is the way it was, because you don't know. You weren't there. So you say, I disagree, but this is what I think, because everybody's allowed to have their own opinions, and I don't know. I think they were biased a little bit, law enforcement, but there are things that just don't make sense. I mean, maybe Darlie did do it. I can't say for sure. I just think that there should be another trial because there's too many things that were done wrong, I think, in my opinion. So, and then the fact that they didn't look into Darren, they should have been able to bring up Darren. Oh, and then the knife. Oh, this is another thing. Okay. There was the screen door or the screen window. Now I'm all nervous. Alexandra, she's gonna call me out if I screwed up and said Darren instead of Devin, and she caught it. All these D's. So the screen window was cut in the garage, and supposedly that's what Darlie said. They came in through that screen window. Well, here they found a fiber on the knife that was in the knife holder. They had a fiber that was similar to the screen fiber. A screen fiber. It was similar to a screen fiber. Some of the defense, or some of the people now fighting for, they claim that, and I know Kevin said it was done after. I'm just throwing out all the things that some of these people, some of the her defense now is bringing up. They claim that it could be a fiber from the brush because it was brushed with the fingerprint, dust or whatever, and that brush over the knife, whether it was before or after, I don't know, but some people say it could be a fiber from the brush. I don't know. And then the knife that was used to kill, or the knife that had basically the knife that was dropped in the utility room by the intruder that Darlie said she picked it up. That knife had Damon and Darlie's blood on it, but didn't have Devin, the oldest one. Devin was the older one. It didn't have Devin's blood on it, but it had the boys, Damon and Darlie's blood on it. So I don't know why it didn't have Devin. They said that there was a cleanup at the sink because when they did the luminol, or
yes,
is that what it's called? Luminol. Yeah, they could see, that there was a cleanup at the sink. So they think Darlie, slit her throat and cleaned, or probably cleaned up after she stabbed the boys, slit her throat, cleaned up, whatever she cleaned up. But I still think there's a possibility if she did really bring the wet towels, that would kind of explain the cleanup look, because if she's wet in towels, the blood's going to drain down, and she could have ran the water and it would have been a cleanup basically, as she's wet in the towels. So that could be explained if that's true. If she was wet in towels, I think she said she was wet in towels and helping Darren put him on his Damon's back. And what
the side that believes that Darlie did it, what they think is that, and what they say from testimony of people that, first responders that were there, is that she never wet towels for the babies, that the only wet towels she had was for her own neck.
Well, no, I know that they say that, yeah, but then the other side's saying that there was, and there are pictures of towels all over the house. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You got to decide who you want to believe, because we don't know. We weren't there, because there's the cops that I feel like that there's some of those cops could have lied too. I mean, there's on the other side, they're saying that that one cop froze and didn't do crap. I mean, you just hear both sides. So nobody's right or wrong. You just have your own opinion. And sorry, unless if you're Darren or Darlie or one of those cops that were there, then you don't know for sure. So don't. Richard. Are you all right, Libra? Or who was that?
Yeah, my phone is just acting out. Give me just a second.
Oh, okay. So yeah, just keep open mind. But
yeah,
you're right.
It's definitely like kind of like a Chris Watson, like that both ways are. I mean, not that Chris Watson is guilty. Sorry, like don't want to give that out there, but like there are different ways that you could look at it depending on what you believe.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell. Like some of these people have these strong opinions either way. That there's different ways you could look at it, and just because like one of the cops say something doesn't mean that it's
true.
I mean, you just have to remember people are human. Some people lie. Some people have a reason to lie. Some people have maybe their memories clouded by who they're trying to please, by when they're at, like let's say the prosecution's trying to ask the law enforcement or the DA or something, and it could even cloud it up and make that person all nervous and just kind of go along with things. I mean, you just never know. You just never freaking know. I just want a new trial, and I don't know. I mean, I think Darlie could be involved in some way, but I just don't know. I just have too much doubt. Like I can't say for sure no, Darlie didn't, because there are a lot of things that make you think she did too. So don't get me wrong.
Did you watch the Ryan Kester, like where Ryan Kester is now and what changed his mind from being like this gun-ho Darlie supporter to being this person who's like, no, Darlie's guilty? So he did this. He was on a podcast. I think the person's last name is Glass. Everyone can tell us in chat. And it's called Darlie is Dangerous, is the podcast.
Wow.
And he was like a little 12-year-old sleuth, and he finished high school at 15. He's like a real big genius, wanted to go into forensics, wanted to become a lawyer. And he petitioned the state for all the documents because he wanted to make a documentary on the Darlie case. And he was a strong supporter of the Darlie is Innocence movement. And when he started putting together all of the little things and looking at everything really close, he just came to the conclusion, and he said a couple of things made him change his mind. And one of them was the fact that everyone's calling for DNA and for testing on the fingerprint, the smudged fingerprint. You know how like there's that one weird fingerprint. He said that everyone kept it a secret on the Darlie's innocent side that there's no male alleles at all, so that it has to be like a female. It's probably her. So
then why not let them test it then? Why wouldn't they? Why were they fighting on testing it? That's what I don't understand then. Why'd they fight on running it through the federal database at first? Why were they even giving them a fight if they knew that it was a female and probably Darlie's? Why not at least let them? I don't get that part. That just seems weird to me.
Yeah, I'm still so new to this case. Like my whole theory of what I thought about the case before I did your live was based on what I, as just somebody watching it at home in 1996, being young, going, damn, like a mom can't possibly do that, you know, like, or she looks innocent, you know, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to ask Kevin or Alexandria.
No, but don't put it out there like they're because you don't want to mislead the chat, because then they're going to think only what they're saying is no. Because I feel like they do know. For the other side, they're very informed on the case and they feel that she's guilty, so they're going to see it. They see it that way, and there's people like other people that know the case, but they see it the other way. So they do know a lot, but they see it one way, and if it's okay to see it the other way, like however you want, just study up on the case and go over as many facts as you can and then make up your mind. Like I said, I'm not saying for sure, I think there's a good chance that she was involved in some way, but I also think Darren could be involved too. Like I think there's a good chance that he is involved in some way too. I'm leaning more towards that it was them two together planning it and something went wrong. I don't know why I'm like stuck on that. But after I listened to that 911 call, that last live, I'm like, wait a minute. It was almost like she was like, Darren, they killed him. They're not supposed to do that. And then how they're saying his knife. And I don't know, just little things she said, it just reminded me. But I don't know. I just would like to see another trial with all this. If there is, if like Alexandra is saying that, it was tested and they lied or whatever, then bring it all. Let's do a trial. Then you should want a trial. Bring all that stuff. If there was lies on the defense and it was tested, bring it. If it's tested, bam, okay, just do it. And then everybody will shut up. You know what I'm saying? They got your trial, then we're going to shut up. But let's do it. Let's see. Because she's on death row. Like any day now, she could have a date set. Because once her appeals are over, they set a date, and they only get so many appeals. And once that last appeal, Texas is crazy. I mean, she will get put to death, and she's not going to live there as like an old lady. I mean, she will get put to death in not too long, I don't think. So either
isn't this her like last dance though?
Yeah, probably. I think so. So it's like if you have any doubt at all that she possibly could be innocent, let's just try to do a trial and listen to me like I have any power or anything. But like that would just suck though. Like if she was, but I know there's a ton of people that get put to death. I don't know if I should say a ton, but a lot of people I bet that are innocent. It's just in Texas, some people could be in other states and be on death row forever, but in Texas, they don't freaking mess around. So,
that's true. That's true. Should we play the 911 call again to refresh anybody who's new?
I don't know. You guys want to hear the 911 call first? It's 5 minutes and 44 seconds. We can just get us all in that mood real quick. Yeah.
All
right, let's do that, and then we'll get on with the transcripts. So, did you guys hear me, Bella? You're going to be the witnesses.
Yes.
I'll be Mulder. I'll be the defense. Libra, you'll be the prosecution. All of the, you do all the, whether it be who's all the prosecutions, all the, we wrote them down. So,
David,
Vance, Davis, Shook, Wallace, and I'll do
Mosty, Mulder,
Glover, Douglas. Okay. Woo. Oh wait, Douglas is
his first name.
Yeah. Oh no, I was talking about there's a Preston Douglas too, though. But yeah, and I did you see when I looked up Douglas, Bella? So he's not like overweight or anything. I don't know. That's mean to even say that. We were just we shouldn't be like that. But they called him Mad Dog Mulder. That was his nickname. Did you see that?
Yeah. He's a big guy. I mean, big personality guy. I love that. I love him in this trial.
I know he's entertaining as far as just, I don't know. I don't even know what else is to come. And then the judge is kind of funny. Hey, so basically, Bella, you could be, why don't you do like you could be like the jury and judge and stuff too.
Okay. Got it.
Because I know the witnesses probably have the least. I mean, you'll have a lot at points, but sometimes you're just going to be answering yes or no a lot too, because you have questions. So I think you should do like the judge and them too. Okay. So I'll play the 911 call, and then you guys, we're going to read the transcript. So, and I think after maybe, periodically or after we're done with the transcripts, we can even have another panel, not tonight, but I mean, another panel discussion. We could have Kevin back up, Alexandria. Maybe by next week we might be done with them. I don't know when we'll be done, but all right. So let me play this here. Oh wait, hold on. No. I didn't share my. Okay, hold on. I didn't share my screen yet. Okay, share. Okay. Actually, I'll just do it like he is. Or actually, I'll put that up. Why not? As a picture of her. Okay. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me bring up the transcripts like last time so you could read them as I found those helpful. Read them as of course they might not be right on every single thing. They're just hearing as best as they could, but the transcripts of the phone call. Hold on one second. Yeah, that was good last time when I did that. Hold on a second. Let me no control. There we go. All right. I promise we're getting to it, guys. All right. Why is that not? Okay, I'm stuck here. Something is not right. Oh yeah, I guess it is. All right. It keeps moving. All right, I'm just gonna do it. All right, hold on. This is so weird. Okay, I'm gonna play. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm annoying. Here we
Play
go.
Darlie Fax 911 call.
Whoa.
Defense Exhibit number 9. 8 years ago. Hashtag injustice.
Wait a minute. Why is that doing that? I'm telling you, something happened to my computer and it's acting weird.
Injustice like. Repost share add to next up. 1000.
Hold on a second, guys.
Wow.
It looks so weird, my screen. I was like, something is not right. Give me 1 minute. Oh my God. What the heck?
That came out of nowhere.
I know. Somebody hacked me or something?
That's scary. Don't
Dude,
say that.
everything is huge right now. Something is not right. I can't get it to go back to normal. Heck. Something is not right, guys. Oh my God. Hold on a second. I might.
What the heck?
Libra, can you see chat? I wasn't looking at it the first time around.
Yeah, I can see it. I got it on the big screen.
I can hear your accent right now. That's so cool. You have like a little bit of an accent. A little twang.
Oh my gosh, guys. That was so weird. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear.
All right, hold on. Let me bring back up my website. Something was wrong. I felt like I was hacked. Everything was huge, but in a weird way, and it kept going back and forth. And wow. Okay.
Sigh of relief.
That was scary. Because that one time, I know I guys told you that one time, it was on my other laptop, the weird thing it was doing with all the like Trump and all the politicians it was naming and stuff. So weird. All right, so I'm getting everything back up. I'm sorry. I feel like Libra Scales, are you upset? I feel like I'm annoying you for some reason.
No, I'm having a technical difficulty with my headphones for some reason. These things are just like acting out because all of a sudden it just like clicked off. So I'm trying to get it to reconnect so that I can.
Oh, shoot. You sound fine, but are you not hearing us fine?
No, I have the. Sometimes I don't know why, but like randomly my headphones, they're the Beats by Dre Studio 3 wireless ones. And for some reason, all of a sudden they'll just like cut off. And just
okay.
so then it's like trying to play with it to get it to reconnect is just a little bit of a frustration. It'll be all right. I'll just get another pair of headphones. No biggie.
Well, all right. Sorry to read it. Wait. Oh my God. Just please be patient here. I'm trying to find where we left off as far as I had it up. I thought it was page 41 and now Mulder. Hold on.
What are you doing?
All right. Oh, okay, I found it. All right. Shoo. Oh, I couldn't find that page. It was 43. I thought it was 41. All right. So let's do this here. You guys don't leave. We're getting it. 911 call. Because I want to bring up the actual transcripts. Because I think it was really cool watching them. The transcripts. Like reading them as we listened. All right. I got them now. I'm not gonna increase it too much. That's what happened last time. I tried to zoom in too much and it was like I couldn't get it to stop. All right, share. Okay. All right, so let's. All right, so you guys could read along right here.
Well, 911, what is your emergency? Ma'am? What? Who did? Hang on. They're not medical emergency. Hang on, ma'am. Ma'am? No medical emergency, 5801 Eagle Drive. Ma'am, I'm trying to get an ambulance to you. Hang on a minute. God, my babies are dying. What's going on, ma'am? I know medical emergency 5801 Eagle Drive by 238 Cross Street, Linda Vista, and Willowbrook. Attention 901 medical emergency. Possible stabbing 5801 Eagle Drive by 238 Cross Street, Linda Vista, and Willowbrook. Coming out 232. Oh my God. These units going toward 6801 Eagle Drive, 5801 Eagle Drive, with Sheriff Casino on the phone. Since our child has been stabbed. Ma'am, I need you to calm down and talk to me. Twice, Clint. 5801 Eagle. 233 code. Ma'am, listen to me. I need you to. Oh my God. Do you take the radio, Clint? Yeah. Ma'am. I need you to talk to me. Ma'am, I can't understand you. You're going to have to slow down, calm down, and talk to me. What is going on? Somebody came in while I was sleeping. Me and my little boys were sleeping downstairs. Stab me, baby. Stab me. I woke up. I was fighting. We ran out to the garage. Threw the knife down. My babies are dying. They're dead. Oh my God. Down the phone with me. Oh my God. Just take down one. Hold on, honey. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ma'am, who's there with you? Ma'am. What? Is there anybody in the house besides you and your children? My husband, he just ran downstairs. He's helping me, but he's dead. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. How many little boys? Is it 2 boys? 3 of them. Okay, listen to me. Calm down. Go ahead. 5801 Eagle Drive. 5801 Eagle Drive. It's going to be a stabbing. When are they going to be here? Ma'am, they're on their way. Oh my God. 235. Ma'am, how old are your boys? What? How old are your boys? No. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, shit. Calm down, can you? Oh my God. Is your name Darlie? Yeah. Your husband's name Dan? Yes, please. God, they're taking forever. There's nobody in your head. You don't know who did this? There's a knife. Don't touch anything. Who's out there? Anybody out there? I don't know. Okay, ma'am, listen. There's a police officer at your front door. Is your front door unlocked? Yes, ma'am. Where's the ambulance? Okay. I'm barely breathing. If I don't get in here, then this is bad. My God, this is bad. Hurry, please. Okay, is 82 out on Eagle? Huh? That Eagle. What Eagle? My God, hurry. 82, you out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Why would they do this? What did he say? Why would they do this? Okay, listen, ma'am. You need to let the officers in the front door, okay? What? Ma'am? What? You need to let the police officers in the front door. This knife was laying over there, and I already picked it up. Okay, it's all right. It's okay. I got in the purse, baby. Ma'am, hang on a second. They walked in here and did it, Jen. There's nothing. Okay, ma'am. There's nothing. Ma'am, is the police officer there? Okay, go talk to him, okay? Yes, that's okay. Go talk to him, baby. Okay?
Whoa. Oh, man.
So go ahead. What?
No, I was just going to tell you you're muted.
I know I caught that. I always do that. So I have a question. So you hear somebody saying, go get a rag. So does it sound like that she's possibly going to get a rag or no? Because that's going to be something that's really important for, at least in my opinion. Like if I can listen to that and hear that there's no chance that she really got those wet rags, then I'm going to start to doubt because the whole cleanup at the sink and stuff. But I still have it in my head though that could be from wet rags or even washing her hands, because she, even to get her rag, it could have went down the sink. You know what I'm saying? Like she could have kind of washed her hands a little bit to get her rag, and I don't know. But I did notice that he says, go get your rag. Did you guys hear that? Or go get a rag.
The cop asked her.
So do you think she went and got one is the question when he said that?
No.
I don't know.
I know it didn't sound like she did, does it? Did it? I don't know. But let's just listen to the. So I'm saying, you guys, I'm not all black and white. I'm not saying yes or I'm not like for sure or not for sure. I am still pretty open to everything, but I'm just open. Like I just share my opinion, and of course, my opinion is probably wrong sometimes, just like everybody else's. But I'm just very open with how I feel.
But there was just the one rag in the photos, right?
No, there was maybe
multiple,
one rag.
Like
There was rags like all over. There was one on the desk. There was one like in the hallway. There was a bunch of rags. There was only one I think laying on the floor, but then there was a couple laying like on the desks, I think it was. And then they were like you didn't see all those?
No, I've been going through like bits and bits of the photos and stuff, but the one main one that I keep seeing is that like the green dish rag on the floor. Like I
don't even know. I'm talking about the white rags. I didn't see a green one. Or maybe I did, but I'm talking about the white rags. That's what I thought was all the rags. Or that's what I was thinking, that the ones that she wet were the white ones. Did you see the white ones laying everywhere? There was one laying where right by I think where Devin was, and then there was some like on top of like I think it looked like a desk or tables. There was a couple, and then there was one I think maybe on the floor in the hallway, but they were white. Do you guys hear echo? I hear a little bit of echo. Does everybody have theirs on mute, right?
Everything's on mute here. Yeah.
Yep.
Huh. Let me make sure. Yeah, I don't have that one up even. All right.
When I'm looking right now at some of the pictures, I see black rags on the floor. Black rags. It looks like maybe the hallway. But one thing, just playing with this little bit that kind of messes with my head and thinking that she's innocent, is the blood splatter evidence. There's so much of the blood splatter evidence that shows a completely perfect circle of blood. So you know how blood splatter analysis works is if there's like a little tail to the blood, that means there's movement. And depending on the shape of that tail, if it's fast or slow movement in a certain direction, there was a bunch of perfect circles, which means somebody is just standing still, bleeding.
That's what I'm saying. The blood splatter, I feel like, shows when people are trying to use that to show her guilty. I feel like there's too much. No, that first of all, the guy that analyzed it, I don't trust. Second of all, yeah, I agree. There was a couple. I feel like at least for sure one that kind of looked like it could have a tail on it. One little one in the back, I think it was. But yeah, you're correct. Yeah, the blood splatter, I don't think shows guilt. I don't know. I agree. So I don't know why people use that as like what about the blood splatter? Because they should just throw that out. I mean, that's not proof anything in my opinion, but.
So you think like she was just standing there bleeding because like the reason why it shows her to be guilty is because her story of like, I followed the guy like while she's bleeding. I followed him through the utility room to the garage, and it shows that path as being like nobody's really moving. They're just like she would be standing there, her blood. So
you're talking about on the floor.
Yes.
Like, because they try to show that it was just somebody standing dripping and not moving.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't think maybe she exaggerated into chasing him, or maybe if it was like a planned thing that she did with Darren, I don't know, but I don't understand why they kept saying that she had to be running. Maybe she was just walking. Did she ever say running? Didn't she just say she followed him? Do you remember seeing like the investigator? I don't know if it was maybe it was Shook or one of the prosecutors or whatever on like some of the documentaries saying, well, no, she wasn't running because look. And it was like, I never heard her say running. She just said she followed him. She could have been walking. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys see that on one of the documentaries where they made a big deal about the running? It's like, what? Yes. Like, shut up. At least stuff like that. See, there's stuff on both sides, guys.
Yes.
Like
100%.
All right, so let's get into this. You want to? I'm excited actually. So we're gonna continue. We left off on the cross-examination of
Walling.
Okay. Walling. So it's gonna be me and Bella at first because it's DeMolder. So and then let's do it. Hold on. Let me make it a little bit bigger.
You're gonna bring it up.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I'll do it like this. Alrighty. Okay, so as far as I guess maybe we'll do like if any of the court or anything comes in, let's just maybe it'll make more sense like whoever's not in the scene. So let's say while I'm cross-examining you, then maybe she should be like the court or whatever that comes in. You know what I'm saying? So Libra, like is everybody here? Yeah, Libra's here. Yeah. If the court or judge says anything while I am Mulder, why it's the defense, then you be them, okay?
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. So we are cross-examination. Lieutenant Wall, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant Walling, you understand, of course, that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And you were, I believe, way back on Monday, placed under the rule of evidence.
Yes, sir.
You've heard that when the prosecutor asked that all the witnesses be placed under the rule of evidence.
Yes, sir.
Of course you haven't. I take it. What? I'm confused. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. Of course you haven't. I take it then. Talked with the other witnesses about your testimony, and no witnesses has discussed his testimony with you.
No, sir.
That's the purpose of the rule, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
So the witnesses don't get together and all cook up a story, correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, y'all didn't need to do that because you kind of had a dress rehearsal, didn't you? Weren't you involved in the dress rehearsal?
With the district attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We had gotten together before.
You got together in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And everybody kind of sat around and listened to the other witnesses as they went through their part of the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks better, I guess, for the conductor if everybody's on the same sheet of music, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. I guess it does.
But I mean, it helps you if you're able to, for example, and I'm not suggesting that you would change your testimony, but I mean, it helps to refresh your memory and it looks better if everybody's consistent, doesn't it? It makes sense.
Well, it does refresh your memory. Yes, sir.
And of course, it looks better if everybody's consistent, doesn't it?
Well, sir.
Don't you think?
Well.
You don't know?
Well, I'm talking. As long as you tell the truth, it doesn't really matter. That's not what we're here for, is to make things look better.
Well, let's talk about when you say as long as you tell the truth. Of course, you mean the whole truth, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And you've been under oath before in this matter and testified, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
And at the time you took an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Walling, Sergeant Walling, Lieutenant Walling, on the evening of, or the early morning hours of the June the 6th of 1996, you told us that you were on Highway 66 and got this dispatch. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I believe your response time was something like 2 or 3 minutes. Is that fair to say?
Approximately 3 minutes.
Okay. At any rate, you were as I recall, some 3.1 miles away at that time, right?
Approximately, yes, sir.
You're on Highway 66, which is a main artery through Rowlett, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
I have my finger on 66. It's this red thing.
Yes, sir.
Can you all see that?
Yes.
Now, another artery that is close to Rowlett is Interstate 30, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Runs from Dallas basically to Texarkana. I don't even know how to say it. Texarkana, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
It runs almost parallel, does it not?
Yes, sir, it does.
Big divided highway?
Through Rowlett, it runs parallel.
All right. And that's Interstate 30?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you were coming from the opposite direction, but somebody at 2:31 or 2:32 at or about the time that you got your dispatch, somebody could have gone down Dowell Rock Road to Interstate 30, and by the time you got to Eagle, been well on their way to Dallas if they made a right turn.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And through Rockwall if they made a left turn.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's a big divided. Is it 4 lanes on each side, or in some places it is, I guess.
Are you talking about Dowell Rock?
No, we're talking about Dowell Rock. Is a main artery as well, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the interstate, of course, is a divided highway with several lanes on each side.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now your response time is about 3 minutes, right?
Yes, sir, approximately.
Okay. And you heard in the matter of fact, you were down here Sunday, were you not? In this very courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And you listened to the 911 tape. And you realized from that your patrolman, Officer Waddell, had been at the residence during the 911 call. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, the officer, when she's told to let the officer in, that's you, isn't it?
I'm assuming it is, but I don't believe the dispatcher knew that the Officer Waddell, was in the house at the time.
Well, at any rate, you arrived there shortly after that 911 call. Didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And as I understood your testimony yesterday, you rendezvoused with Waddell to have him bring you up to date on what he knew at that point. Is that right?
After we talked,
Wait, where are we?
you skipped the Darlie part.
Wait, where's the Darlie part?
15.
Oh. And then without talking to Darlie or her husband, who were also present, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
As I understood your testimony yesterday, you and Waddell went directly to the garage. Is that right?
After we talked?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I believe that you said that your route to the garage.
Yes. Sorry. Sir, are those first two words on that line? What are those first two words on that line? Yes,
right
sir.
Here. It says met with.
Okay.
That's just a W/.
Okay.
Met with Waddell and went directly to the garage.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said at that time you stepped into the garage, didn't remember whether the lights were on or not, had a flashlight with you, saw the window open with the screen cut. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And satisfied yourself that there was no one there in the garage from your vantage point, which was just inside. As I understood your testimony, y'all were just inside the garage. Like you were right there and Waddell was covering your back, still standing in the utility room.
I believe that he was a step or two in the garage. I'm not sure exactly where he was. I stepped in a couple of feet. There was, I believe it was either a refrigerator or a freezer or something. If you're standing in the doorway looking into the garage to the left of me, I had to go around it to look around it to see all the way to the wall.
Hey, you know what? Maybe, hey, Libra, will you mute while we're talking? Because I'm hearing like that's fine when we're talking, but like whenever somebody else, because you can't help background noise. But whenever like I'm gonna mute when you guys are talking, and then I meant to say that at the beginning. I was gonna tell you guys because of a couple comments, which is fine. Just everybody mute when we're not on. It helps background noise. Okay. So where are we at?
5.
Right here. Well, at any rate. Okay. Well, at any rate, you satisfied yourself that there was no one in the garage, and then you exited the garage and came out. As I understood your testimony, into the dining room.
Yes, sir.
You had gone in through the kitchen, past the wine rack, and on this side of the island. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I think you told the jury yesterday at that time you didn't see an overturned vacuum cleaner in this area.
I don't recall seeing it at that time.
And we can take that as a definite then that you did not see an overturned vacuum cleaner in this area at that time.
I don't recall seeing it at that time. Oh, I remember seeing one there, but I don't remember whether or not if I noticed it the first time through or when I went through later with the crime scene.
Okay. Would you quarrel with me? You've been over your testimony, have you not? Your previous testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know that you testified back then that you did not see it when you initially went through the kitchen. Is there anything that's going to change that?
No, sir.
Okay. Fair enough for me to write on here that the Lieutenant Walling or Sergeant Walling at the time, Walling did not see vacuum cleaner when first went through the kitchen. Is that fair?
Sir, I don't recall seeing it at that time.
All right. Walling does not recall seeing vacuum cleaner when first went through kitchen. Fair enough?
Yes, sir. I don't remember if I actually saw it at that time or when I was in the house later. I don't remember when I first saw it.
Well, just so that we don't, your memory would have been better in August than it is today. Would it not? If it was that much closer?
Well, on some things.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can go back and I can, if you prefer, let me hand you what has been marked for identification record purposes as defendant exhibit number 15. And I'll ask you to just page through that briefly in the privacy of the witness box and tell me whether or not that is your...
Yes, sir, it is.
Prior sworn testimony.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Were you asked, if you would turn to page 179, line 10, were you asked, was the vacuum cleaner there in the kitchen when you went through that first time? And did you answer, no, sir? I don't remember at that going through.
Yes, sir. I don't recall. That's what I'm telling you now that I don't recall.
You don't remember it when you went through it that time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you went back in and made a thorough search of the residence, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that was after you had gone out to the backyard. Is that not right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you...
Of the upstairs part. Downstairs, I searched on my way out to the backyard.
Okay. You went through the dining room and living room.
Yes, sir.
Satisfied that there wasn't anybody there.
Yes, sir.
And then you searched the outside. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so after, would it be fair to say that after you had searched the first floor, you then searched the backyard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And you have told us how you got into the backyard by opening the gate. And I think you showed us how you even had to push a little bit with your foot on the gate to open it. But you were able to open it, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you didn't have any trouble. That wasn't a difficult maneuver, was it?
Well, it was pretty hard to get.
But you
open.
managed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're talking about a matter of seconds that it took you to.
Yes, sir.
All right. You told us yesterday that you didn't know whether the lights in the backyard were on or off at that time, didn't you?
No, sir.
The lights in the backyard. Oh, sorry. were the lights off?
The lights in the backyard?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. They were off.
Okay. And when you walked from the gate of the backyard over to the window that you had seen from where you were in the garage, the lights did not come on, did they?
Well, I didn't go there first.
Okay.
In fact, I walked first to the spa and past the spa and around the corner. I looked over at the window as I was going through.
Did the lights ever go on
Yes, sir.
while you were in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The floodlights mounted on the spot did.
All right. Those are motion detectors, are they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know where you were when you set the motion detector off?
I was approximately around the door of the spa.
The door of the spa?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The spa is toward the back of the lot, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
And on the state exhibit 8A, this would represent the spa, I assume.
Yes, sir.
And you were back here when you when the light turned on.
I would have to see a front view of the spa to see where the door was.
Well,
I don't remember right along in the center of the building. Yes, sir.
and it would follow, would it not, that the door would be somewhere at the end of this cement sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
It didn't set the light off when you came in through the gate, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Later on, some experiments were done. Were you there when those were done?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to, or the police officer conducting it was able to run in this area to the window back and forth and not set off the alarm, set off the lights. Was he not?
The only thing that I did when the light came on, I stayed out of, or at the entrance to the yard. When the lights came on, I timed it to see how long they were on.
Okay. Were you there when the experiment was conducted?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Well, you know, then when he was able to walk from the window and run from the window, both run and walk from the window to the gate without setting off the light.
I'm not sure what path he took.
Okay. But you were there when that experiment was conducted.
Yes, sir, I was. I timed it.
Did you make any notes of that? Or did you just relay the timing to somebody?
I just relayed it to somebody.
Matter of fact, the only note that you made out there was you carry a little whip out book, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could we see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had a book similar to that, did you?
No, sir, I had this book.
You had that particular book.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't note the time, is that correct?
Concerning the yard?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I didn't. Now, I didn't have this book, or I don't know if I had this book or not when you're talking about the experiment with the light. I had this book the night that I was dispatched to 5801 Eagle Drive.
Oh, okay. But you went out there later on with respect to the experiment with the light.
Yes, sir.
That happened a day or two later?
Something like that.
Several days later? Whatever?
Yes, sir.
You didn't make any notes at that? At that time, you just relay your information to someone there who was taking notes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you went to the backyard to search and secure the back area, the paramedics had gone in through the front door and were endeavoring to give aid to children and to Miss Routier, weren't they?
No, sir. When I exited the house to begin the search to go around to the backyard, the paramedics, we both arrived at the same time. I followed the ambulance in. When I exited the house to go around to the backyard, I told the paramedics that the scene was secure downstairs so they could go in.
Okay, that's what I said. Or I thought that's what I said. But when you left them and went to search the backyard, they went in, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and administered whatever aid they could administer?
Yes, sir.
Now, you don't instruct them with respect to the crime scene, do you? In other words, you don't tell them, don't touch anything, don't do this or that, and the next thing.
They're in there. Their purpose is totally different from yours, is it not?
Oh, that's me.
Sorry.
Sorry, that was
Sorry.
what I thought. They're in there. Their purpose is totally different from yours, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And
at points during, if they're in for an extended period or something, I'm in there. I have in the past made comments to tell them to be careful about certain things, but that night, no, sir.
okay, so they went in. They were at leave to do whatever. They were at leave to do whatever they deemed necessary.
Yes, sir.
They could move things. They could touch things. They could do whatever was necessary.
Whatever.
And I would assume, and you were there, so I will ask you, but I would assume they would get blood on their hands, would they not?
Yes, sir. I would think so.
I mean, it would be hard not to, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
You saw Darren Routier that night. He had blood on his hands, didn't he?
No, sir, he didn't. Well, when I checked his hands at that time, he didn't have any blood on his hands.
Did he have blood on his hands later on?
No, sir. I never saw him with blood on his hands.
You never did? Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know he had blood on his shirt. Let's see. Give me just a second.
I'm going to give you your report and let you refresh your memory.
Okay.
Did you refresh your memory before you came in here yesterday?
With my reports? No, sir.
Well, again, I don't know, but I would think that the purpose of making a report is that so that later on you can look at your report and refresh your memory from that report so that your testimony is as accurate as it can be.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
As you sit here right now, you're telling the jury, I don't know whether it's important or not, but you're telling the jury that Darren Routier did not have blood on his hands and palms when you looked at them.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, now you're saying you're not sure.
Well, I need to refer to my report.
Would you mark this, please? I'm just going to skip that. Well, I guess we could say that if you want. I don't know if Libra's still she's following or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. Whereupon the following item was one marked for identification only as Defendant's Exhibit 16, after which time proceedings were resumed on the record in open court as follows.
Let me hand you what's been marked for identification and record purposes as Defendant's Exhibit number 16. I'll direct your attention to this.
Yes, sir.
Did he have blood on his hands?
Yes, sir, and on his shirt.
Okay. I don't know that that's even important, but I mean, nobody has a perfect memory, do they?
Well, I don't.
All right. Now I'm going to write down here so we don't forget it again that Darren Routier had blood on his hands and palms.
Yes, sir, and on his shirt.
All right. Now, after you searched the backyard and you determined that the backyard was secure, you and Waddell then searched the upstairs. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, the paramedics were in, the firemen and all of those folks were beginning to arrive, were they not?
Well, there was the one ambulance unit that I followed in, and another one that had been dispatched at a particular time. I'm not sure if the second ambulance was there yet or not. And I believe an engine was dispatched. And as we were going upstairs, I'm not sure if that one had arrived or not.
Could you tell me again? I was at a vantage point where I couldn't see, but did you say that you parked over in this area?
No, sir.
You didn't park here, did you?
No, sir.
Okay, your partner was parked. See this vehicle where it looks like the mowing may have overlapped?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that stripe down there?
Yes, sir.
Your partner or Waddell was parked in this vicinity, was he not?
No, sir. I believe he was on the same side of the street that I was.
Okay. Would you step down off the witness stand? And with this marker, I don't want to mark up their exhibits, but if you'll mark on the overlay, if you'll just mark where Waddell was parked. Of course, part of your training is to observe these sorts of things. Isn't it? Waddell was parked there.
Right along in there.
If you will, put a all right.
Yes, sir.
Will you show the jury where you were parked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody who thinks the second squad car was parked over here is just mistaken, are they not? Oh, that's you, Libra.
I'm going to object to that. It's a comparison of testimony. Sustained.
At any rate, are you certain about this is where you were parked?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you're certain about where Waddell was parked?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're sure you weren't parked over here?
Yes, sir.
And you're sure Waddell wasn't parked here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you will just take the witness stand again, thank you. I don't know. Maybe we didn't read these last time. Maybe we won't read these. I don't know. Those are kind of boring, huh? Or should we? What do you think? What?
Okay. Whereupon the witness resumed the witness stand and the proceedings were resumed on the record as follows.
Okay. So do you think we should read them from now on? That's what I was trying to ask, or no? I don't know. Anybody?
I personally think they might be boring, but that's one vote. You guys vote.
I mean, we didn't really deal with them last time. I mean, I don't see why, unless there's something significant.
Okay, yeah, we'll just ignore them. Okay, so Mr. Back to me. Do you have any idea, Lieutenant Walling, how many paramedics and police officers were in and out of that residence?
I can tell you how many police officers were.
Okay.
And that's at what point?
Well, I guess before you put up the tape and attempted to limit the contamination of the scene.
Well, before 6 or around approximately 6 o'clock in the morning, myself and Officer David Waddell were the only 2 police officers that entered the residence.
Of course. While you were checking the backyard, your main concern was to secure the backyard and not to count the paramedics going in and out of the house, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And suffice it to say, you don't know how many paramedics were in and out of that house when you weren't there, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't know what they did, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know what the conversations Darlie and her husband may have had with those paramedics, do you?
No, sir.
All right. And if you're seeking medical information, it makes sense to talk to the paramedics as opposed to talk to the police officers, doesn't it? If you're seeking medical information?
If who is?
Anyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Doesn't matter. I mean, me or the jury or anybody.
I mean, if that's your choice, I would ask a paramedic. Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay. Was it your idea to set up a canvas?
I mean, well, yes, that was one of the things that we were going to do. I didn't instruct the canvas to be done. It was another sergeant that instructed that the canvas be done.
Okay. Who was the sergeant that gave that instruction?
Well, it might have been, I believe it was either Sergeant Ward or Lieutenant Grant. We all three were conversing, and about the time when we were going to start that. And it was Sergeant Ward that delegated the officers to start the neighborhood canvas.
Okay. And that would be in an effort to learn what any of the people in the neighborhood may have seen that was suspicious?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they talk to, as far as you know, did they talk to all of the neighbors in the immediate area that is in this area?
I don't know exactly who they did talk to.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review the results of the canvas?
No, sir.
Let me ask you this. Did you go to the cemetery?
Well,
when the Routier children were buried?
No, sir, I didn't.
Do you know who did?
No, sir.
Okay. You all had people out there, though, didn't you?
That went to the funeral.
Yes.
I know some people went to the funeral.
Do you know if they videotaped the funeral?
I don't know.
You don't know whether Rowlett PD videotaped people coming and going from the funeral?
I don't know if they did or not.
If they did, they didn't discuss it with you?
No, sir.
Who would know that?
Probably the lead investigator in the case, Jimmy Patterson.
Jimmy Patterson would? Okay. Who else would know that?
I don't know.
Who was his lieutenant?
His lieutenant was Lieutenant Grant, Jack.
Okay. I guess the lieutenant would know, wouldn't he?
Yes, sir, I'm sure he would.
That's something that you would clear with your lieutenant if you were somebody in Jimmy Patterson's position, isn't it?
To go to the funeral?
And to videotape the people coming and going from the funeral.
If they decided to do that, I'm sure it was discussed.
Okay. Have you seen Patterson today?
No, sir.
You don't know whether he's here in town or not?
Yes, sir. I do know he's here in town.
He's here in town, but you just haven't seen him today.
Yes, sir.
When did he get in? Do you know?
I believe they got in Monday night.
All right. You have, maybe I took it back from you. I showed you Defendant's Exhibit number 16. It contained a Xerox page from a whip-out book.
Yes, sir.
Is that the only note that you took while you were out there at the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's the only thing that you wrote down?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what that said?
Yes, sir. It said, white male, dark colored ball cap, black t-shirt.
Well, let me just give it to you so we don't have to. I don't want to split hairs with you, but exactly what you wrote down there.
Okay. W/M for white male, dark ball cap, blue jeans, and BLK shirt.
Would that be black shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether that was a t-shirt or just a black shirt or a long sleeve shirt or just a black shirt?
It was just a black shirt.
That's all you knew at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you had, and I think you testified yesterday that you had a conversation with Darlie. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that was not in the family room or in the kitchen or in the house, was it?
No, sir. Well, no, sir. It was on the front porch.
All right. It was on the front porch. And at that time, she was being attended to by the paramedics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were getting ready to transport her to a hospital, were they not?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. She had a severe gash to her neck, did she not?
She had a wound to her neck. Yes, sir.
And did you see any other wounds on her?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Anything to prevent you from seeing her arms?
No, sir.
Okay. But you're telling the jury that you saw no injury to either of her arms.
Well, I don't recall if there was. I know she received some other injuries, but I don't recall where they were.
Okay. But I think you said that she was extremely bloody.
Yes, sir, extremely.
And was she hysterical?
No, sir.
Was she upset?
Yes, sir.
Understandably so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your conversation, you were asked, Lieutenant, under oath, how long your conversation with her took. Do you remember that?
Remember what I asked?
Whereupon the following.
Oh, we're just going to skip that. I was just trying to look for, I guess it just goes into this. Let me again, I'll favor you with Defendant's Exhibit number 15. I don't want the advantage on you. And direct your attention to page 179.
Yes, sir.
Let me take this and get it out of your way. Do you have 179?
Yes, sir, I do.
180?
Yes, sir.
And 181?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see the bottom line of page 180? When you were under oath and you were asked approximately how long you talked with Miss Routier on that occasion. Line 24 on page 180.
Oh, page 180. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. No one suggested an answer to you, did they?
No, sir.
But you were asked how long on this occasion you talked to her. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was your response then? And what is your response now?
My actual conversation lasted less than 30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds? That's less than a half a minute.
Yes, sir.
Could have been 15 seconds, could have been 20 seconds.
It was less than 30 seconds. It was enough time to ask her as far as the description goes.
You had to get your whip out book and write it down, I assume?
Yeah, I had it. Yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked, Lieutenant, the substance of that conversation, were you not?
Well,
Line 10 on 180.
yes, sir.
You said you had a conversation with her. You said it lasted less than 30 seconds, and you were asked the substance of that conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your answer under oath at that time?
I had asked her for a description of the suspect.
Okay. Did she give you one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall what that was?
White male, possibly wearing dark colored ball cap, black shirt, and blue jeans.
Okay. And my watch is right. Our exchange there took a little over approximately 25 seconds. Was that about the length of your conversation with her?
No, sir. I also asked her what happened.
Uh-huh.
And
I understand that's what you said yesterday, but when you were asked, was there something you didn't understand about the question back in August? You were asked the substance of the conversation, were you not?
yes, sir, I was.
And that means, in plain old ordinary English words, that means, what did you talk about?
Yes, sir.
In this less than 30-second conversation, and you said, I asked her for a description. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say any of this other stuff back then, did you?
As far as asking her about what happened?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
You just forgot that back then?
Yes, sir.
That's when I was being asked. I thought I was being asked about. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's when I was being asked. I thought I was being asked about.
I'll accept forgot. I'm not here to.
I'm sorry. Please, again, I've got to ask. We end these sidebar comments by Mr. Mulder.
I was talking to the witness. Libra?
Can I have? It's a little bit of a delay. Sorry.
Oh.
Can I have a ruling, please?
Gentlemen, sustained, and I'm telling both attorneys, no more sidebar. We're not going to put up with that. Let me ask the questions, get the answer, and no comments. Your next question, please.
The only substance was the description, dark colored ball cap, black shirt, and blue jeans, and forgot other, right? Is that fair?
About when they asked me the last time?
Yeah, when you were asked in August under oath.
Yes, sir.
About this less than 30-second conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, sir, I didn't forget how the question was phrased. I didn't think that that's what, at the time when I was thinking, I didn't think that I was going to the rest of that.
Oh, when they asked you substance of the conversation, do you understand? You understood at that time that meant, what did you talk about, didn't you?
Well, I think I just misunderstood.
Oh, now your explanation is that you misunderstood?
Yes, sir.
Did you misunderstand when you wrote your report initially? Was there something you misunderstood?
No, sir. Did I misunderstand what?
Well, you initially made a report about this incident, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And in the report you initially made, you were there for some time, were you? Weren't you at that scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I mean, if I had you list what you did step by step, you probably did some 15 or 20 steps while you were there. Did you not? Different procedures and things?
I would say 70 to 200 different steps or more.
Okay. All right. So it'd be easy to confuse somebody, I guess, as to what was step number 79 and what was step number 92.
Yes, sir. I couldn't recall specifically the order that I did a lot of things in.
Okay. But I would think that everybody would remember the first thing they did when they got there, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't, did you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Didn't you tell the other folks out there that the first thing you did was go to the front door and get the information from Officer Waddell and then immediately exit and go back and check the backyard?
No, sir.
You didn't do that, did you?
No, sir.
And that you saw once you were in the backyard, that's when you saw that the screen to the window was cut.
No, sir.
Okay, let me hand you what's been marked for identification and record purposes as Defendant's Exhibit number 15.
Yes, sir.
What's the verdict?
Well, as far as...
Did you not? Why don't you go ahead and read the second? I marked it for you so you can find it a little easier.
Okay.
Lieutenant, isn't it a fact that your first story was that you went to the door and talked to Waddell?
No, sir.
Briefly.
No, sir.
Exited it immediately, went out and back, and it was from back here that you first noticed the garage.
Yes, sir. I left out a step of checking the garage in that initial report.
Left out the first step, didn't you?
Well, the first step was talking to Officer Waddell.
Okay, well, but instead of going back through the kitchen into the garage and noticing the cut mark, do you want to read your report again?
I'll keep it up here if you want me. If you're going to be referring to it.
Well, I don't need to refer to it.
Okay.
I mean, would you feel more comfortable if you had it up there with you?
Well, if you ask me questions that I'm going to have to quote from it, I don't have it memorized.
Well, the bottom line, the first story was that you came to the entry, once you found out what had happened, you made an immediate exit, went around to the backyard, and it was from this point that you noticed the window, wasn't it?
No, sir, that's not what it says.
It's not?
No, sir.
Okay.
It says, I went to the front door. And by that, I was referring to that's how I got in the house. Then it says, I went around and checked. After conferring with Waddell, I went around and checked the backyard. I did leave out the step of going through the checking the garage on that initial report. It was made around 11:30 a.m. that morning. And I had been up just about a little over 24 hours that day. So I forgot.
I forgot? All right.
I left that step out.
Yeah, you did. And in fact, your initial report, you don't say anything about going inside. You don't say anything about going back to the garage or anything here, do you?
No, sir, I don't think
Matter
there
of fact,
is.
oh, sorry. Matter of fact, in your initial report, you say that you noticed the cut screen from the backyard, don't you?
Well, I don't say I noticed it for the first time there.
Well, once inside the yard, I observed a window on the south side of the garage open, and the nylon screen had been cut open, and 2 large slashes.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're saying it here, are you not?
I'm saying that I observed it from the garage and went back around and located which window it was from the backyard.
Okay, I'm going to offer into evidence what has been marked and identified as Defendant's Exhibit number 14.
No objection.
Suffice it to say, Lieutenant, there was a lot going on in a hurry out there, wasn't there?
Yes, sir, there was.
And even a trained officer under fire can make some mistakes, can he?
Yes, sir.
And none of our memories are perfect, are they?
Mine's not.
Okay, I believe that's all I have.
Mr. Davis?
Lieutenant Walling, let me ask you. You had mentioned during your testimony that you were present during the testing of the security light of the backyard. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I believe you testified that your job that night was to determine how long that security light.
All right, gentlemen, no stage whispers, please.
Thank you. We'll continue. Let's calm the stage whispers down. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. It's all right.
Yes, sir. Now, did you, in fact, on the date that you were out there to the residence, determine how long the security light would remain on once it was activated?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the members of the jury how long that light will stay on once it's activated out there at 5801 Eagle Drive?
Approximately 18 minutes.
Okay, and it took you approximately how long from that time you got the call that evening to the time you entered the backyard? Was it less than 18 minutes?
Yes, sir, a great deal less.
Just a couple of questions about the interior of the house, the family room, where the children were initially, is that carpeted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the flooring in the kitchen and the utility room? Are they also carpeted, or do you have a different flooring?
No, sir. It was vinyl flooring.
Some sort of linoleum?
Yes, sir.
During that time that you were having this conversation with the defendant on the porch, did you have any difficulty understanding what she was trying to say to you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did it appear to you that she was having any problems understanding what information you wanted from her?
No, sir.
Was there any hesitation on her part in providing the information that you asked for out there on the porch?
Well, no, sir. Other than she was being seen by the paramedics and I was getting in when I could.
Okay. You asked a question and she gave you the information.
Yes, sir.
The den, the family room that you went into initially, Lieutenant Walling, when you went back, did you go back into the room sometime after 6 a.m. with the crime scene team?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Walling, let me use this pointer. Look at State's Exhibit number 11B. Do you recognize that to be a photograph of the family room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's an object up here toward the top of the photograph that appears to be sitting sort of between this sofa here and this big screen television. Do you see this, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
It's a large metal cat cage.
Okay. Now, when you went in there to do the walkthrough of that residence, was there anything? In that cage?
There was a large cat.
Did you have an opportunity that morning to go anywhere over there near that cat cage?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell the members of the jury what happened when you went over into that area of the room close to this cat cage.
When I got within 3 or 4 feet from the cage, the cat came to life and started bouncing off the walls, the sides of the cage. It scared me.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a cat in there at the time.
Okay. When it was bouncing, could you hear it?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness to Your Honor.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Oh, no. I read yours. Sorry. I just have one last thing. Is it your testimony today under oath that the only notes that you took out there that were in the whip out book page that I showed you is just a coincidence that those notes correspond with what you said under oath? The gist of your conversation was, or the substance of your conversation was in August? Is that just a coincidence?
No.
Do you want me to ask that again?
Ask that again, please.
Okay, you were asked the substance of your conversation, and you said, I asked for a description, and she told me dark color ball cap, black shirt, and blue jeans, and the conversation lasted less than 30 seconds. My question to you now, is it just a coincidence that that corresponds with the notes that you took in your whip out book? Is that just a coincidence?
Well,
I mean, that's your whip out book. You didn't say any more at that time when you were asked the substance of the conversation, and your whip out book doesn't show any more than that. Is that just a coincidence? If it is, I'll write it down. If it's not,
well, is it a coincidence that I'm not quite sure that I follow you? I mean, is it a coincidence that at the time that I didn't tell about my conversation with her, about asking her what happened?
yes. Is that just a coincidence?
No, I forgot that.
Okay. And you forgot to make any notes of that too, didn't you?
About what now?
That you asked her anything else. You didn't make any other notes about that in your whip out book.
No, those are the only notes I made. Yes, sir.
In your whip out book.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe that's all. Oh, go ahead. There we go. There we go.
Lieutenant Walling, just a couple of things. Do you recall Mr. Mulder asking you about whether in your initial report that you noted that you had gone through the house with Officer Waddell to check the garage before exiting to go around to the backyard?
Yes, sir, I do.
Sir, in this case, did you prepare a supplemental report?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that an unusual procedure?
No, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me show you one of the pages that was marked for identification purposes only as defendant's exhibit number 16, if you would. If you will, review the first paragraph of that supplemental report.
What number are we on?
1.
Okay.
First of all, when did you make this supplemental report? Do you recall?
Either a day or two later. The date will be on the second sheet.
Okay.
I believe it was 2 days later.
All right. And let me just ask you whether or not in this supplemental report that you prepared, let me just show you another. This is Investigator supplemental report that may refresh your memory as to the date that you prepared the supplement.
This is the first one.
All right. That's the first one.
Yes, sir.
All right. So sometime after June 6th, you prepared a supplemental report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury whether or not in your supplemental report, whether or not you noted that you and Officer Waddell checked the garage for the suspect.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And would you tell the members of the jury whether or not you noted in your supplemental report that you noticed a tear in the window screen as you were checking out the garage before going outside?
Yes, sir. That's what this supplemental report says.
Isn't that the purpose of the supplemental report?
Yes, sir. To correct anything that I might have forgot or got out of place.
Okay. No further questions.
I believe that's all we have to. Thank you.
You may step down. Your next witness.
Yes, sir. At this time, we'll call Sergeant Dean Poos. That's a heck of a name.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God. We have no objection to Lieutenant Walling.
Waddell, also, if you have a problem, we can get him back if you need him.
All right.
I agree that they may be excused if they need to be back.
Excused. Subject to recall. All right. Have a seat right there. Please, sir. All right, Mr. Davis.
Okay, so let's get to the next part. How's everybody doing?
Good, good.
You know what? For the next one, I'm going to put the ticker across the screen. I forgot to do that, and I heard it. I saw a couple people asking who we were doing. So yeah. So next, we're going to be Sergeant Dean Poos. Oh yeah, Poos.
Poor guy.
I know. All right. So let me just do a quick. That's funny. Well, I love, like, Mulder is just so obsessed with this whip out book and these notes, and he asks the same question over and over.
I don't know why, but in my mind, it reminded me of Blue's Clues when he's like, "You get your handy dandy notebook."
Oh God, I didn't even think
like
about
it just
that.
kept popping in my mind.
Oh my God, that's a good one. Testimony of Sergeant Dean Poos. Okay, let me write that. Oh, I have it in the wrong one. How's the chat doing? Everybody good? Sorry, so, like when I'm not reading, I can't be in chat. Even when I'm not reading, because I have to scroll down, so I have to kind of pay attention to be able to scroll down. So I try to read a little bit of chat as I'm scrolling, but hopefully everybody's in chat is doing okay. Okay, testimony of Sergeant. Wait, hold on. Dean Poos. Dean. Okay.
Should Dean Poos have an accent?
I don't know. Yeah.
No.
Probably.
He's bullied all of his life, and so he became a sergeant, maybe?
I'd do it. Why not?
Okay, I suck at accents. I'm a California girl. I no Southern in me whatsoever. So
I suck. That's why I couldn't do it, because I can only do certain words, and I just didn't know how to do all the words.
Right.
But yeah, whatever you want. I mean, it probably would be like more, to play a little bit different voice for each witness. I mean,
It seems a little bit more exciting.
yeah. All right.
Okay.
So. Go ahead.
Everyone can bag on me how like I'll go from Tennessee to maybe like, Georgia, and then all of a sudden I'll be in another country and maybe I'll hit China with my accent. It won't be on point.
Okay, well,
That works.
You'll be all right. Oh. Okay, so it looks like, let me share this. It'll be you and them to start it, so I'll be the court. All right, whenever you're ready.
All right. Sir, would you please tell the members of the jury your full name?
Sergeant Dean Poos.
How are you employed?
I'm the Communications and Records Supervisor, the Computer System Administrator, and Public Information Officer for the Rowlett Police Department.
Would you spell your last name?
P as in Paul, OOS as in Sam.
Okay, Sergeant Poos, how long have you been a member of the Rowlett Police Department?
Approximately 7 years, sir.
Directing your attention back to June the 6th of 1996, what were your duties at the time?
As stated, I was a Public Information Officer, Communications and Records Supervisor, and Computer System Administrator.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Janice Brooks Bloom?
Yes, sir, I am. She's a Communications Officer that works for me.
Okay, does she work as a dispatcher there?
Yes, sir. We call them communication officers.
All right. And in your capacity over the communications division, do you have care, custody, and control of certain tapes that are made by dispatchers there?
I do, sir.
If you could, just in general, if you could describe for the members of the jury how the communications records out there in Rowlett, let's say if I'm a dispatcher and need to call the fire department on an emergency, or if I need to talk to the police officers in the field, how would that be done in Rowlett, and how would you record these conversations?
At that time, we had what's called a 10-channel dictaphone playback unit. It's just a big tape recorder. In fact, that 10 channels that were recorded were all of 911 phones that came into the dispatch center. The business phones and the police and fire radio channels, those tapes were active and live, if you will, 24 hours a day. So any calls coming across any of those phone circuits or radio channels would have been recorded onto those tapes.
Are you familiar with the 911 call that was received by the Rowlett Police Department from Darlie Routier?
Yes, sir, I am.
And is it your understanding that Janice Brooks Bloom was a communications officer at that time?
That's correct, sir.
Was she working by herself or with someone else that morning?
She was the only communications officer on duty at that time. There was a jailer in the communications area that was trying to assist her as needed.
Do you remember what his name was?
Clint Prashlicka. And I can't spell that for you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right. Was a recording made of that 911 call, sir?
It was, sir.
And was that recording preserved by the Rowlett Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Have you had that recording in your possession since that date?
Yes, sir. I took custody of it and handled it as evidence.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Wait for it to scroll. Okay. Sergeant Poos, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18. Ask you whether or not you recognize this to be the original recording of the 911 tape that came to Rowlett from the defendant in this case, sir?
Yes, sir. It appears to be.
This is on I take it on some sort of reel-to-reel basis. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit number 18.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 18 is admitted.
Right. Okay. Just so I'm clear on that evening, were you on duty up there at the police station at 2:30 a.m.?
No, sir. I was at home. I was called by Communications Officer Brooks when the situation broke, and I came in shortly thereafter.
But as far as taking any part of the recordings that are on the tape 18 on the 911 call, you didn't actually personally take part in any of the recordings yourself, did you?
No, sir. The machine is automated. It was running. My voice may be on there as I got there shortly thereafter and began working on the telephones. So that was my involvement.
All right, no further questions.
Anything? Oh, that's me. Okay. Mr. Poos, you say that you have a 10-channel communication systems. What does that tell me?
At the time that this happened, we had a 10-channel dictaphone tape logger unit. That would be, I guess, the technical term model number. That means we had 10 available channels for recording. Some of those channels were telephone lines. Some of them were 911 phone lines, which are separate and distinct from the business lines in our building. And then some of them were radio channels for our police and fire units.
Okay. So for instance, if you had 2 or 3 911 calls come in at once, you had the capacity to take all of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it sounds like a fairly sophisticated system?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, that particular unit was over 10 years old, and we had problems with it at some point, and it's been replaced.
But it is able to pick up the communications from the other end, from the caller.
Yes, sir.
And as a matter of fact, it was sensitive enough to pick up communications of a person other than the person on the phone. If there are other people in the background, it picks up those as well, doesn't it?
You can telephone off hook. Whatever the microphone there would pick up could get the tape if it was loud enough.
Okay, so anybody who's standing around talking while the person is on the phone could also be picked up.
Correct, sir.
And in fact, in this case, they were, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
So all the communications of the person that's actually on the phone are on the tape, correct?
Yes, sir. Whatever would get to the microphone that was sensitive enough to strong enough to get on that tape would have made it across that open line.
In fact, on this tape, you have had it enhanced, haven't you?
I haven't done anything to it, sir. I don't know.
You don't know what's happened to it?
It's been turned into evidence. How it was processed prior to this trial, I'm not really aware of.
Well, have you reviewed the transcript of it?
I made a transcript myself of it, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed the latest enhanced transcript of it?
I have seen it, the transcript.
Then you know that there are other people on that tape, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you know, for instance, the officers are on that tape.
Yes, sir.
And the instructions that they're given to Darlie are on that tape.
Yes, sir.
And a matter of fact, the tape has Darlie Routier having conversations with her husband and having conversations with the officer, talking to her children and talking to the communications officer. She's talking to all 4 of those people at the same time, isn't she?
I don't recall her talking to the children. Again, I don't recall is my statement to that, but that may be correct. She's talking to several people at the same time. Yes, sir.
Well, for instance, did she say, Devin, no, oh my God. Do you remember her saying things like that?
There was a whole lot of that going on, sir. I can't remember that specific comment.
She was talking about, hold on, baby. Baby, hold on.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to object to that being read. It's not in evidence.
Sustained.
Well, I'm asking him if he remembers that on tape. You remember that on tape, don't you?
I remember comments to that effect. Yes, sir.
Her saying, "Oh my God, my children are dying."
Correct.
Hang on, baby.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hold on, baby.
I'm sorry. I've got to object again. He's clearly reading the document.
Sustained. Let's.
Well, I'm asking, do you remember that? Do you remember, hold on, baby? Her saying, hold on, baby.
Well, there was a lot of stuff on that tape, sir, as you're well aware of. And without the transcript in front of me that I made, there were comments similar that made, sir. Yes.
And do you remember comments like, my God, when's the ambulance going to get here?
Again, specifically, I'm not going to be able to answer that. Comments similar to that were made. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just asking you similar. What? I'm just asking you similar. Is that what that says? Okay.
Yes.
There's questions of talking about my baby, and there's screaming, and there's when is the ambulance going to get here? All of those things are on that tape that Miss Routier is doing, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say she was talking to her children, wasn't she?
I don't know who she's talking to, sir, but there's a lot of conversation going on.
And a matter of fact, the dispatch officer during this same time, she's having several conversations with not only Mrs. Routier, but various either paramedics or police officers who are en route to the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Your next witness.
Okay. Wow, that was kind of a short one. Some of them are like really long, and then some are short, huh?
He was probably useless.
Yeah. Okay, let's see who's next.
Dickie. I think I need coffee.
Okay. Yes. Very okay. Let me put that up. So who is this guy? Do you know offhand, like, who is this Barry Dickey?
I don't. Does anyone else? Libra?
No, not aware.
Guess we will find out. Oh, wait, I forgot you could do it this way. Okay, so testimony of Barry Dickey. Let me change the thing real quick. All right. How's chat doing? Everybody's doing good. Feel bad that I'm not able to.
K-Hole said something really funny. She said, Dickie and Poos. Oh, that wouldn't go well in New Jersey.
Oh, man.
All right. Is everything going okay? I'm gonna reach out for a minute because I think there's something going on, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think you should.
All right, hold on, guys. Let's see what we got. Gilly, we couldn't say for sure. Hey, Leah, thanks for coming. Look, Karen. Okay, let's see. Where we got? I look concerned. I do. Penny Skaggs. Oh, wait. Have you requested that before? I feel like somebody did, and I looked into that. I'll have to look into that. I was actually trying to look into some new ones today. Okay. Yeah. Ward off Sparks. Here's a gag. Opinion was a factor on it because not being there. Okay. So where's the issue? I thought. Wait. So what? Who's arguing, guys? What is going on? They said, wow, said people are leaving chat with all the back and forth arguing. And you know what? Somebody did say on my chat. It was either email or a chat. They said that this case is bringing a lot of stuff in the chat. That's why I'm checking with you guys, because somebody said there's been a lot of negativity. So that's why I want to make sure. Let's see. Her videos really help me catch up on the lots. Oh, thanks, Leah. I'm trying to see where this started. Hold on. Make sure. Kids. I don't see anything yet. Point they want to delete, which is blatant lie. Oh, OJ. We should even cover that sometime. That's definitely a pretty crazy trial. Wait, Heather is the only a matter of time. I'm glad to see you. I loved you in the other channel, but I left. Hey, Lou, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to see what happened. I don't. Maybe can one of the mods maybe text me or something? I feel attacked. That's my accent, Kentucky gal here. Oh, you're just joking, right?
I'm sorry. I hope I'm doing it. Look, I'm, like I said, a California girl. Hopefully I'm not bringing anyone to shame.
Yeah, because I know, like, I mean, you're trying to be more realistic because you're trying to do the accent. I just can't do it, or I would try, you know. I think you guys both do pretty good.
Okay, I don't know. I have to ask Libra. Libra, how does my Southern accent sound? Am I offending people?
It sounds okay to me. I mean,
well, I don't know, guys. I'm not seeing too much. Like, I'm seeing that there's an issue, but I can't find what it is. So I hope everybody. I'm trying to go up, but I don't know how far up I should go. Is everybody all right? Just try to be respectful, guys. Everybody's opinions. I hope I'm not losing people because of bad chat. I would hate to see that. You know? Let's see. Okay, I got a text. Yeah, everybody just, I don't know. What mods are in here? Mods, are you maybe just try to help people if they're feeling attacked? I don't know. I'm not going to be able to do much because I'm going to be reading. I don't really know what to do. Just please, everybody, be respectful. I know we have very strong opinions on both sides. I mean, this case is one of those that brings it out, you know, like now the Watts, we used to all kind of all be on the same side, but now with all this crazy stuff going on, now we have a lot of opposing sides. So we're going to have very strong, passionate people that think she's guilty, and then strong, passionate people think she's innocent. So please just be respectful and don't use words like, I'm hearing an echo, guys. I mean, I guess you could use whatever you want, but I mean, just try to be respectful, and nobody's really wrong as far as if they have an opinion about some of this stuff. I mean, I feel like I don't know, just be respectful. Just please. Can you guys help? What
Yeah, you guys, like, it's just everyone has strong opinions. Let's just not turn it into like what our identities are, you know, like just state your opinion and just put it as, even if it's you think it's a fact or you know it's a fact, just be respectful of other people who aren't sharing your opinions yet. And we'll all just, you know, it's fine. We all have opinions. So good.
Is there really, so mods, is there really people saying they're leaving because of because they fear attack though? Is that true? Because I don't want to see that. That's not, gosh, when people were saying that when like about a month ago when we were covering the Watts, I was just so upset. And then now I think it's better with that case as far as people in chat. So I plan on finishing these transcripts. So I mean, we might be covering this for another week or two. So I just hope that everybody could be decent because
yeah, you guys, like if you have like differences, just put them aside. We're here for a good time. It's not going to be stressful. You know, she's already sitting in prison. Like it really, it doesn't affect us one way or another. We're just here to discuss it, and let's just have open minds about it, you know?
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, hopefully the mods could handle if
Poor mod.
something else comes up. I know. I'm gonna try to keep checking in, but when Mulder is up, that I could definitely not see. But then when the prosecution is up, I could kind of check back here and there, but I'm still having to scroll through, so I still have to scroll as they're reading. So I'll try, but let's just continue, I guess. Hopefully everybody will be okay. I know. Yeah. And you have to remember, good point, Raquel. You have to remember that sometimes I've done it so many times. I still do it where you'll take comments the wrong way and you might like read it and you might think, oh my God, they're being mean. But in reality, they might not be. And that's why I always put it up. Like if I'm not sure, I'll put it up on the screen and kind of ask, like, what do you mean about that? Because, you know, I'll be offended, but then I'll try to ask. And a lot of times they'll explain it and be like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I'm like, oh, okay. Cause you know, you take it the wrong way and you could take it negative and it might not be negative. So remember that too. So if you're doubting it, just ask them, be like, do you mean this? Or I don't know, just kind of ask what they mean by it. And if then they're still a jerk, then maybe there's an issue. Okay, so, thanks, Louise. Enjoying the discussion. Okay, Matt, good. Well, hopefully everybody's all right. People don't need to be calling people. Wait, who's calling people stupid idiots? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No matter if you disagree with it, please don't be calling them stupid idiots and stuff like that. Just be like, I disagree. Sorry, I disagree. I think, I see it this way or whatever. That's all. Because I mean, I could see both sides. I could see why people think she's guilty, and I could see why people think she's innocent. Like, I really can on this. Like, I see the weird things on both sides. I really do. So, and even if you don't see it, just respect people's opinions. Okay. Let's continue.
Well
guys.
said.
Oh, hi, Linda. And thanks, Heather, for joining. I'm doing a giveaway. I have these hoodies. I got the pictures and then the forms ready. I'll do it after the live. I was going to show you these too. I'll show you these in a minute or at the end. Okay. So, let's do this. We are at Barry Dickey.
Okay. And I looked up Barry Dickey and I don't know if this is right or not, but he's the owner of, and dude, this could be so wrong, but it says under darliefacts.com that he's the owner of Graffiti Products in Dallas who analyzed and processed the recording of the 911 call made by Darlie. So this is who this dude is.
Oh, I think I seen him on a documentary. If it's the same guy. Okay.
Is that the guy that they said analyzed, like where he could tell she was moving through different rooms and all that stuff?
I think that's who I'm thinking of, but maybe we'll see. I saw that guy in the documentary that he analyzed and he said he could tell though, which I think could go along with her going to get the towels too, wet and helping rather than he was using it as they were, she was staging the scene. But I think it could be used the other way too. It could use both ways that she was helping and running back and forth, getting towels and helping him. So you can look at it either way, but I'm not sure if it was that guy. That's who I'm assuming. I guess we'll see. All right, so yeah, let's do it. Is Libra here? Isn't she Libra? I think you're up.
Yes, I'm here, but I don't have anything on the screen yet.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. It's on my screen and it's not.
It's okay. I'm just a way of patient.
You guys are probably like, "What is she doing?" Okay.
All right. State your name.
My name is Barry Jean Dickey, Dickey.
Okay, sir. How old a man are you?
32 years old.
Married?
Yes, I am.
Children?
Yes, I have.
How many children?
1,
Okay, what's the child's age?
5 years old,
Boy or girl?
boy.
All right, let me ask you, how are you employed at this time?
I'm president of Graffiti Productions Incorporated.
All right, can you tell us what does Graffiti Productions do?
Well, we specialize in the production, engineering, composition of music and audio recordings.
Okay, if I'm a musical artist, then I come into your studio and do you do the recording for me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there other things that you do there besides just record music?
Yes, we produce jingles for music, like you would see Burger King's jingles, industrial spots, short film clips like you would see on the Discovery Channel, and so forth like that.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your educational and your professional background before you started up Graffiti Productions?
Yes. Basically graduated from high school, received the physics award, attended University of Texas at Arlington for 2 years under electrical engineering degree, and basically after that worked under a company called Sound Concepts, in which I produced, arranged, composed, processed, and I think at that time I was responsible for business activities. After that, I was with True Colors Recording Studios. This was I was with Sound Concepts from 84 to 86. From the years 86 until 89, I was with True Colors Recording Studios, basically doing the same thing.
Okay. Then have you been in the recording business then around 12 years?
Yes, I have.
Now at Graffiti Productions, would it be fair to say that you have a lot of equipment out there, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a soundboard where you control the sound for the recording?
Yes. We have a variety of gear for not only processing, but for maintaining a clear and consistent signal that doesn't degrade any of the original recordings in any way.
Okay. Do you have a computer system out there also?
Yes, we have several different digital audio workstations. They're used for a variety of purposes, but basically what it is, they maintain audio in its purest form so that there's no degradation. No matter how many times you listen to something, it does not wear down. Whereas with analog tape, anytime that you listen to it, as the heads contact the tape, they wear off part of the surface of the tape, and it will degrade the recording after listening to it for a certain amount of time. Whereas with digital workstations, there's none of this.
All right. Let me approach, if I may, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Dickey, let me show you what has been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did I ask you to make a copy of State's Exhibit 18 at some point?
Yes, you did.
Now, State's Exhibit 18, does that use certain equipment that's produced by dictaphone?
Yes, it is.
All right. When you made your copy, did you use dictaphone equipment or did you make a copy that could be listened to or analyzed on a different equipment?
I used dictaphone's equipment to actually play back the tape, and it was actually transferred to a DAT tape, which is a digital audio tape. It's newer technology.
Okay, so I mean, I take it there's kind of two worlds. You've got this along world, or this analog world, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is kind of the old world.
Yes.
But State's Exhibit 18, is that analog?
Yes, it is.
All right, and you've got this newer world, which is digital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And digital, you can play it play it a million times, and the millionth time it sounds just as good as the first time, right?
Yes, sir.
Analog, if you play it over and over, I guess it deteriorates with use, right?
Yes. Each time that you run the tape past the head, you have some degradation of the tape.
Okay, now at the time that I first contacted you in the case, had you and I ever spoken with each other before?
No, we had.
Have you ever done any work for the Dallas County District Attorney's Office before?
No, I have not.
All right.
nor has my company.
All right. Do you have experience in making DAT copies of elapsed or of audio tapes?
Yes, we have transferred and saved libraries, digital libraries that we have made for other companies since the year 89 to 1990. We have preferred this format.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Dickey, let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18B. If you would, take a look and tell us whether or not you recognize that, sir.
Yes, this is a tape that I made from the Rolette Police Department, which I transferred it from the analog deck into a Sony deck that we use. And it has my handwriting, signifying that it is a 911 call from the Rolette Police Department.
All right, let me just ask you concerning State's Exhibit 18B, sir. When you took State's Exhibit 18 and you made a copy of 18B, did you alter the contents of this tape 18 in any fashion while making State's Exhibit 18B?
No, I did not in any fashion whatsoever.
Okay, is State's Exhibit 18B a true and exact digital copy of State's Exhibit 18?
Yes, it is.
All right. The only difference being that this is in digital form, State's Exhibit 18B, and 18 is in analog form. Is that right?
Yes, but there's no difference in the information contained in each of the recordings. It's strictly just on a different format.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit 18B.
No objection. State's Exhibit 18B is admitted.
All right. Now, Mr. Dickey, in order to play State's Exhibit 18B, would you have to have what you call a DAT player?
Yes, you would.
So this isn't something we just put into a cassette player like we might have. You have to have a special machine for that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did I ask you after you had made your DAT copy, State's Exhibit 18B, did I ask you to analyze the content of that conversation of the 911 call that is contained on State's Exhibit 18B?
Yes, you did.
All right. And did I ask you to attempt to pull up any and all conversations that may be contained on 18B?
Yes, you did.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Now, if you could briefly describe for the members of the jury how you went about analyzing State's Exhibit 18B. What equipment did you use to process, just as briefly as you can, how you went about that analysis, sir?
Okay. Basically, there are several different software programs, software combined with hardware that conform to a variety of computers out there. Now, what we use is called the Sonic Solution System. It is a very high quality end system. Let me put it this way. It measures the noise. One of the things I did was you can measure the noise. If you've ever recorded like on just a handheld recorder or something, and you played it back, you're familiar with the hiss that comes off the tape. What our software does, it analyzes this hiss, this exterior noise that is just part of the recording. And it will actually remove that without changing any of the material, the information that is contained on that tape. Therefore, lowering the noise floor makes sounds that were covered up in the noise floor all of a sudden hearable, so that they're audible to you. And when you play it back, you can hear things that normally you would not hear on analog recording.
Okay, so do I understand you to say basically you're trying to eliminate the background noise to get down to the conversations? Is that right?
Yes, sir. And
okay.
And on top of that, there are several other applications that we do. There's an application called Band Stop Filters. in which we eliminate a whole spectrum of frequencies in order to isolate where the voice is focused at. In other words, most of the telephone lines focus the voice at about 1 kilohertz, 1K. And that's what the phone system actually operates at. As far as the human voice, that's what gets transferred the most of. So the more that you have compared to the other frequencies, the less background noise you pick up.
Okay, and let me just ask you a couple of questions here. You, in fact, did that, and did you, after you had run this DAT tape through the computer and the software programs that you had, did you then transfer that to another medium?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, transfer what you had been able to filter through to a laser disc?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. And let me just show you then states Exhibit 18C and ask you whether or not States Exhibit 18C is in fact the laserdisc that you produced after running the tape through your computer using your software.
Yes, it is.
And let me just make sure it's 18C. Did it alter any of the contents of that DAT tape?
No, it did not. There's the original recording on there, and there's also very, very slightly processed recording. But in both cases, we checked for what would be referred to as artifacts, which artifacts are something that if we use too much processing, it might generate some audible or unheard noise that wasn't generally there. And we have to reference that against the original recordings.
Okay, so you didn't change the conversations. You didn't add to the conversations. Is that correct?
No, not in any form or any way.
Even in the process portion, is that right?
Yes, sir, that is right.
Okay, so this, just to make it clear, we have a purely audio version of that 911 tape on this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then we have a processed audio version. That also has a video transcript of a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
And they're both true and correct copies of the DAT tape. Is that also correct, sir?
Yes, sir, they are.
Your Honor, at this time we'll offer State's Exhibit 18C.
No objection. State Exhibit 18C is admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, by agreement, we're going to begin by breaking about this time for lunch for reasons already explained to the jury. If you'll be back at 10 minutes after 1, please. Let's see. Okay, so that's when they come back. Oh, yeah, I guess we do it. All right, let the record reflect that these proceedings are being held outside the presence of the jury, and all parties in the trial are present. The video portion of this does not have a complete statement of everyone who's talking. For instance, it does not have the operator on it, who is the communications officer, who says, for instance, don't touch anything. She said, I touched a knife, and we don't think that that's fair. That's a fair portrayal when they've only taken half the conversation or the responses that are coming from the other end without having all the transcript. In the transcript we have, which the state provided, it appears to follow this. Has everything in it and not just Mrs. Routier.
All right, so you're objecting to this being shown to the jury?
I'm objecting to the video transcript being shown to the jury. The state has a written transcript, which I presume that they will also offer. And we could have the jury, if the question is to make sure that the jury does, the jury can follow along with the written transcript, which has everything on it and is a complete rendition.
All right, overruled. Be seated, please.
Mr. Hagler might want to add something?
Oh, by all means.
Who's Mr. Hagler, by the way? I don't know.
Oh,
Not
Hadley's
me.
the one we didn't put on in the first day, and I think he's part of your team, Tiff.
Mine? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Judge. I have one thing to add. The transcript, which is a complete transcription of the tape, as opposed to the video, which takes out portions of it, which places undue emphasis on certain portions of the statement made during the tape, is misleading and potentially confusing to the jurors as the true nature of the 911 conversation. For that reason, we would ask that the testimony be limited to the transcript itself as opposed to confusing and unduly prejudicial video.
All right. Overruled. We will show the video to the jury. Is the jury ready to come in, bailiff? Yes. All right. Let's bring the jury in, please. All right. Let the record reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated. All right. Mr. Davis, you may continue.
Thank you. Sir, again, your name is Barry Dickey, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you were testifying before lunch, before we took the break. Is that right?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Dickey, let me talk to you again about the laser disc just for a moment. Some of the things we're going to see on that laser disc. Now, there's a portion of that disc which contains a video transcript of the 911 call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, on that, do we identify who is speaking by certain abbreviations?
Yes, there are.
All right, for instance, do we have the female caller identified as FC?
Yes, it is.
And do we have a male caller identified as MC?
Yes, he is.
Do we have a background voice identified by BV?
Yes, it is.
And do we have police officer at the scene identified by PO?
Yes, he is.
And lastly, do we have sounds individually defined shown by their abbreviations SND?
Yes, it is.
And as we watch this videotape, these voices, and let me just ask you, are they color-coded also?
Yes, they are.
For instance, as a female caller is speaking, will we see her dialogue highlighted in green?
Yes, it is.
All right, so female caller will be green.
Green.
The male officer, will his dialogue be highlighted by the color orange?
Yes, it is.
The background voice, will that be shown as red?
Yes, it is.
The police officers, will that be shown in blue?
Yes, it is.
And finally, will the sounds individually defined be shown in the color purple?
Yes, they are.
Now, there are other voices that you'll hear on this video transcript in addition, is that right?
Yes, you will.
Will that be the communications officer 1 and communications officer 2 and the police fire radio channels?
Yes.
Will their dialogue actually be shown on the video transcript?
No, the dialogue does not appear.
All right. The dialogue that we will actually see on the screen, will that be then the sounds of the voices coming from 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes, they are.
Although we'll still be able to hear the dispatcher, radio traffic, etc. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this. On this laser disc, in order to access this information, have we prepared some barcodes like you might see at the Albertsons or Hebs?
Yes, they are.
Same kind of thing found on a can of tomatoes, and you scan over that and it reads, right?
Yes. You can scan it. It scans the beginning of each barcode section, and that has been marked.
Okay. And we've got barcodes, do we not? For the portion of this laser that just simply has sound, correct?
Yes.
So if anyone wanted to play just the portion that has the sound without the video transcript, they could just simply read off of that barcode, right?
Yes, they could.
Then do we not have another barcode where if somebody wanted to see the entire video transcript with the sound, they simply just read that barcode, right?
Yes, they would. They are marked on the barcodes.
Right. Then do we
not have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other barcodes that go to certain portions of the video transcript that have the dialogue on the screen?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and these are necessary in order to play this thing, right?
Yes, they are.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm waiting. Okay, let me show you Mr. Dickey State's Exhibit 18D and ask you whether or not those are, in fact, the barcodes that allow us to read the Laserdisc.
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit 18D.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 18D is admitted.
Okay. Very briefly, can you explain why we've limited the video dialogue on the screen to persons in 5801 Eagle Drive?
Well, there were a couple of reasons. The times were allotted because of the fact that it's very hard to keep up with. There are certain sounds and so forth that happen within 1 second of each other. And so it's very confusing. The other thing is, it was my charge to isolate what was coming from inside the house, not necessarily in background traffic and so forth in those manners, or from fire or police radios. I merely isolated what was coming from the house so that the actions that took place in the house could therefore be deciphered.
Okay.
Your Honor, prior to the state playing this, may I take the witness on Void Dyer?
You may indeed.
Oh, okay. Does anybody know what that means? Void, isn't it void doyer? I can't say that right. I'm just gonna say void dyer. What does that mean? I remember looking that up for a case before. I forget what that is. The void. Let me see. Because what voyeur deer examination. Does anybody know offhand? Hold on a
It
second.
says a preliminary examination of a witness or juror by a judge or counsel.
Okay. Okay.
Doesn't really tell us much right there. It says a legal phrase for a variety of procedures connected with jury trials. If someone's a lawyer in chat, maybe they can tell us or something. Like
because I know
explain it.
it looks like it says void dyer, but I remember hearing it in like courts because when I looked it up, they pronounce it different than that. But so if anybody,
It says it opens up with a short statement about the case.
okay.
And it's an examination conducted by judge or lawyers.
Oh, okay. So how is that different than anything else we've been doing? You know?
Right?
Well, I want to see something. Voir dire. Oh, I guess it is voir dire. I looked up how to pronounce it. Voir dire. Okay, so let me read this here. Mr. Dickey, if I understand what you're proposing to show the jury is not a complete transcript of what happened on this tape.
It is. The sound is a complete transcript of the tape.
Well, the sounds, but the video, the wording that is on the screen, that would appear on the screen is not a complete transcript.
That is correct.
And it doesn't have the officer, for instance, talking to Darlie Routier.
No, it does not have the officer's written response, but you can hear the audible.
Well, I understand that, but what the jury is going to be able to see does not have Darlie Routier on it, does it? Does not have the officer on it, does it?
Yes, it does contain a police officer.
It has that written on the screen?
It has PO, which is the abbreviation in the transcript.
Okay. And what about communications officer? Is that on there?
No, CO1 or CO2 does not appear on there.
But you could do that, couldn't you? Oh, you could have done that.
Well, it would have scaled past at such a rate that it would not have been able to be followed.
Mr. Dickey, that's not my question. You could have done it, couldn't you? You could have brought the jury a complete transcript of everything on that screen.
Excuse me. Wait a minute. Okay. I'm sorry. Could I ask, what's the purpose of voir dire? This sounds like cross. What is? Oh, okay. My bad.
No, you're right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What
She's-
is the purpose of voir dire?
Well, what is it?
Over the admissibility of the document.
Okay,
Oh.
well, answer the question if you know it. Could you repeat it, please?
Excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, this exhibit was admitted into evidence prior to us going to lunch.
It is.
Okay.
And I'll ask you this one question and then we can get on with it, please. Could you repeat it, please?
You could have put every person on there on the written word, couldn't you?
That was not my charge.
Could you have done it?
That was not my charge.
Do you understand the?
This is more a nature of cross-examination. Let's get on with it. You can cover that in cross.
Well, whose suggestion was it? Whose suggestion was it that you only put Mrs. Routier on what was happening at that house? Was that your idea? Oh, shoot.
Should I do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We have gone through this. This is not voir dire. This is cross-examination. We will go on with the tape.
Well, we would renew our objections that we previously made and would like to go on with our voir dire to develop those objections.
Thank you. Overruled. Let's go ahead. Someone has got to start.
Mr. Dickey, if I may approach, Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
briefly.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dickey, did you produce a written transcript of what's contained on State's Exhibit 18C? Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
So if anybody wanted to read or wanted to follow along as they go along with this and actually see what is being said by CO1 or CO2 or the radio, they could do that, right?
Yes, they could. Well as the exact times they happened from the beginning of the phone call.
And if you'll just look at State's Exhibit 18E, please, and tell me whether or not this is a written transcript that you yourself produced in this case.
I just want to make sure all the pages are here.
Okay?
Yes, it is. Incomplete.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you say incomplete?
No, it is in. It is complete.
Your Honor, we would like for the jury to go ahead, have that during this transcription.
Well, have one copy. I don't know how 12 people would read it. We have one copy. I don't know how 12 people will read it.
I think it's...
Let me ask you, Mr. Dickey. I'm waiting for it to scroll down. Okay. Well, first of all, is it admitted? I'll offer it at this time as State's Exhibit 18E.
Where are we? Is it me?
22.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that the same one you've given us previously?
Yes, it has barcodes on there also that they can play with both portions there with the video.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor. We would like to go ahead and make 16 copies of that so the jury can follow along with that.
That's fine. I'll do that. All right. Let's go in order. You have no objection to 18E?
No, Your Honor.
18E is admitted.
Mr. Dickey, again, if the jury wants to look at this in the jury room, for instance, how long will it take to get copies of this made? Do you have what? Why don't you have Mrs. Henderson come in?
Wait, where?
We went to 3.
2, 3, yeah.
Did you
Richard.
skip one? Oh, the court never did it though, I thought. Oh, you skipped the court. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I got confused. It's okay.
Sorry.
It will just take a couple of minutes to make copies of this.
Just a minute. I think we can have Miss Henderson come in. Just a minute. How long would it take to get 16 copies of this made?
Who's Miss
About
Henderson?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Let me see
All
here.
right.
Okay, Mr. Dickey. All right, if we can, by agreement, ask some questions not germane to this, can we go ahead with this witness? Yes, sir. What I thought I would do is I could go ahead. We can show this once, and then we can show it a second time when they have the transcript.
Does that meet with both sides' agreement?
Why don't we just do it one time when they have got the transcripts? There's no sense in redoing it.
Well, we're gonna have it in 5 minutes. Mr. Davis will show it once now, and we'll re-show it with the transcript. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead with it now, and when the copies get in, the jury will have them, and we'll show it over again.
All right. Yes, sir.
That's you.
Mr. Dickey, if you don't mind, if you can step down here and just make sure everything is running properly.
All right.
So tape. Oh, they
played the tape.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. So what are we going to play the tape, or we don't have it?
What tape? Isn't it the 911 tape?
The 911 call.
Because we just played it at the beginning.
Isn't it like some weird videotape? Because they keep talking about a video with like overlays. But maybe
I thought it was the 911 they were talking about, but I don't know. I was kind of chatting when it started.
I think it might be the 911, but they keep saying that it's on like a laser disc. And remember laser discs, the big fail of life? They're like the huge 12-inch compact disc, but they're like 12 inches, and they have like movies on them. Yeah, they completely failed. They were. Everyone thought it was like the wave of the future. And then, but yeah, so I guess that it's basically the 911 call then.
Yeah.
But on video I don't know what they did.
Okay. Mr. Dickey, let me ask you, while we're waiting for the copies of the transcript, let me just ask you a couple questions. Prior to the jury coming back into the courtroom this afternoon, did we witness this video transcript here in this courtroom?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was the defendant present in the courtroom during the time that you showed that video transcript?
Excuse me, Your Honor. We're going to object to what was done outside the presence of the jury. That's why it was done outside the presence of the jury.
Overruled. Go ahead.
May we approach the bench on this, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, I understand our objection is sustained.
It is sustained.
Mr. Dickey, let me ask you again before we view some individual portions of that video transcript again. Let me ask you about a couple of terms that we may be using. The first is going to be the term ambiance or ambience. What?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just explain to us what is ambiance?
Well, in general terms, ambiance would be the difference between if you were talking in, say, the living room that is carpeted, or you walk into your bathroom and you hear multiple reflections, almost as if you're singing in what would be referred to as reverb. That would be two different examples of ambiance.
Okay. When you talk about a room, let's say a family room is carpeted, is that what kind of ambiance is that kind of room going to have? What would you call that?
It is going to have more of a dampened ambiance. It would have less reflections.
Noise is not going to bounce around as much.
Yes, sir.
What about if we take a kitchen, for instance, that's got a linoleum floor instead of carpet? Is that going to be dampened, or is that going to have more of the noise bouncing around the room?
You're going to have more reflections in the harder surfaces.
And as you were listening to this tape of this 911 call, is that something that you can look for or listen for on this tape?
Yes, it is. We have the ability to do that.
Okay, and is that something you actually did with certain portions of this tape?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now, well, we hope this works, but I want to go to a portion of the video script here, Mr. Dickey, that begins at 43 seconds and 15. And as we time it, what is it, 43, and then you've got a dot 15. How do you break down time on this tape?
On the transcript, it will be written. You will have the first 2 digits will designate minutes, the second 2 digits will designate seconds, and the 5th and 6th digits will be what is referred to as subframes. It is
Okay.
parcels of a second.
Okay, so
I have these transcripts back now. I believe that they are to be given to the jury. Here they are. Will you pass those out, please, Miss Biggerstaff? There should be 16. Just take one and pass it on. All right. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury now have a copy of State's Exhibit 18E, the transcript of the 911 call at 5801 Eagle Drive on June the 6th, 1996. And that's probably the transcript I had up when we were listening to the 911 call, actually, I'm sure. Okay.
Oh, sorry. As soon as it comes up to speed, you should be able to scan and it should go right back to it.
okay, again, if the jurors will look now to the portion of the transcript that begins at 43.15 with the female caller, would that be the first individual clip that we're looking at here?
Is there any way I could have a copy of that?
Here, I have given him court's copy right here.
At 43.15.
Oh, wait, where? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it would be.
All right, okay. Again, if you would step down here one more time. Step down from the witness stand and approach the jury railing. The proceedings were resumed. Oh, my bad. Okay, again, if you will look at 43.15.
Okay.
Okay, so as we see on the first clip, then we started with the female caller's first line at 49 seconds. Who was breathing? And then there's a male caller, unintelligible. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the female caller's next response is unintelligible. Are they still laying there unintelligible, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, as you look at this sequence here, when the female caller was making this statement, who was breathing? Did you try to make a determination of whether that person was in the dampened room or in a room that has more bounce to it?
Yes, I did. And let me explain a little bit about that.
Sorry, I was trying to. Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm going to object to that. The question was, did he make a determination? The answer was yes. That's it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
That means you can answer.
Yes. The explanation in addition to that would be you have to compare the ambiance to another, one ambiance to another. It wouldn't be appropriate to just take an ambiance from any situation and designate it to a certain area. So you have to take certain reflective surfaces and relate them to a certain area. And then you can make a judgment from that point, okay? In other words, you have to designate what could be referred to as a dampened area before you can make a determination of a more reflective area.
All right. And when it comes to this 24 line, who was breathing? What was your opinion? Was this statement being made in a dampened room or in a more reflective room?
Hold on one second. I'm just finishing this text. Hold on. Sorry, I was in the middle of just talking to something on.
Okay.
Gotta interact with chat a little bit. Okay. Excuse me, Your Honor, we'd object to this line of testimony to this particular question. The fact that it hasn't been established that he either has the factual basis to make such an opinion or that this is so-called expert opinion is based on any type of accepted scientific theory under the Rule 702.
Overruled. Answer the question.
Yes, my determination was it was in a slightly damp area.
All right. And the type of room that would be dampened, would that be with carpeting?
It would be consistent with a room of carpeting.
Could we have a running objection to this line of testimony?
You may have a running objection. Thank you.
Okay. Now, this first segment then ends with the line, are they still laying here unintelligible? And again, that's on page 2 at 51 seconds and 15. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now for the jury's benefit, the second series that we're going to look at will begin at the same 51.15 on page 2, and it will run through 1 minute and 2 seconds and 13. So essentially, Mr. Dickey, what we're going to do is we're going to pick up from this and we're going to go right on through. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tape played for the jury. Okay, now again, looking at the sequence, we actually begin with 55 seconds and 6 with the statement, oh my God, what do we do? Is that correct?
I think it actually it starts at 51.15 again and picks up.
The first line now shown on the screen is, oh my, what do we do? Oh,
Yes.
Wait a minute. Okay. And that is at 55 seconds and 6, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking approximately 4 seconds after the statement. Are they still laying there, correct?
That's correct.
And the person talking is the female caller. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. We'll pull it up here on the screen, and I would like to ask you a question. Mr. Dickey, on this screen, we now see the statement, oh my God, what do we do? Now, did you try to make a determination, sir, of whether this statement, oh my God, what do we do, whether that statement was made in a dampened or more reflective room?
This statement that begins, are they still laying there? As the progression of the conversation moves from 51 to 55, the female caller moves from a slightly dampened area into a more reflective, very reflective in relationship to the dampened.
And?
Your Honor, so we're clear on this. Again, our objection is that there is no, as far as this testimony coming in under Rule 702, we're saying again that there's not an evidentiary basis for such an opinion, and there has been no showing on the part of the state that this type of opinion testimony accepted and valid under Rule 702. We want the record to be clear that we have a running objection to each and every reference.
That's right. You do have a running objection.
Thank you.
Right. Can you tell the members of the jury how you determined that beginning at 51 and going to 55, that this female caller was moving from a more dampened room to a more reflective room? Did you do that just on your own, or did you use equipment? And what did you do to do that?
Yes, it's a measurement of the equipment. It's actually the decay time that comes as the female caller stops speaking and the decay time stops. In a more dampened area, you don't have as long a reflection. It does not have as long a trail coming off of it. And as you move into a more reflective area, of course, the trail is longer. It seems to put more depth to the words. And that is the measurement that you take. It's referred to as the decay time.
Okay. How about if I'm sitting at the bottom of a well and I'm talking? Is there going to be a lot of decay in that kind of a situation?
Yes, there would be.
All right. Now, in a more reflective room, would that be consistent with a room that has linoleum flooring as opposed to carpeting?
Yes, it would be.
And at the time that this statement is made, oh my God, what can we do? Was that made in a more reflective room consistent with having a linoleum floor?
Yes, it would.
All right. How about the statement that follows, oh my God, oh my God? Are they made in a more reflective room also, or are we back to a dampened room at that point?
By the second, oh my God, we're back to a more dampened room.
Okay. Now, if we can go forward in this tape to the third segment, which will be at 1 minute 55 seconds, and that's going to be on page 5 of the transcript. And I believe, Mr. Dickey, at that point, the first statement that we should see up on the screen on that transcript, we have the communications officer saying, "What's going on here?" Is that correct?
Yes.
And actually, the first statement that we will see is made by a female caller. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, the first line that we see on the screen is a female caller saying, "Somebody came in while I was sleeping. Me and my little boys were sleeping downstairs." Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The next statement by the female caller is, "Some man came in, stabbed my baby, stabbed me. I woke up. I was fighting. He ran out through the garage, threw the knife down. My babies are dying. They're dead. Oh my God." Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, this statement, do you recall as you sit there now whether you made a determination whether the female caller was in more of a dampened or a more reflective room at this point?
Those are both consistent with just slightly dampened.
More consistent with her being back in a carpeted room as opposed to a linoleum floor room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the fourth clip that we're going to look at, Mr. Dickey, that will begin on page 7, and that's going to begin at 3 minutes and 44 seconds with the communications officer statement, "You don't know who this is." Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so the first line of dialogue that we'll see on the screen will be by police officer at 3:45 look for a rag. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Okay. Again, the blue represents the police officer. Is that right?
Yes, it would.
And his first statement is, "Look for a rag," correct?
Yes, it is.
The response by the female is, "They killed our babies," right?
Yes, it is.
And his next statement, as shown on the screen, is, "Lay down, okay? Just sit down." Unintelligible, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the female caller's response that follows is, "No, he ran out, or they ran out in the garage. I was sleeping." Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the last statement actually, is it true, Mr. Dickey, that the female caller first uses the word he and then in mid sentence changes it to they? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, the fifth clip that we listen to will begin on page 9, and it will begin at 4 minutes and 26 seconds. 14, Zav.
I gotta unmute it. Your Honor, I'm going to object that last one. We don't need Mr. Dickey to interpret what the transcript read. He didn't say anything about dampening, which is alleged area of expertise, which we objected to. We object to him simply reading for the jury his interpretation of what this says. They can do that. You know what? We should have played those parts the second you're right, as they're playing it, because they're saying the exact times, huh?
Yeah.
But is it going to be the same times that we have, or is it their specific,
Yeah, that's a good point, because
But
the way
it's good. You played this before we started this live, and that set it up perfectly too. And we can play it again at the end of this testimony. We could replay the tape if everyone in chat wants to hear it,
Okay, we'll have to ask. All right. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? Oh, the court.
Well, I'll let him read. I'm going to let him read. Overrule the objection. Go ahead, please. Listen to his question.
All right. At 4:26, Mr. Dickey, as we pick that up, will we begin on the screen with the female caller's comment? Is that right?
Yes, you would.
Excuse me, what page again?
Page 9 at 4.26, the female caller.
Actually, you will begin with the last part of that sentence at 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Right. Okay.
That's 424.
424 is the previous statement.
Then it goes to 431. Judge, we just like to have the same one that the jury has got so we can mark it accordingly.
Can we get the same copy? I thought we had. We have 16 copies to the jury. We can share.
If you need a copy, we can look together.
I don't mind. Let's just make another copy. We don't have one that says 426.
Well, I would like for them to have that.
May I offer this one here, Judge?
Well, okay. Let Mr. Mulder have it.
I guess that is another one.
Do I have a different version? Apparently so.
They had 2 copies.
Is that the original copy you just gave to the defense?
I will go make a copy.
Well, just have a seat. We'll get it made.
If I could please present my testimony, I'd appreciate it.
You can present your testimony. While you're waiting, we'll have a copy made.
And since I don't have a copy, could I get one made?
We will get one made, all right?
Again, as we look through the tape here, again, the blue will be the police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On the screen right now, do we see a statement made by a police officer in blue? Nothing's gone, Miss Routier.
Yes, you do.
Okay. And then do we continue on here as the screen rolls with another police officer's statement of unintelligible, the problem, Mrs. Routier?
Yes, you do.
All right. Now the 6th individual clip should begin at 5 minutes and 1 second. Communication officer statement. You need to let the police officers in the front door. The only comments we see up on the screen are made by the female caller. Is that right?
That's right.
And throughout here, we just have one female caller, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the last individual clip, Mr. Dickey, I show to begin on page 10 at 5 minutes and 18 seconds with the dispatcher saying, "Ma'am, hang on a second." So this last individual clip, what we see on the screen are actually 4 statements made by the female caller, followed by an unintelligible statement made by the police officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the last individual clip that's going to be shown on the barcode exhibit, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so again, on the barcode, we have the sound only. We have the entire video script, and then we have the 7 individual clips that we've now shown to the jury. Is that right?
That's right.
Do you want to use this?
I doubt very seriously that I'm qualified to operate it.
Well, you see, I'm not.
Let's push it. Look, let's push it back.
Okay.
All right, that's all.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Mosty?
Mr. Dickey, when were you first contacted by the district attorney's office to assist?
Sometime in September, I think it was.
All right. When did you complete your work?
Sometime in December. I would say middle to late December.
Okay. Did you participate in this trial that they had up in Dallas, up at the courtroom?
No, I didn't.
Did you go up and practice with the other officers?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you get a job like this, I guess you do a work order or something.
You could call it that.
All right. And I guess part of that time is you're sitting there and you're just listening to stuff?
That's true.
Back and forth through it?
Yes.
And you're taking notes of what you hear or see or important things you want to take down?
Well, I don't know exactly what you're getting at.
Well, what notes did you take in? You know, you sat there and you described all of this stuff on this tape. And what notes do you take, or what reports did you make?
The conclusions that were drawn.
No. I'm interested in what notes did you take?
The notes. There are no notes. Supposed notes.
Well, what do you mean supposed notes? Did you?
Well, you're asking me about notes that weren't taken.
Well, that's all I was asking you. Did you take one note whatsoever to remember and document what you just testified here?
All the measurements were done on the computer.
Well, where is that computer printout?
There's no computer printout. It is on the computer.
Oh, hold on. Let me pause. Thanks, Shelly Tarbit. Wait, you're not out because you're not out because of something that happened, right? Peace, I'm out. I hope not. Just the way that's worded, I feel like it's like, peace, I'm out. Like, I'm not dealing with this. I hope you're just maybe tired or something. But thank you for the super chat. Please come back, and I hope nobody was mean. Mods, hopefully everything's going good. I'm nervous because I don't want people to like think that, I don't know. Okay. I'll be in chat when they could do the cross examination. But bye, Shelly. Thank you. All right. Yeah, she is 25 hours. All right. So where are we at? Printout. There's no computer print. Oh, here. Okay. Well, where is that computer printout?
There is no computer printout. It is on the computer.
Well, for instance, on this part, you say here in this one part that a certain time it's dampened. What note? How did you remember that? You didn't take any notes to tell you what part was dampened or what wasn't.
That's easily detectable for me.
Well, and you can remember that?
Yes, I can.
At what point in the tape, for instance, did the dog bark?
Well, I would have to see the tape if you're talking about a timeline. But if you're asking me about ambiance, that's a whole nother question.
Okay, but you didn't take any notes to tell me what the difference in the ambiance was.
The notes that were taken on the timeline, you have a copy of it.
No, I'm talking about your notes.
Those are my notes.
Where on here does the word ambience appear on, quote, your notes?
The ambiance. There is no word ambiance on there.
Now, what reports did you write?
I gave no report as such. As far as what you're asking, a written report on ambiance.
And you've already told us, have you not, that this transcript, this part of this that is it only has one side of a conversation, or the house side of the conversation on it. That was done at Mr. Davis's request.
The charge was given to try to isolate and focus upon the actions and the sounds that were inside the residence.
Wait, hold on one second. Hold on, just give me 1 second. I just want to make sure. I don't know. A replete of last night? Wow. What?
Again?
I don't know. I'm trying, guys. I mean, I guess people can't be respectful in the chat. Everybody has to. I mean, not everybody. I shouldn't say it like that. But so one person or a couple people have to ruin it for everybody, huh? And I'm not calling out any names because I don't even know who it is. But somebody is not being nice, I feel like, in chat. And they're making people leave. Oh, mods, help me out in this. Help me out, mods. How many? I have a question. How many mods are in there? Do we need another mod? How many we got? I know we got Lisa and who else is still there? Are you the only one left right now, Lisa? Do you need somebody else? I can't see. Let me know. Somebody text me or something. Because I don't want people leaving and then not coming back and being like, man, that chat is so mean and rude. I don't like that. I'm sorry. I'm not okay with that. Oh, Tennessee. I didn't see you, Vosgal. Okay. Well, is everything good? Let me see if I got any texts. Besides the one, but after that, I don't know. All right, I'm just gonna keep going, I guess. But I hope everybody's all right. I don't really know what to do. I feel like people are leaving, and I don't know if I don't like that. Okay. So we are at
19, but yeah, we could check in with chat every once in a while because come on guys, like, you know, just get along guys, because like it's literally we're here to have fun, right? I mean, just let's not take it that
well, we're
serious
here
and
to discuss
respect everyone.
cases, yeah, and like, I mean, it could get serious, I guess, but we're here to discuss them respectfully. And right now, I can't be in chat when I'm reading, so I can't. You guys, I need my mod. These are when mods are really important right now. I need you guys to just try your hardest and keep me updated. Text me if there's something I should be aware of, please. Because I've just seen like two people that I've seen that are like, I'm like, they had to leave. And who knows, because I'm not looking at chat a lot when I'm reading, so there's probably way more, because we started out with like 100, almost 200 people. We're down to 89, so there's something going on that people are not liking. People jump out in front or away from the transcripts. I don't know. Oh, hold on one second. Let me see here. That's really what I can do. No, but can you explain? Is there some problems, Lisa? That's what I'm trying to ask. Like, is there an issue? Are people getting mad? That's all I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't know, Cherry. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I have no idea. I just see people like the last one, just a peace, I'm out. That's a statement you say when you're like, I'm not dealing with this, peace, I'm out. That's just something that, not like you're going to bed. That's more of a statement that there's an issue. I'm not putting up with it. See ya. You know what I'm saying? So I took it like that. But no, there was somebody else before that too. So, well, Lisa, let me know. No, I'm not trying to say you guys are doing bad. I'm asking you, mods, if you do need more right now. That's all. Who is the issue? Is there like one person? Because I noticed a couple of the people that were causing problems before, they're gone now. So I don't know who's doing it now, but okay. I guess we'll just continue. I just don't want to lose people because of the silly drama that's.
Did we lose Libra?
Oh yeah, we lost Libra. Oh shoot! Probably because me. Am I doing something wrong by like confronting this?
She probably just had like a technical issue. Hopefully she'll be back soon. No, I don't think she would do that without saying something.
Yeah, she probably did because she was having some issues. Okay, so.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Okay.
We're at 19. If we want to continue right now.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna wait one second, Bella. Wait, where am I? Hold on, just give me 1 minute. Delana, I'm gonna just give you a wrench, Delana, real quick, so you could help out. Because I feel like there's only 2 people right now, mods, and because a lot of my mods, like, they can only make it certain times, so I don't know. Hold on 1 second. Delana, do you want to just be a mod real quick? I don't know. I'm like just like volunteering her. All right. And I'm not trying to say any mods are doing bad. You guys are doing great. I'm just saying you guys only have 2 that are in there, so you probably need help if there's a lot of drama. Just try to be, keep the peace, be nice. And you know what? Another thing that I love mods to help out is to answer questions. When people come in and be like, well, what's this case? What can you guys explain, or what's going on? It'd be awesome, like, if you guys see it, to be like, it kind of explain what we're doing too. That helps too. If you guys are all right. But you guys are doing great, mods. I'm so appreciative for you guys even helping me out. But I just want to make sure you guys have enough help. That's my worry, that you guys don't have enough help in there. So, all right. I'm going to continue now. I think Libra's back. I heard her come back in because it makes her a little. Yeah, there it is. Okay, she's back.
Awesome.
Okay, Libra, we're going to continue. We just had to take care of some drama. No, you're all right.
You didn't miss anything.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi booted me off there for a second. So
mine does that. It's made my lives go off a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So Bella, do you know where we left off?
Yeah, number 19.
You're all, right up here or down here? Right here?
Wait, let me see where you are. Up there. Yeah,
Okay.
up at the top.
Mr. Dickey, my question was simple. Who made the...
I'm trying to answer that.
No, listen to the first part of it. The question is who? Who told you what to put on that tape?
That was a consideration between myself and Mr. Davis.
All right. And that was the sole charge, was to identify what happened at the house. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as a matter of fact, it's sort of hard, is it not, to sit with the jury transcript that they've got over there, that you prepare that, right?
Yes, I believe so. It's, in fact, a copy of what has been given to the court.
And it's really a little bit hard to try to be reading on this and be reading on the screen at the same time, isn't it? Going back and forth. I feel you there. I feel you, Rosie.
I would say to do both. That would be correct.
It's hard. It would be a lot easier to either read the transcript by itself or read the screen by itself, wouldn't it?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay.
May I?
No, sir. Now, as I understand it, you have gone through and picked out 7 particular parts of this tape.
There were 7 parts of the tape that were barcoded.
And by barcoded, that's what we saw on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And who chose those 7 parts of the tape?
That was a collaboration between myself and Mr. Davis of collected evidence.
So you and Mr. Davis, as a team, are deciding what evidence you want to present to the jury.
That is not correct.
Well, was it a collaboration?
Well, let me clarify myself.
Was it a collaboration between you and Mr. Davis?
Let him speak and answer the question. Answer the question.
To clarify myself, I would say that those are the points that I felt strongest about. They're not the points that Mr. Davis told me to pick and leave others out.
Okay. Did you come up, when you started your work, were you given, well, what were you given?
What was I given?
Right.
I was given nothing. I was asked to make a copy of the tape.
Well, were you given a copy of the tape?
No, I was not given a copy of the tape. I made the copy at Rowlett Police Department.
I'm not trying to be picky with you. Did you have possession of a tape ever that you used to make a copy of it? That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay. Did anybody ever give you a transcript of the 911
No.
conversation?
No.
The state never gave you one of what they thought was on that 911 tape?
No, they didn't.
So this creation, State's Exhibit 18E, is solely yours.
Yes, it is.
And I take it that you never created a complete transcript of the 911 call that shows all of the words and all of the sounds together.
The most complete transcript that I completed, you have a copy of it.
No, I'm talking about the laser disc that has the sounds from the laser plus the screen. Is that the most complete one you've ever done?
As far as what was the transcript being transferred to Laserdisc?
To the screen.
Yes, that is correct.
I don't understand Laserdisc. So when I talk about it, I talk about sound and screen.
Okay. I would agree with that.
The most complete one that has ever been done is the one the jury saw.
I would agree with that.
And there's never been any attempt made to do a complete one that had all of the words on the screen.
Are you referring to the words marked unintelligible?
No, I said words.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to.
You don't?
No, I don't.
For instance, the communications officer, her words.
Is it complete on there? It is complete on there. It is complete as I could render it.
Mr. Dickey, maybe you and I are having trouble communicating. I'm talking about what appeared on this screen. Has there ever been a full transcript of Exhibit 16E that has appeared on this screen or any other screen that you have prepared?
Not in the fashion as you have it on paper.
All right. Why? I guess that's because you and Mr. Davis collaborated on what would be put on the screen?
No, that would not be true. that probably would be more to my discretion, that I felt that there was a better portrayal of the sounds and the actions and the words that came out on 5801 Eagle Drive.
Even though you've already told us that we're trying to read this transcript and trying to follow that screen is confusing.
What I told you was either or would not be, but both at the same time would probably be confusing for myself.
Now, I guess there are 2 times in this tape that you were able to testify about the ambience. Is that right?
I would agree with that.
Okay, all right. Have you ever been out to the house?
No, I have not.
Has it been described to you?
I did ask for general proportions of the floor plan.
What's the wall material, for instance? Is it rock? These interior walls.
I thought that the room was wood.
Wood?
I thought that there was at least one wall of wood. There might have been some brick, if I understood correctly. There's also carpet on the floors. It's also connected to an adjoining room.
Okay, and what is between the rooms?
From what I understand, a slight island bar type. I guess you would refer to it.
Okay.
Counter, maybe.
Now, were you able to detect when she was standing on a carpet runner?
Could I?
I'll ask the questions.
Okay.
Can you detect when someone is standing on, for instance, a carpet runner?
Not for what you're...
Could you detect... Go ahead, finish.
I would say no, not from just that amount of information and nothing to compare it to.
Well, if this is a depiction, and if you would like to look at this, you're welcome to. If you can't see it,
just so I can answer correctly.
All right. If this is a depiction of the house and this family room is carpeted, you had at least one of your sessions that was consistent with this person being in the carpeted area.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
At least.
And you had another that was consistent with a more reflective.
A very reflective area.
Okay. Like a kitchen?
Yes, more like a kitchen.
Okay. So what you've got and how far apart were those in time frame?
In time, I think the movement was between 4 to 6 seconds, something like that.
Okay, so that would be consistent with if I were standing in a carpeted room and I walked to a sink quickly to get a towel and I were talking on the phone while I was doing that, I would move to the reflective room, for instance. It doesn't take me but a couple of seconds to walk that far, does it?
Not if you walked at a brisk pace, I guess.
Well, you would suspect that a person that was talking, as you heard on this tape, would be walking at a brisk pace, wouldn't you?
I'm going to object to that. It calls for speculation on the part of this witness.
Sustain, move on.
Assume with me that someone does walk briskly. That would be consistent with the conversation going in a period of seconds from a slightly dampened room, from a carpeted room, into a more reflective room like a kitchen.
What I observed on the tape was more of a movement into the complete kitchen. Not necessarily just to the edge of the kitchen or so forth. And what I see is a sink on the very edge of the kitchen there. Am I correct?
Right here?
No.
Well, no, that is a sink.
Okay. That's the range.
I'm sorry, this is the sink. It's closer.
That would be my point.
Okay, but this matter of a few seconds is consistent with someone walking from a dampened room into an undampened room, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and if this is linoleum in here, that would be consistent with an undampened, more reflective room in the kitchen.
That is correct.
And if this is carpet over here, that's a more dampened room?
That is correct.
Okay, then those are the only 2 you're able to detect in this tape?
To be completely sure, yes, sir.
Okay.
And that is all I have testified to.
Okay. And so how many times this whole tape is how long?
It's 5 minutes, 44 seconds, and some frames.
Okay. And you identified how many seconds? There were 2 sequences right behind each other where you testified about dampened room, more reflective room, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long is that sequence?
as I answered before. I think it's a 4 to 6 second span.
Well, I'm talking about the whole time that you played the tape, where you were able, out of this whole tape, you were only able to find 4 to 6 seconds where you could determine dampened or undampened.
As a professional, to make that opinion clarified, what I would say is it was only for sure dampening that I could find. In other circumstances, there were the possibilities of a person facing a certain way or the volume in which they were speaking, which you could directly, which is also directly relative to the amount of reflection that you get.
Okay.
So there were a lot of circumstances in which there were other ambiances. However, they weren't conclusive.
Well, Mr. Dickey, is the answer to my question that out of this 5.5 or 5:45 tape, you were able to find 4 to 6 seconds in which you could determine the difference in ambience?
That wouldn't be absolutely true.
Well, how many seconds does that exchange take?
Are you talking about the one spot in particular?
I'm talking about the 2 exchanges when you talked about ambience.
Okay. That I was asked about.
How long is that span?
It's 4 to 6 seconds that you're speaking of.
Okay, so 4 to 6 seconds out of this 5-minute and 45 tape, you have found something consistent with a person moving from a dampened to an undampened room. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, and if I'm following you correctly, back to a dampened room.
Well, I'm not interested in you following me correctly. I'm interested I'm interested in me following you correctly.
Okay.
So this 4 to 6 second period is dampened, undampened, dampened.
It's more slightly dampened to very reflective to slightly dampened.
Okay, slightly dampened to very reflective to what is the next one from slightly dampened to very reflective to dampened?
To slightly dampened.
Back to slightly dampened.
Yes.
Okay, and that's in a 4 to 6 second frame?
Yes. That time frame right there that you're speaking of.
And as to the rest of the tape, you weren't able to draw any conclusions about dampened, reflective, slightly dampened?
Not as conclusive as that, no.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't be, those are the only ones you feel comfortable as a professional to testify about.
Yes, that is correct.
And anything else would not be, in your opinion, reliable.
That's correct.
Okay. How should I say this? Could not detect?
Well, those would not be my words.
Tell me what your words would be. That you're unable to draw a conclusion?
Right.
Okay. Unable to draw a conclusion as to rest of 911 call. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. Now, do you have a copy of the transcript up there?
No, I don't. But I've been given one.
Well, you might have to bear with me because I ended up taking notes on 2 different ones. I just wanted to ask you about a couple of the sections that. Now, did you have a copy of this that had the sections that Mr. Davis was going to point out to you?
Repeat that one more time.
Have you ever had a copy of yours, like a copy that said, from 1.5 to we're going to talk about this section, if this is section 1, section 2, and section 3?
No.
Okay. Is that shown on this exhibit? Is this exhibit, I'm looking for the barcode exhibit.
All of the individual sections were drawn from a complete transcript.
Okay. All right. Let's just talk about some of the sections that you and Mr. Davis talked about really quickly. Let's see if I got them right. Okay. What I wrote down at 344.05. Now that's my version. Let me see. I'm sure there's a more modern version. I see it 345.19. That's the section that you testified about?
That was the section that was barcoded.
Okay. And is that the 4th section that was barcoded or the 3rd?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Don't remember that?
Well, I can't recall which one was barcoded.
Did it begin with look for a rag, I believe?
I think it began with, you don't know who did this.
All right. And the section that you and Mr. Davis chose to put on the screen that y'all collaborated on was at 352.13. It says, no, he ran out of the garage. They ran out of the garage.
Well, I don't know what that you're entirely correct in that you keep repeating that you and Mr. Davis, this was of my choosing of the parts that I felt comfortable with, not just Mr. Davis.
Well, you didn't testify about ambiance on this one, did you?
No, I did not.
So you felt comfortable pointing out the section that says, no, he ran out. They ran out of the garage. I was sleeping. You felt comfortable for you to point that out.
Yes, I did.
And what did that indicate? Something important to you, I take it?
I felt it did.
All right. Now let's go on after that and go down to 401.28.
Okay.
Okay. Now you know because you listened to this tape very carefully.
Yes, I did.
401.28. The police officer is there, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But there's only one police officer there, right?
I haven't testified to that.
Can you tell us?
I would not. That would be a conclusive statement on my part.
Okay, but what she says there is y'all go look out in the garage. Y'all refers to more than one person, doesn't it?
Yes, I would. Well, in normal discourse, I would agree with that.
Where did you grow up, Mr. Dickey?
In Grand Prairie, Texas?
Okay, so you're familiar with the term y'all.
Yes, I am.
And that's more than one, isn't it?
I would say that. I don't know who she's referring to y'all as. It would be her husband, the policeman. It could be two policemen. It could be, I have no way of knowing. I've made no determination.
So your idea is that what she's saying is y'all and telling her husband, who is attending to one of her dying children, y'all get up, Darren, y'all, you and the police officer, y'all get up and go look in the garage for them. That's what you're thinking?
No, I made no determination of that, period.
So y'all might refer to one police officer?
If you would like to say that, yes.
So some people mess up in their syntax, don't they? In their English?
I would agree with that.
For instance, have you ever seen presidential candidates? They never say, would you, that I appreciate your vote. Do they? They always say, we appreciate the vote.
I think I've heard it both ways, but
They usually say, vote for us.
I can't make a determination on what you're saying.
Well, you've heard presidential candidates say that kind of thing, haven't you?
Well, I've heard a lot of things said. I don't know that.
We're so happy we won the presidency.
Maybe referring to their family. I'm not sure.
Well, how many presidents do we have?
Well, we have one president.
And one vote, don't you?
One first family.
One vote for one person, don't you?
Well, one vote per person who is voting, yes.
Anyway, Darlie Routier says, y'all, look out in the garage. Look out in the garage. Does she not?
Yes, that is what is spoken.
And I guess you didn't feel comfortable suggesting that this phrase be put up on your screen?
I did not feel that there was any inconsistency in it.
Okay, let's talk about your...
I think right now, gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Oh, maybe we should just read that, huh? All right. Are both sides ready to bring the jury back?
Yes, sir. The state is ready.
The defense is ready.
Let the record reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated.
Mr. Mosty, you may continue.
All right, Mr. Dickey, I just have a couple more things I wanted to cover. Or I just had a couple more things I wanted to cover with you. Again, do you have this transcript up there in front of you?
Yes.
These 7 excerpts of all those ones that you felt, how did you say that you felt comfortable with?
Yes.
All right. Now, your charge was to enhance this tape. To enhance it, make it the highest quality.
Well, to interpret what was being said through whatever means, not necessarily just enhancing it, because that wouldn't be my procedure.
Okay. By interpret it, you took that as your charge to decide what you thought might be important or not important?
No.
That's not part of your job.
No, that would not be correct.
Okay. So you aren't enhance something, or when you pick out these sections, you weren't worried with whether or not they were consistent with some side of the story or inconsistent, or whether they were an inconsistency or consistency that wasn't part of your idea?
No.
Okay,
If what you're saying is my transcript was developed around one side of the story, that's completely incorrect.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the excerpts from the transcript 1 through 7. These excerpts that you put on the screen. I might need to take a break. Whew. Hold on, I gotta take some water.
Why is he being so
fast? Huh?
And why this guy's being like so difficult? Like, why can't like they're all being so difficult?
I know. Oh my god. Okay. And I'm starting to get stuffed up. Okay. And I pointed out that a minute ago, where you did not include the part about y'all go search the kitchen. Is that part of your interpretation to determine whether to include y'all?
No, that didn't even enter my mind.
I thought you a minute ago told me that you didn't think that was inconsistent.
I didn't think there was any inconsistency in the sentence itself.
Okay. Well, were you looking when you were choosing these 7 sections? Were you looking for inconsistencies?
Yes, at certain times I was.
Okay. So we're doing a little bit more than just listening to the words and bringing us the words. You were doing some interpretation as well, weren't you?
I pointed out several sections that I thought would be important.
Pointed it out to Mr. Davis?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let's go to what I call section 6, bottom of page 9. It starts with, you need to let the officer in the front door. The knife was laying over there and I already picked it up. Okay, it's all right. It's okay. God, I bet if we could have gotten prints maybe, correct?
Yes.
And that's one of the sections that you and Mr. Davis chose?
That was something that I thought was important.
Okay. And did you suggest to Mr. Davis it was important?
I pointed it out.
Okay. Now you don't know who she's talking about to there, do you? The knife was lying over there and I already picked it up.
I couldn't make a determination on that.
Okay. By this time, the arresting officer is there, isn't he?
Yes, the officers are there.
And the very first time the knife ever comes up, going back in the transcripts, is when the 911 operator says, don't touch anything. Isn't that right?
I wouldn't.
You don't remember that?
Well, let me just look at it.
Why don't you look at it? You see.
I think that the actual first time the knife is mentioned was a sequence of events in which she describes to the operator something about a knife was, he threw the knife down.
Okay. What did the operator say back? She said, don't touch anything, didn't she?
No, I think this is at 2 minutes and 14 seconds and 23 frames. The operator responds, okay, stay on the phone with me.
Okay.
She just explained to the operator, some man came in and stabbed my baby, stabbed me. I woke up, I was fighting. He ran out through the garage and threw the knife down.
Okay. Look at 408, 405.3. Pick up there. That's my phrase. Y'all look out in the garage.
Yes.
And CO1, there's a knife. Don't touch anything. And the response, I already touched it and picked it up.
Yes, I see that.
So the first time anybody talks about touching a knife is when the CO, the communications officer, says, don't touch anything.
Could you repeat that?
First time there's any reference about touching evidence, and I'm not talking about the description of somebody being stabbed, about touching the knife is when communication officer says, don't touch anything. There's a knife, don't touch anything.
Okay.
The female caller answers, I already touched it and I picked it up. Isn't that right?
Looking through the transcripts of what I've interpreted, yes. If you're speaking specifically of touching the knife, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm speaking of.
Okay.
And when you go to section 6, that we're just starting to talk about 501.15.
Yes, sir.
The 911 operator says, you need to let the police officers in the door. The female caller The knife was laying over there, and I already picked it up. She could have been talking to the police officer there, couldn't she?
Yes, she could have.
Yes, she could have. Oh. Oh my God. Matter of fact, that's what it sounds like on the tape, doesn't it?
As I recall, she could have been speaking to somebody in the room.
Okay.
I couldn't make a determination of who was in the room that she was speaking to.
Okay. Now let's go to frame 7. And there's the statements in there about female caller. There's nothing touched. There's nothing touched in that phrase. Now the police officer had already told her that a good bit earlier, hadn't he? They didn't touch anything.
I think the police officer told her that nothing was gone, nothing's gone. I don't think he said nothing is touched.
Does that make any difference? I mean, that's the same phraseology, isn't it? Nothing's gone, nothing's touched. They didn't take anything.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Hold on, I want to just okay. I'm just trying to think of what he's saying. So they said nothing's gone, nothing's gone. I don't think he said nothing's. So wait, the police officer said nothing was gone? Is that what
Yeah,
he's
like
saying?
I think it was like the jewelry and like everything else. I don't know how they determined it in that amount.
I
of
heard
time,
her
yeah.
saying that. I didn't hear him. Okay, so the police officer said nothing gone. I don't think nothing is touched.
In the transcripts, when you had it up, it had said that the police, in your transcripts, it said the police said it. Now, it was going too fast. I don't know who said it. I didn't audibly hear it myself. But yeah, supposedly the cop said it. Which is
Okay.
That's weird.
I heard her say it too. I'm pretty sure I heard her say nothing was touched too, or they didn't take anything or something like that. But maybe the cop said it too. Okay. So where are we at?
7.
You don't agree that those are the same things?
Nothing is gone would. My interpretation would be maybe nothing was stolen. Nothing was taken from the house valuable.
You don't think you would walk in your house and say there's nothing touched? That's not the same thing as saying nothing is taken. They didn't touch a thing.
I think the police officer's words were, nothing is gone, Miss Routier.
But in any event, the first reference to touching a knife, don't touch the knife, comes from the communications officer, doesn't it?
That I can detect on the tape.
And the first reference to nothing stolen comes from the police officer, or nothing is gone, or whatever it was he said. That also came from the police officer, didn't it?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay.
As a transcript is written.
If I understand how much did all of this stuff cost?
Do I have to answer an exact figure?
Well, I mean,
because I haven't finished billing.
Okay, you're not home yet, huh?
No.
Okay, well, give me what you know then. How much are you charging for your testimony here today?
I'm not being paid for my testimony today. I'm being paid for the work previous.
Okay, well, what was that? How much did it all cost?
It will run about $10,000 with all of the prep, with the laser discs, with everything else.
Okay, now, and you said that the only thing you were given was, I think it's maybe 18A, that's right. You started with the big tape, right? That's called a dictaphone tape?
Yes, I did.
And that was the only thing you were given?
Yes, it is.
How did you identify the voices?
I did not identify the voices as particular people. I identified them as male or female, very generic terms.
Well, how did you identify the difference between a male caller and a police officer? Oh, they're both males, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
How did you know which one was which?
There is one that is texture in his voice.
Okay, so?
There's a thing called thermal imaging in which you can compare the voice prints.
Okay, and so you did that on Officer Waddell to determine which one was him and which one was Darren Routier?
Yes.
And you got a voice sample from Waddell?
No, I did not.
Did you get a voice sample from Darren Routier?
No, I did not.
I'll pass the witness.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dickey, I have a couple of come on now. Questions for you, if we could. Let's go to the part of the tape where the female caller is saying, "Who is breathing?" and then, "Are they still laying there?" Do you recall that portion of the tape?
Yes, I do.
And as I recall, you testified those are made in the slightly dampened room, correct?
Yes.
And then by the time the female caller is saying, "Oh my God, what do we do? Oh my God," that she has now moved into a very reflective room. Is that right?
That is true.
Now, looking at the floor plan that Mr. Mosty was showing to you, let me ask you, sir, if that would be consistent with the female caller being initially in the family room when she was making the statement, "Who is breathing? Are they laying there?" And then moving deep into the kitchen when she is saying, "Oh my God, what do we do? Oh my God." Would that be consistent with what you heard on the tape?
Yes, it would be.
Let me ask you too, during that portion of the tape where you have the female caller going into that reflective room and saying, "Oh my God, what do we do? Oh my God, oh my God," while she's in this very reflective portion of the house, sir, do you hear any sound on that tape that you would interpret to be running water?
No, it would have been lifted. I detected no sound like that.
Okay, so if you had detected that, the sound of running water, would you have placed that on the transcript that the jurors have?
Yes, I would.
And it's not on there, is it?
No, it's not.
Because you didn't hear it.
No, I did not.
Okay, and again, Mr. Dickey, the laser disc that is now evidence, just so we're clear, if you can access the 7 portions of testimony that Mr. Mosty was referring to, correct?
Yes, you can.
But if you choose to access the entire video transcript, starting from 00 all the way down through the end of the transcript there at 5 hours, 44 minutes, and 28 seconds, you can access that and you can see that in its entirety, can't you?
Yes, in 2 forms, one with transcript and one completely without.
All right, so there's actually 2 choices. If you just want to hear the sound all the way through, you can do that, right?
That's correct.
All right, if you want to view the video transcript we've used, you can do that.
That's correct.
If you want to view just one of the 7 individual clips, you can do that also, right?
That is correct.
Let me ask you, Mr. Mosty, in our dealings throughout this case, have I ever suggested to you in any way we ought to be on your final transcript there?
No, you have not.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, sorry, I was in the middle of a chat. Mr. Dickey, just to follow up quickly on what Mr. Davis said. If I understand, every sound that you heard, you identified?
Every sound that was audible to me is on the transcript.
Okay. Now, and that included, did it not, a dog barking?
Yes.
That dog was upstairs, or could you tell?
I could not tell where the dog was in proximity to the phone.
But you heard the dog?
Yes. There was a sound of a barking dog.
Okay. Mr. Dickey, tell me what was on the television that night while this was playing?
I could not tell you what was on the program that night.
Well,
What
how
was
come
programmed?
Well, how come you couldn't hear the TV? Why weren't you able to tell me what the program was? What was being said on the TV that was on?
It obviously wasn't in close proximity to the telephone.
So you heard the dog, but did not hear the TV. Am I right?
That's right.
Okay. What is my next exhibit number? 17. Your Honor, we would offer defendant 17. We will object. Oh, sorry. Good. I don't know if she.
Did we
Okay.
lose
Sorry.
Lupa?
We will object to it as being hearsay.
Sustained.
Does Exhibit 17 fairly depict what you have testified to as I have written it down as you have said it?
Could you be a little bit more specific?
Well, I mean, I wrote these down, didn't I? As your words and as you testified.
Maybe not incomplete, but I don't understand why there's a particular phrase as Darlie, y'all look out.
How about Darlie said, y'all look out in the garage?
How about female caller?
Okay. FC said, y'all look out in the garage. What I've written up here fairly describes what you've testified to here today, isn't it?
Parts of what I testified to, true.
Right. But everything that is up there is a fair depiction of something you testified to.
True.
I'll offer 17 again.
We will re-urge or objection as still hearsay.
Same ruling. Let's move on. Any other questions?
Your Honor, it's simply a summary of his prior testimony. It's not a hearsay. It's offered under oath in court. That's fair.
Well, let me just ask, if all of these exhibits, it's my understanding that these exhibits, whatever exhibits are contained here on this pad, that they're being offered and that they were offered for demonstrative purposes only. Is that my understanding?
Well, Judge, they're like anything else. They came in and they were in for all purposes. There's no restrictions on them.
Well, yours came in because there's no objection made. An objection was made to this. It is in the nature of notes. And Mrs. Hasley is the official note taker.
But that wasn't the objection, Your Honor.
Well, it's hearsay. If the court has made an error, you can appeal that to the Court of Appeals later on. That's my ruling. That's what it's going to be. So let's go ahead with the next question or get the witness off the stand.
Pass the witness.
No further questions.
You may step down. Thank you for coming. I'm sure this witness will be going back to Dallas.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think there's something that we're required by law to take up outside the presence of the jury right now.
Well, I can see both sides. Can I see both sides? Well, let's step outside the courtroom, please, ladies and gentlemen. Just go back to the jury room. Let the record reflect that these proceedings are being held outside of the presence of the jury and all parties of trial are present. Mr. Mosty?
Yes, Your Honor. And the defendant objects to the comment that the court just made about that we may take it up on appeal or whatever. The word appeal is the operative word here. If we have an objection, we can take it up on an appeal. Suggests that the defendant would be convicted and is a comment by the court, and we'd move for a mistrial.
Motion for mistrial denied. Bring the jury back in, please. Thank you.
Oh, gosh. All right. Let's see. Who's next? Dr. Alejandro Santos. Oh. I just want to see what. Wow.
It's long.
Holy Mac. This is going to take us a couple weeks. Maybe. Wow. Where's Darlie at? Okay, so Darlie's way. Where is
She's way down there.
Greg. Wow.
This is 69 pages.
Well,
Oh, okay. So,
Darren.
man. All right. Let's see where we're at. We're here. Okay. Let me make it bigger. All right.
Mr. Shook is a part of the prosecution, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say your name, please?
Alex Santos.
And how are you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Santos.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm self-employed as a physician.
And where do you work?
in Dallas at Baylor University of Medical Center.
Okay. Could you tell the jury your educational and professional training that you have for the position that you hold, please?
I attend the University of Texas at San Antonio and graduated there with a Bachelor of Science degree, then attended the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston for medical school, and then did my surgical training at Methodist Hospital in Dallas.
How long have you been at Baylor Hospital?
I was in private practice at Baylor University of Medical Center in Dallas for approximately 5 years.
And what did you do there? What were your duties there at Baylor?
I specialized in trauma surgery, critical care management, and general surgery.
Okay. Tell the jurors what trauma surgery is.
Trauma surgery has to do with dealing with patients who suffer traumatic injuries such as gunshot wounds, stab wounds, car wrecks, falls, that sort of trauma.
Okay. Do you deal with people that are brought into the emergency room and need immediate treatment and that sort of thing?
Yes, sir. That's where I get all of the trauma patients.
And let me turn your attention back to June 6, 1996, and ask if you were on duty in those early morning hours.
Yes, sir. I was on trauma call for Baylor at that time.
Tell the jurors what trauma call is.
Trauma call just means that there's a specified trauma surgeon that will take care of the trauma patients that night. It's usually on call for a 24-hour period. Take it about every third or fourth day.
Okay. And tell the jurors where Baylor Hospital is located.
It's just east of downtown Dallas.
Is it a small or large hospital?
Large hospital.
About how large is it?
750 beds. It's a community hospital, but it's a pretty large size.
Been there a pretty long time?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your duties, do you supervise other doctors there that help out in the emergency room?
Yes. Part of my duties are to help with the surgery resident training.
Okay. And did you have several surgery residents in training on that date?
Yes. Every day there's a team of surgery residents on call with the trauma surgeon.
Okay. And is one of those surgeons also a Dr. Dillon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you actually there at the hospital that entire morning, or what time did you get there?
I had been there on and off during the day, and I happened to be in the emergency room at the time getting ready to leave.
Okay. So you're ready to go home when the call comes in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall about what time it was?
Somewhere around midnight. I remember it was close to the early morning hours.
Sometime in the early morning hours.
Yes.
Now, y'all keep pretty good records there at Baylor, is that right?
Yes. The nurses keep excellent records.
Okay.
That's you.
All right. Judges this time will offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53C, which has been on file with the court.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, let me show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State Exhibit 53C and ask you to take a look at those. Do you recognize those copy of Baylor medical records?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are they Baylor medical records pertaining to Darlie Routier?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, I'll just ask you to keep those notes close to you in case you need to refer to them at any time during your testimony. In fact, would the time she arrives there at the emergency room, would that be reflected in the notes?
Yes, it should be in the what's called the trauma sheet.
Okay. If you could just take a moment there and find that for us, please.
Okay. Here in the trauma records, the first time noted when she had her vital signs taken, which is blood pressure and those kinds of things that are done pretty much as soon as she gets in. The time is 3:25 a.m.
So this is going to be 3:25 in the morning.
Correct.
That's when she hits the emergency room. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, had you been notified a little bit earlier that she would be on her way?
Yes.
Okay. And was she going to be just transported there herself, or was there going to be someone else also?
I had been notified that there were 2 stab victims coming in. One was a child and one was an adult.
As far as what happened, you're not given that type of information.
No.
Okay. What do you do to get ready to receive these 2 stabbing victims?
Most of the time we prepare. We have several trauma rooms to take care of the trauma patients. We usually call the trauma surgery residents to come down and help. I just happened to be in the emergency room at that time, and the residents happened to be in the emergency room at the same time caring for other patients. So we prepared for these 2 patients by getting 2 trauma rooms ready. I sent my chief surgery resident to one room with another lower level resident to prepare for the adult patient. And I took one of the other surgery residents with me to prepare to receive the child.
Okay. And which patient arrived first, the woman or the child?
I'm not sure. I know when the child arrived, he was brought directly to my room. And sometime around that time, the woman was taken to the other room.
Okay, so they arrived pretty close together,
Yeah,
but you're not sure which arrived first.
correct.
Okay. The first patient you saw, would that be the child?
Yes.
Could you describe the child?
He was a white male, about 5 or 6 years old, had no signs of life on arrival, brought in by the paramedics. We examined him, found multiple stab wounds to the back. I examined him closer and found no evidence of life, and I pronounced him dead at the scene.
And did your examination take place there in one of the trauma rooms?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you 2 photographs and ask if you can recognize these to be the photos of the boy that you saw in the trauma room.
Yes, they are.
And you're looking at photographs, States Exhibit 52J and 52K.
Correct.
Your Honor, this time we would offer States Exhibit 52J and K.
No objection. States Exhibit 52J and K are admitted.
Okay. Let me hold up States Exhibit 52J first. Is this a photograph of how the child appeared as he laid there?
Yes, except he did not have the paper bags on his hands when he arrived.
Were those placed there later by Rowlett police officers?
Or by
the... Oh, go ahead.
or by the emergency room nurses.
Or by the emergency room nurses. Okay, but the devices here attached to him, he came in that way?
Yes.
Okay, States Exhibit 52K, does this show the wounds as you saw them to his back?
Yes.
Okay, and did you probe the wounds?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could you tell the jurors what probing the wounds is?
Just examining them. If you probe a wound with an instrument or with your gloved finger, and I did it with my gloved finger.
And did you probe all of the wounds?
Yes. The top 3 over here appear to go down to the level of the ribs and the muscle and stop there. But these larger wounds went into this one went into the thoracic cavity, which is the cavity where the lung is located. And this bottom one went into the abdominal cavity, which is where the stomach, spleen, liver, and all of those internal organs were.
Were these deep penetrating wounds?
Yes, very deep.
Okay. After you had pronounced the child dead when he got there wasn't anything you could do for him. Is that correct, doctor?
Correct.
After you pronounced him dead, did you go and see about the other stabbing victim?
Well, actually, before I left the room, the other resident that was in with the adult patient came in and said she needs to go to the operating room. So after I pronounced the child dead, I left the room and went to the other room to see the adult patient.
And what was going on when you went into that room?
There was a lot of people in the room. There was a lot of commotion going on, but I got a chance to see her. She had a laceration to the neck with a lot of blood on her chest and her body. And I agreed with the surgery resident that in view of those injuries, we needed to take her to the operating room to explore the wounds.
Okay. Now, did you later come to know this patient that you saw in there as Darlie Routier?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
yes,
Could you point her out, please?
yes. She's over there at the defense table.
Okay. The woman sitting here with the coat draped around her.
Yes,
Your Honor, could the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant here in open court?
Yes, sir.
Now, you go in there, you see describe the wound you saw to her neck.
when I walked in the room, she had a slash wound or a laceration to the neck, kind of tangentially going from the right side to the left, or left side to the right, across here, across this area, across her neck. And as I said, she had a lot of blood on her. Because the residents had already examined her, and based on my quick evaluation at the time, I felt it would be best to be managed up in the operating room.
Okay. Tell the jurors why it's best to go immediately to the operating room with that type of wound.
You don't want to take any chances with any type of neck wounds. There are a lot of vital structures in the neck, the vessels that feed blood to your brain and vessels that bring the blood back to your heart, as well as your trachea, the voice box. All those kinds of injuries can be very devastating if they're not taken care of right away. So it's usually better to go examine those in the operating room and get a better control in case you get into trouble.
All right. You do a rather quick assessment down there in the emergency room, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have certain terms or what you call zones for areas of the neck?
Yes. The neck area, as far as injuries are concerned, is divided into 3 zones. Zone 1 is just kind of the lower area where your collarbone and clavicle are down. Zone 2 is from above the clavicle up to about where the Adam's apple is in a man, about this area. And then zone 3 is from where the angle of the mandible is here on up. And that's how we describe the injuries to the neck. Zone 1, zone 2, zone 3.
This particular injury, was it in the zone 2 area?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Anytime you get any type of injury, any cut to the zone 2 area, do you take the patient to the operating room?
Yes,
And you do what is called exploratory surgery, correct?
correct.
What about if it was down in the zone 1 in the clavicle area?
Then you have to think about doing some studies. If the patient is stable enough and have injuries done to zone 1, then you worry about the large blood vessels coming out of the heart. That's a different approach, a different type of surgery. And if the patient is stable enough, you wait and do some x-ray studies and figure out what you need to do.
See any significant cut here at all, cut to the neck in zone 2, you take them to the operating room, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that what you did with Mr. Routier?
Yes, we did.
All right. Were you in there and helping in the performance of the surgery?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what type of surgery was performed.
Well, it's called exploratory surgery again because we're looking for injuries. We don't know what's injured yet. We took her up to the operating room, gave her general anesthetic where she was out. We washed the wounds, cleaned all this out, and were able to look at it. Once we had her up in the operating room under the anesthetic with everything cleaned and prepped, there was very little bleeding at this time. So we explored the wound and found that most of the bleeding had come from the veins that are located underneath the skin in what's called subcu, or the fat tissue that's underneath your skin. There's a bunch of veins in here in the neck area. Some of those were injured. We repaired those by either using the electrocautery, which is an electric type of current that coagulates the vessels, or we put some stitches in the small vessels. We washed out the rest of the wound. We noted that the wound went down to what is called the platysma, which is the muscle that kind of covers your neck here. When you do that, you can see it flexing. Her wound went down to the platysma, had a little nick in it, but didn't go beyond it. So having found that extent of the injury, we washed that out and closed the neck wound.
Okay, so you took her in, and I guess she was put to sleep.
Correct.
And then you take a look at this wound you have on the neck.
Right.
About, what was it, just one wound to the neck?
There was one wound to the neck. There was another separate wound to the left shoulder and a separate wound to the right forearm.
Which wound were you primarily concerned with?
With the neck injury.
And could you tell the jurors how long this wound in the neck was?
We didn't measure it, but we estimated it was approximately 9 centimeters long.
You say it came across partly on the right side?
It went from the right to the left. I can't tell you where it started, but it extended from the one side to the other, just past the midline on the left side.
Now, you say that it went to the, what's called the platysma. Is that right?
Platysma, yeah.
And did you measure how deep the wound was?
No, we usually don't measure wounds because it doesn't matter, the depth of the injury. What matters is the relationship to the other structures, like the platysma in the neck. That's kind of a defining boundary. If it goes past the platysma, it's considered a deep wound. In that case, we may have to do further exploration and open up the wound more. If it goes to the platysma, then it's called a superficial wound.
Okay, so in layman's terms, this wound cut through, I guess, the skin and fat. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the little veins that are contained in the skin and the fat,
Correct.
but didn't penetrate the muscle that's below the skin and fat?
Correct. Did not.
Okay. And in your terms, you call that a superficial wound. Is that right?
Yes, sir. The medical description, that's a superficial wound.
And you can't tell that in the emergency room. Is that right?
Right. You don't need to take that time in the emergency room to do that. With a wound to the neck at zone 2, the best thing to do is take them to surgery and explore them there.
Okay. And that's what you did in this case.
Yes.
And once you get in there, you find it's all it did is cut through the fat and cut the veins and the fat and went down to the what you call the plasma. Is that right?
Correct.
So what did you do to repair that wound?
As I said, we washed it out and made sure that the bleeding was controlled, and then put sutures in there to close the wound completely and put a dressing on that.
Okay, so you made sure the bleeding was controlled from these veins that were cut.
Uh-huh.
And then you then just sewed. Did you sew Mrs. Routier up?
Yes. We put what is called a subcuticular stitch underneath the skin, but we closed the wound up completely.
Okay. Now, could you tell the jurors about the other injuries that you looked at?
Yes, she also had a separate laceration or wound to the left shoulder and another one to the right forearm. Those were not actively bleeding. Those were not our main priority when we got into surgery. Once we determined that the neck wound was under control, we finished and we closed that. Then we turned our attention to the other 2 wounds and washed them out. Determined that there was no foreign body left in there, like a piece of glass or a piece of metal from a knife, whatever had caused the injury. We determined that there was no active bleeding. Again, cleaned them out, washed them out, and then closed both of those wounds.
Could you tell how deep this wound was here on the clavicle?
The clavicle is really the shoulder bone. This was a little bit lower than that. It went through the skin into the fat and right into the muscle and stopped there. And again, no active bleeding. So that's also considered a superficial wound. The one on her forearm down here also went down through the skin, through the fat, and into the muscle. But by the time we got her up in surgery and looked at it, there was no active bleeding. So we just washed that out and closed that as well.
Okay. If she just had this wound here, this smaller wound here on the clavicle and the wound to her arm, would you have taken her and operated on her at all?
No, those would be wounds that would be examined and probably closed in the emergency room and sent home.
Just sewed up and sent home?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see any other major cuts on her that needed to be tended to?
No, we examined her when we had her up in the operating room since she was under an anesthetic, and we didn't want to cause any discomfort. We examined all 3 of these wounds that I've talked about. We repaired those. We looked to make sure she had no other stab wounds to her back or anywhere else. We did not find any other injury.
You looked pretty close for any injuries, is that right?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
You may. Oh, there you go.
Let me show you 2 photographs marked States Exhibit 28A and 28B. Do these look like the wounds that you treated on Mrs. Routier?
Yes.
Okay, and 28B had, I guess, some type of strips across it.
It's called steri strips or butterfly bandages.
Okay, but that's how they look after she was treated.
Yes.
Okay. We'll offer States Exhibit 28B and 28A.
No objection. States Exhibit 28A and B are admitted.
Okay, could I have the doctor step down for just a minute?
Please step down, doctor. Watch your step going over there.
Let me caution you to keep your voice up now that you're not in front of the microphone.
Okay.
Let me step back here so we can let all of the jurors see. If you could, point out, I guess, does 28B show the 2 injuries to the neck and then to the left shoulder area?
All right. This is the injury to the neck here, the laceration, and then there's the second one to the left shoulder.
Okay, and this injury to the neck, it starts right up in this area. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. It goes from the right, crosses the midline, which is right here, and it goes to the left of the midline and stops there.
This was one long cut. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then about how long was this cut?
Probably about 1.5 inches.
Okay, and again, it just went through the skin and the fat here on the neck, just down to the plasma.
Correct.
And then States Exhibit 28A, does that show us the wound to the forearm?
Yes, that's the wound to the right forearm extending about
If you could step back, doctor.
about 1.5 inches here on her forearm. Again, that was washed out. And then you could see the sutures that we used to close that.
Okay. If she had just come in with that, you would have just sewn her up there in the emergency room?
Right.
And then right above that wound, is there another wound, a smaller wound?
Yes. Appears to be a small laceration. We washed that out. There was no bleeding from that. We thought that that would heal on its own and not require stitches.
So it didn't require stitches, but it was a laceration.
Yes.
Okay. You can have a seat, doctor. Judge, if we could have the doctor step down and look at Miss Routier's neck so I can get some testimony about where the wound was located.
Yes, if you will do that. All right. Oh, sorry. There we go.
That's the wound we're talking about.
Okay. And if you can point on the defendant where that wound begins.
Well, it extends from here down to here. You can see the scar over here.
All right. Doctor, if you could maybe just step around. If you could step over there, please.
Okay.
All right. Turn away this way. All right.
The incision was from here and comes all the way down to here. It's a little more scarring in the middle here, but this is the length of the incision here.
Okay. And if we could see the scar here on the forearm, if you would turn that to the jury.
Yes. And that's the incision we saw. There's a separate one noted on the photograph. This is a laceration to the forearm.
Okay. And is that about after 6 or 7 months? How would you expect that scarring to look?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, doctor, after she was sewn up and these wounds were cleaned up, what did you do with her then?
After that, she was extubated, which means the breathing tube was taken out, and we put her in the intensive care unit for recovery.
Can you tell us how long this whole procedure took to look at these wounds, the whole operation?
I could look it up if you want the exact time. Approximately an hour and a half, hour and a half. There should be an operative record in here. Okay, she was brought into the operating room at 3:40 in the morning. The actual surgery began at 3:50. We finished the operation at 4:35. That was a neck exploration. Then we turned our attention to the other wounds, as I mentioned, from 4:35 to 4:49. So if you look at the whole time of the operation, the time we examined and treated her neck to the time we finished with her other injuries, it was from 3:50 to 4:49, about an hour.
And during that, while she's under, are you taking examination for any other injuries you might see?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And after that, where do you put her in the hospital? What is done under your orders?
The patient can be taken either to a recovery room to recover from the anesthetic, the effects of the anesthetic until they wake up, or they can be put in the intensive care unit. In her case, we put her in the intensive care unit.
Why did you decide to do that?
My concern was, just from the little I knew of what happened, that I knew she'd been injured, and I knew one of her children was dead that I had seen in the ER, and I was told another child was dead at the scene. I was afraid that all this might be a little too much for her. Plus, I knew that there would be a lot of media around, and I didn't want her disturbed. So I put her in the ICU, really so we could take care of her a little bit closer and protect her from anybody who might try to come in and bother her.
Okay. What kind of patients are usually taken to the ICU unit?
Usually critically ill patients that need to be maintained on a ventilator, the breathing machine. That's one criteria for putting someone in the intensive care unit. Someone who is unstable, the blood pressure is unstable, hard to manage. Someone who has multiple injuries, like car wreck victims who will have head, belly, and pelvic injuries.
Okay, so Miss Routier wasn't put in the ICU because she was in critical condition by any means.
No, her injuries, by that time we managed those. And those were of no further danger to her. I was more concerned about her psychological state after all this happened, and when she would wake up, and about protecting her from the media and all those kinds of things.
You were concerned being what you knew about it was a stabbing and her 2 children had been killed. Is that right?
Correct.
And you were concerned about her psychological state and how she might handle that.
Yes.
And also didn't want the press coming.
Yes.
Oh, you didn't want the press coming in and asking her questions.
Correct.
Okay. Were you concerned she might well be somewhat unstable when she woke up from the operation?
Yes. I was afraid that once she knew what had happened, that both children were dead, that she might be in a very precarious psychological state.
All right, let me ask you, doctor, when someone is admitted, do you run a blood screen to see if there are any drugs present in the body?
Routinely on trauma patients, particularly patients involved in car wrecks, will almost always get an alcohol and drug screen to see if there is any drugs involved. On patients who are stabbed or shot or have injuries from falling, it kind of depends on who's drawing the blood at the time. Sometimes the emergency room physician will order it. Sometimes we will order it. Sometimes the nurses will draw that blood and they will get it sent.
Was there some testing done in this particular case?
Yes, there was. She had a drug screen drawn on admission.
Okay, what was found in that?
It was positive for amphetamines.
Okay, and do you know what particular type of amphetamines?
No, all a drug screen will say is that she was positive for a class of drugs, which classified as amphetamines, but it won't tell you which ones.
Okay, and if a patient can talk, do they give a medical history when they get there to the emergency room?
Yes, they're asked usually in detail about their medical history.
Okay, and those records will be reflected there?
Yes, usually the emergency room nurses will get all that information.
And if Miss Routier was, when we talk about amphetamines, would those be included in diet pills?
Yes,
What is the opposite of amphetamines?
what's called downers or Valium or things like that that will depress your effect.
Make you sleepy, put you to sleep, that type of thing?
Right.
Was any of that found in Miss Routier?
No, only amphetamines.
Okay, what do amphetamines do?
As you said, they could be used in diet pills, also other kinds of amphetamines. It's usually to stimulate you.
Okay. Oh, any alcohol found in Miss Routier?
I don't remember if an alcohol level was drawn on her.
And is there any way you can tell how much amphetamine is present in the body?
No, it doesn't measure the level. It just says whether it's present or not.
Okay, let me talk to you a moment again about the boy, Miss Routier's son. You didn't know his name at that time, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you later learn his name was Damon?
Yes.
Okay, in 52J, you probed the wounds in the back, is that right?
Yes.
These deep penetrating wounds could tell you just from looking at them some of the vital parts of the body that they injured.
Yes. As I said, one of them that I probed that went into his chest cavity probably collapsed his lung. I couldn't tell if there were any other injuries in the chest cavity because there was no active bleeding when he got there. He had already sanguinated, and I presume that the cause of death was loss of blood or sanguination.
Okay, go ahead.
The other injury that I probed, I went into his abdominal cavity. The peritoneal cavity appeared to injure the liver.
Okay, you've seen people in the ER that have been stabbed and had collapsed lung, is that right?
Yes.
On a few or many occasions.
Many.
Okay, if someone is stabbed in the lung and it causes it to collapse, are they still able to make noise?
Yes.
Okay, would you still be able to cry out in pain?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a normal reaction when you get stabbed?
Yes.
Okay, people make a lot of noise there in the emergency room, I bet.
Yes, they do.
And is it an instantaneously fatal wound?
No. To have a collapsed lung can cause some pain and discomfort and shortness of breath and trouble breathing, but it won't kill you. If you get what's called a tension pneumothorax, that's where a lot of pressure in your lung or actually outside the lung and pushing your vital organs, your heart, and all that over, that can cause your blood pressure to drop and it may cause death eventually. But he did not have a tension pneumothorax because it was open to the air. A tension pneumothorax, usually it's a closed system.
So when he was stabbed, he would have been capable of yelling out in pain.
I believe he would have, yes.
And he would have been capable of moving around some.
Yes.
All right. Now you transferred her to the ICU unit. Where is that located in Baylor?
In Baylor, it's located up on the 4th floor. We have a number of ICUs. She was taken to the trauma ICU, which is on the 4th floor.
Did you, I guess after she's brought in, you are her physician, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And as part of your duties, do you then check up on her throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go by her room later on that day?
Yes. I went by the ICU later to see how she was doing.
Okay. And how was she doing when you went by there?
Medically, she was stable. I spoke to the nurses. Her vital signs had been stable. She had no signs of bleeding from any of the wounds. Blood pressure, heart rate, all those kinds of things were looking okay. And the wounds were dry. As you saw in the pictures, no big oozing of blood or anything from there. I was happy to see that medically and surgically she was doing well.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You wanted her in the ICU because of facts. What you knew of the facts surrounding her admittance, you were afraid of her mental stability. Is that right?
Yes.
If this had been, if she had come in with these same injuries, let's say due to a household accident, would you have kept her in the ICU?
No, she would have gone to recovery.
Okay. Would she have had a long stay there in Baylor Hospital?
No, she probably would have gone home later that day.
Did you talk with her?
Yes. I explained the injuries that we had found, what we had done about her neck and her arm and her shoulder, and I told her that I thought she was very lucky and that thankfully we wouldn't have to do anything else.
Okay.
Hey, can we take a restroom break? I have to
Yes,
go to the
Sure.
pee so bad.
So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, okay. I'm gonna change that banner. I have the wrong banner up. Okay. We'll reconvene and whenever you guys get back. All right. I'm gonna change
Okey
the
dokey.
banner too. I'll do that first. Dr. Alejandro Santos. Okay, let me change that. Mm. Where'd it go? Okay. All right, guys. I'll be back, okay?
Okie dokie.
I'm back if anyone's there. Lieber, did you leave too?
Just briefly.
Okay. Did you take your break? We've been like on for going on 5 hours.
Yes, I sure did.
I ordered a water from the SO.
A what?
A water. I'm like telling him to, can I get a
Oh,
water?
right?
We'll see if he comes through.
Right.
He's probably ignoring my text. So what is chat? Is chat happy about?
It looks pretty mellow right now. I think
Yeah.
everybody is enjoying so far. I think it's starting to get to some juicy parts right now
Yeah.
in the transcripts.
Yeah. They have this guy, the doctor, on the stand for a while.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Miss Delana. Give me just a second.
Yes, thank you, Miss Delana.
All right. Ooh. I think I might ask Zab to make the text just a little bit bigger for me.
Yeah. I have it on my computer, so this time around. So yeah, if you need it bigger, for sure. I might try to leave and come back. I hear a lot of echoing. Do you hear it?
I just had some water running, so it's probably on my end.
Yeah. Might be okay.
You should be. I've been raring, ready to go to read these. I've been curious.
I know. This is how we're all learning. How's chat doing with how we're doing, guys? Thank you, Delana. Thank you, TN Volsgal. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thanks, everybody. They're all talking about NK now.
Yeah. I'm reading that. That's hilarious. Oh, good. There's my water. Thank you. Yeah.
That whole thing is just becoming a crazy circus anyway.
Yeah, it is, but I always thought NK was involved, so whatever. Let's just I don't know if we'll ever take her to trial, because I actually think it's kind of like Anna Darko is a little bit involved, or a lot involved.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard Dowdy.
We can't even get away from the Watts case, even when we're talking about Darlie.
No, but all of the craziness that's like coming down and happening, I don't know. You can't help but like be sucked in.
No, it's because it never went to trial, so we're over here like, trying it ourselves, and
Right.
apparently the DA is watching very closely, because you saw on Kelly on CDT's live, they did some weird dump when she downloaded the DA files.
Yeah.
So yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you, Arya. Thank you, the Gooch.
Yeah. I think we are going down on that ship.
Yeah, we needed a break, but then we always come back. Just when you take me out, you drag me back in.
I was so frustrated the other day about the live that old girl did with Critical K. I was just like,
It was actually hilarious. She's such a PR machine, but she's not a professional PR machine. That's my background. I did public relations for a long time, and I could see the spin going on, and it was hilarious to me. I'm like, girl, you need some training on how to spin it. It's crazy.
My personal opinion, I think she fails to understand what the definition of transparency means. I mean, if you're saying, she kept saying, I'm being transparent. No, you're not, because somebody who's transparent doesn't have anything to hide. They will answer all the questions. And I kept getting frustrated. Well, if you go to my website and you pay this money, you can see. Wow. I'm not paying for that.
Yeah,
No
I
way.
think one person should do it for the team and then come back with all the information, which I'm sure somebody has.
I was just sitting back listening to you guys. Oh man,
I was ready to start throwing shoes at the damn TV. Like, girl, get off. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
The whole thing is just plumb ridiculous. I think he's where he belongs.
Yeah, I know. What? I don't understand. What do they expect to get out of this? They really expect him to get off? I mean, I don't get this. Do they think he's going to be free at one point? I mean, he freaking. I don't think that's ever going to happen. So it's kind of just because he already admitted to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With Darlie, I want to have a new trial, but she's always said she was innocent. She never. But he already admitted. I know there's false confessions, but I mean,
the mental gymnastics that they do is insane. How they even, he might not have been there alone that night, and he was set up. Well, how did he know where they were? How did he know where the bodies were?
Exactly. He literally drew out on a map on a piece of paper with X marks the spot like a treasure chest and said, "This is where they are."
Yeah.
I mean, he knew what he did was wrong. He knew what he was doing. The actions that he portrayed, even after the event, I just don't see how he can say, "I was railroaded." No.
I know.
No.
Not at all.
You can take that and dump it off at the landfill where it belongs, buddy.
Yeah, speak up. Your whole life, you've just been some big doofus, and now you want to have a backbone because there's a chick telling you to have a backbone. I mean, you didn't listen to your parents when they were asking you for the truth. You still have never come out and said the truth, just privately to your parents, even.
He doesn't even have the guts to tell his parents.
No, he's such a sorry human being with his short ass arms. Have you ever noticed
no?
Yeah, his arms are so short, they're not normal length. If you notice, it's so frustrating in his head, the shape of his head and his arms are I can't.
His head is an egg shaped. I noticed that, but I never noticed his arm. I did notice. What? Go ahead, Libra.
I was about to say, are you inferring that he may have T-Rex arms?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm picturing him wow. Oh my God.
Yes. Help me, arms. Yes. can't reach. He can't wipe his butt properly. Probably.
It also looks like because Randy had like a hernia surgery on his stomach. It looks like he had like that surgery the way his stomach is. Have you guys noticed that? Something's off. Like I don't know if I see a scar, but something's a little bit deformed in the stomach area. I feel I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of Randy's stomach. Not, I don't mean that because he actually had surgery there. That's what I'm saying. I'm just, I don't know. Do you guys did notice that or no? Is it just me? Yeah, I don't know.
And
I guess it's not a big deal, but
I don't think his hair pattern on his stomach works for him like in that way, because it also like kind of makes it look like there's even more wrong, you know, the way his pattern is on his hair. On his...
Yeah, the receding hairline hit very early for him. Very early. I don't see how these women find him attractive. I mean, personally, I think he's so damn ugly it makes a freight train want to take a dirt road, but that's just my opinion.
oh
If
my god,
somebody could want to marry Richard Ramirez with his bad teeth and like his Skeletor face, I mean, you know, they're like Chris Watts with his body. They're probably like drooling over themselves, like the fans.
oh my god, that's a perfect emoji. I'm gonna try to create Chris Watts as a T-Rex with his arms like this.
That is awesome.
Let's think of do we have like a good like side picture of him or something where it would go good? I gotta find it. That would be so yes.
In the when he got his the side with his shirt off, the picture that they took when he, you know, was getting his body, the police took in the interrogation room, that might be a good one. And if you zoom in on those pictures, you could see all the creepy hair he has on his back.
Yeah.
Creepy ass hair.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Like a Sasquatch hair.
Yeah, I can't stand the man. Like, sorry.
I know, me either. It just makes him ugly, you know. And then he has that little mole or something like on his forehead, which normally, like, I wouldn't even care about people, but because what he's done, it's like I'm picking out every little,
Like Austin. Remember the Austin Powers movie when he saw that lady and he was like mole 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 mole. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes, you guys.
And then when he eats his earwax, remember that? He really does. I mean, he's really picking it. Have you guys seen that? You gotta wait till like way after when he's just sitting there by himself. It's just like, oh, he's one of those guys who ate his boogers and stuff. You know, when they used to like eat them, like, what are they doing?
Oh my god,
it's messed up. Like, I don't know if you watched that what's his name, Popovich trial that was on recently, but that guy, like, he kept picking at his ears during the trial, taking his glasses off, putting it in his ear. Or like another thing that was pretty gross was he would blow his nose and he's sitting at the defense table and he would wipe the table with his snot tissue and then put it back up on his face to re-wipe.
What?
Oh my god. It was bad. Girl, I was like, oh my god, please.
Thank God.
Yay. I only watched like a couple witnesses. I didn't get to see that. Wow. Did they find him guilty, right?
Yes, they found him guilty.
Wow.
They sure did.
He was actually, you know, Bridget, she used to come, she hasn't been in a while, but she used to come and chat all the time. It's actually it would be her husband's uncle, I think, or something like that, some kind of relation. And so they were watching the trial, like all nervous and stuff. So yeah. Oh, wow.
That's scary.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah. It is.
Oh my gosh. Una Bakai, what's up? He did eat it. Yes. I'll have to a lot of people have done videos on that in the past already, but I'll have to find that part if you guys haven't seen it.
Oh my god.
Please.
My god.
Send it to his fangirls. Like, here, ladies.
Oh my god. He thinks he is just so awesome, probably getting all these letters from all these girls. And You know, he's getting more attention in there than he's probably ever got. It's like,
Right.
man.
There's something throw it off about a female who has any kind of interest in a man who would do something so heinous to his family. I don't understand that.
Well, maybe
I
they don't
really
believe
don't.
he did it. You know, a lot of them believe that Shanann did it. I don't know. You know, I don't know how they could even think that, but
Mm-mm.
so
I was going to ask you when you pull up the transcripts again, could you zoom in a little bit more and make the words just a little bit bigger for me, please?
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So I don't even remember where we were. I mean, I have the page up, but let me see something here.
I think it was 2, but I don't remember. Hold on.
I zoomed in a couple of is it it probably is here then, right? 2?
Yeah, I think it's on 2, yeah.
Okay.
Is my avatar really gone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where is it?
I
It
don't
ran
know.
away.
Why does it do that sometimes?
I know it does do that sometimes. And sometimes our names disappear. That's weird.
Naughty avatar.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, we're at 2.
Okay.
He was talking about worried about her mental health.
So that's the only reason they're probably trying to say that's like the only reason she was kept in ICU, basically, right? It wasn't that big of a injury, but because of that.
Because of that, the shock of, the kids being gone, the media, things like that. It's crazy.
All right, whenever you guys are ready. If you guys are ready.
Ready?
Yep, ready. I'm going to start at 2. Okay. Now, you talked about how you were worried about her mental health. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you dealt with people that have lost loved ones due to an accident? Well, due to sudden death?
Yes.
Or to sickness?
Mostly trauma, because that's what I do.
Something you deal with, I guess, on a daily or weekly basis at times?
Yes.
Okay. Have you dealt with situations where a person might be injured and in a car wreck themselves, let's say one of their loved ones is also killed?
Yes.
Also, maybe someone who is just taken to the hospital and they die in your emergency room and you have to deal with the family when they get there.
Yes, that happens often.
And in the course of your experiences, have you dealt with mothers that have lost their children?
Yes.
On a few or many occasions?
Many. Too many.
Okay. Do you want to take a lot of delicate care when you talk to a mother about that?
Yes. You have to be very careful because you don't know how people are going to react. You don't know how much they know to begin with and what kind of support system they have.
Okay. What frame of mind were you in when you first went to go examine Mrs. Routier after she had woken up from surgery and you went to examine her?
Well, I was again happy that she was doing well medically and surgically, but I did not know how she was going to deal with it psychologically. I didn't know if she was aware that both her sons were dead. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know how she felt about it. And so I was very concerned that she might be very unstable psychologically.
Okay. And what did you find after you spoke with her?
I spoke with her. She obviously knew that both her boys were dead. Her husband was at the bedside, and I think she had a large picture of both boys. So I spoke mostly about her injuries. I didn't want to bring up the fact that her boys being dead. I didn't want to have to go over that with her again. So mostly I talked to her about the injuries. I kind of stayed around a little bit to make sure that I thought she was handling it okay. She had sort of a flat effect, but my main concern was that she did know what had happened, and I wanted her to know that she was going to be okay. And that was about the extent of our conversation.
What do you call a flat effect?
Someone who has a monotone voice is obviously not excited about whatever is going on and blunt reaction to the situation, to the environment.
Okay, now you've dealt with mothers in the same situation before.
Yes, I have.
Tell the jury how they usually react.
Most of the time, mothers, when they're made aware or told that a child has died, get hysterical.
Okay, even after they've known for some hours that the child is dead.
Well, it's usually very hard for, especially a mother, to accept that, yes.
What types of things do you see? What are their reactions like?
They cry. They usually tell me I'm wrong. They don't believe me. They want to know why this happened, couldn't have happened. They usually go into sort of denial and want to see the child or want me to prove or want to prove to me that the child is fine. And they're usually hard to control. And that's why it's good to have a good support system, husband, brother, or mother, somebody with them that can help them deal with that.
And are you able to console them easily?
No.
You say they cry a lot.
Yes, they do.
And what do you mean by cry?
Crying over loss of a loved one, crying over the tragedy of what has happened. And there's a lot of anger usually because it can be from a gunshot wound, a car wreck. It's very hard for especially mothers to face the fact that the children are dead. And there's a lot of anger and a lot of pain.
You're talking about crying with tears, sobbing, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Tears coming down the cheeks.
Yes.
All right. Now, how long was Miss Routier in the hospital?
She came in, I think we said about 3 in the morning on the 6th and was discharged on the 8th.
Okay, about 3 o'clock something in the morning on the 6th and discharged and the 8th of June. I think that was a typo.
Around noon on the 8th.
Around noon on the 8th.
Somewhere around that.
Did you see her entire time? Did you see her the entire time she was there? Would you check on her periodically?
Yes, I saw her the next day, which would be, I saw her that first day later on in the day, and then I saw her on the 7th, and then on the 8th before she went home.
Okay, this is what you described as she had flat effect. Did you ever see the change at all?
No, every time I saw her, she exhibited the same.
Okay, let me ask you, Dr. Santos, as far as all of the mothers you have dealt with in this same situation, have you seen anyone react in this way?
No, I have not.
Okay, now on the day of the 6th, she had been operated on earlier in the morning by yourself and the other residents.
Yes.
Was she suffering from the influence of drugs, in your opinion, from that operation?
No. The anesthetic drugs usually wear off after a couple of hours. I felt that that was all gone. She had some pain. She had some pain medicine ordered, as she should for the injuries of the surgery she had, but usually the medication that she was getting doesn't give you a flat effect. It can make you very sleepy, especially if you're very sensitive to it or if you get too much of it, but it usually doesn't give you a flat effect.
Okay. Was she awake when you saw her?
Yes, she was sitting up and talking.
Appeared alert and lucid.
Yes.
Did she seem aware of her surroundings?
Yes. Again, that's why I told her where she was and wanted to make sure she knew what we had done and why she had all of these stitches and all these things. So she knew where she was.
Okay. Now, also, do you have a psychiatrist there at Baylor who are on staff and can assist you?
Yes, we do.
And in these type cases, do you keep careful watch on the patient in case their services are needed?
Yes.
And is this something you had in your mind in dealing with Miss Routier?
Yes. That's something that we kind of had a plan, that if I thought she was having a lot of trouble handling this, that we were going to get psychiatry to come by and help her.
Okay. Did you ever feel you had to do that?
No.
Okay. Did she appear to be any kind of kind of zombie or just traumatized state there in the hospital?
No, that was not my impression. My impression was she just had a flat effect, and that's all I saw.
Okay. Now, you say she was released on the 8th of June, somewhere around noon or so. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you keep her there sometime longer?
Yes, I was still concerned that maybe she hadn't reached that point where she would have more of an uncontrollable reaction to all of this. And I kind of wanted to watch her. I think it was over the weekend, watch her until like Monday.
Okay. But did you ever see this reaction that you were expecting?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did her and her husband want to be released if possible?
Yes. Her husband stated that they would like to go, I think, because there was a funeral pending for the children. And I asked her if that was okay with her, if she felt like going, and she said she did.
Okay. Now, let me get into another area. You, as a trauma surgeon, deal with a lot of people that come in there that have been in some violent altercations. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you treated a lot of people that have been involved in assaults using sharp weapons, knives, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your job, you see what we call defensive wounds.
Yes, I've seen a lot of those.
Tell the jury what defensive wounds are.
Well, defensive wounds usually mean when you're trying to defend yourself, it is usually against someone attacking you, usually with a knife. It's hard to defend yourself against someone with a gun by using your hands unless you try to grab the gun. Most of the time when someone is close to you and trying to stab you, you put your hands up and it's a reaction to try to grab the knife and to keep it away from your face. So you can get defensive wounds where where you have stab wounds to the fingers and the hands. And sometimes if they're trying to slash you, you bring your arms up and you get slash marks on your forearms.
The wounds to the hands, where are they generally located?
Usually on the fingers and the palm surface, because you usually have your palms out as to try to defend yourself.
Someone's coming at you with a knife, you automatically put your hands up.
Yes.
Are they usually just small wounds or can they be severe wounds?
It'll depend on the size of the knife. Obviously, if it's a small knife, they make small puncture wounds or small lacerations. If it's a larger knife, they usually can make very deep wounds into your hands. And if you try to grab the knife, they can cut your fingers in half. You can also have deep slash wounds to your forearms if you try to fight them off.
Is it unusual for a person to grab a knife?
Well, I don't know if I'd say it's unusual. It happens occasionally when you're really trying to defend yourself. Most people would just try to push things away.
Okay. You also see defensive wounds to the forearms, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where are those located? Where do you see those wounds?
Usually when you put your forearms up or your arms up, you try to defend yourself, to try to defend them. And if you're trying to and if they're trying to slash you, you'll see them on this part of your forearm across this way.
Okay, the underneath part here of your forearm.
Yes.
And are they usually just one or more?
No, they're usually multiple injuries to the forearm.
So you'll see several slash marks horizontally across the forearm.
Yes, usually.
Okay, this wound to Miss Routier's forearm here in 28A, is that the kind of defensive wound you usually see?
No, that is not a.
Excuse me, Your Honor. At this time, we would object to this line of questioning. This witness is a trauma surgeon, not a forensic expert. We would submit under Rule 702 and 705. He is not qualified to give his opinion as to the nature and type of wound that's reflected in this case. Overruled. Go ahead. Wow, do you guys hear that echo? Everybody has it on mute, right? I hear like a faint echo. That's weird. Huh.
Yeah, I hear it.
It's weird. Okay. That's Toby Shook. That's you.
Here in 28A, is that the type of wound that you usually see in what you call a defensive wound?
No, that's not a typical defensive wound.
And why is that?
Again, it's a deeper wound because I examined that wound. It's not a slash wound like a knife cutting cross. It's a stab wound. And it usually would be, as I said, the defensive wounds would be more on this part of the forearm and they would be across the other way typically.
When a person puts their arms up.
Right.
Okay. Now let me show you what been marked as State's Evidence Exhibit 28D, a large photograph of a palm of a hand and fingers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see some what could be cuts there on the fingers?
Yes. Appear to be some slight injuries to those fingers.
Okay. Is that what you would call a typical defensive wound you see on the hands if someone is being assaulted by a knife?
Same objection, Your Honor. Same objection, Your Honor. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Could we have a running objection? Oh, yes, running objection.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Is this type of cut that you would classify as a defensive wound that you usually see there that's on the hands?
No, normally they would be larger.
Okay, larger, deeper wound.
Yes, deeper.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 28D.
No objection, subject to the earlier objection.
I assume it's the same objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, overruled. State's 28D is admitted.
Now, I want to show you the photographs. I want to show the photographs to the jurors. Could you point out the injuries you might see there to the hand?
Normally, typical defensive wounds, you would see puncture wounds to the hand, to the palm, and to the fingers here. And they should be deeper wounds if someone is trying to stab you.
Could you point on the photograph where there's some maybe cuts located on the fingers?
The injuries I see here are this middle finger and on this ring finger here, but they appear to be small.
Okay, doctor, let me show you some other photographs which has been marked as State's Exhibit number 52A, 52B, 52C, 52D, 52E, 52F, 52G, 52H, 52I, and I don't offer that. Oh, and I don't need to offer that.
Okay.
Do those photographs, first of all, are those photographs of Darlie Routier and injuries there to her body?
Yes, they are.
In some of the photographs, she's in a pink shirt, and specifically, States Exhibit 52F, 52G, and 52H. Are those taken at the hospital?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll offer States Exhibit 52A through I.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 52A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I are admitted.
Oh, wow. Doctor, in your hospital records, if you could look at the focus notes of the nurse and turn to the date of 6/6 around 4 p.m., I guess that would be 1600 hours.
Okay.
In fact, I may have turned that one down on the corner, doctor.
Yes.
Okay, so it's clear you're referring there, I think, to nurses' notes that are taken there in the ICU unit.
Yes, on 6/6.
Is there a note in there that some Rowlett police officers and someone from the office came and took some photographs of Mrs. Routier?
Yes, on 6/6 at 1600, it says medical examiner and Rowlett PD officer here to photograph wounds. Procedure explained to patient's husband at bedside. Evidence being collected.
She must have got knocked off.
Oh, she did. So do you want to
Yeah.
do 6?
Okay, that would be 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Is that right?
Correct.
So she's been in the hospital a little over 12 hours at that point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if I could have the witness step down.
You may.
States Exhibit 52H. Is that how Miss Routier would appear in the ICU unit?
Yes.
Could you tell kind of what you're seeing there as far as what's hooked up to her?
Yes. She has nasal cannula. It's like cannula oil. Sorry. She has nasal cannula, outflow of oxygen.
Oh, Libra's back. Okay.
We're
Okay.
on 9 at Libra.
9.
Okay.
Okay.
If you could just start down at this end and just kind of go along so all the jurors can see. She has nasal cannula of oxygen being delivered to her nose through these two little prongs there. That is what comes around her neck here. Here's our neck incision that we repaired, where we repaired that. Here's the shoulder incision on the side, and you can see the EKG leads, which are the ones that monitor her heartbeat. The telemetry unit on the sides over here heads out to either shoulder. And then there appears to be a line or an IV going over to her left arm on that side. Oops, I think I read the wrong thing.
It's okay. Keep going.
Okay. The IV line is in her left arm, is that right?
Well, it's laying over there, so I can't see where it goes in. There's a bandage on the left antecubical area, left, inside of the elbow, but I can't tell if the line goes in there or not.
Looking at States Exhibit 52F and 52G, can you tell that there's no IV line on the right arm?
Yes, I see there's no line in the IV line in her arm at that time.
And those are more photographs of her in the ICU unit, is that right?
Yes.
Specifically, photos of her right arm?
Correct.
Okay, now let me go to these other photographs for a moment. States Exhibit 52E, D, C, B, A, and I. Do these appear to be photographs of Darlie Routier?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a date present here in the bottom right-hand corner of these photographs?
It says 6/10/96.
Okay, so we can assume at least, if that's correct, they were taken on the 10th day of June, 1996.
Correct.
Okay, now let's look at 52A. Do you see a wound here to the right arm or evidence of an injury to the right arm?
There's a large amount of bruising to the right arm, but I don't see any. Actually, by laceration, there's none, but there's evidence of bruising to the arm.
Okay, and that's a pretty large bruise, isn't it?
Yes.
Where does it extend from?
It appears to go from her wrist to right below where her hand is, past her elbow, up toward almost into her armpit.
Okay, and then 52E, that's an even more close-up photograph of that bruise.
Yes, correct.
If you could take these two photographs and go along the jury rail so all of the jurors can see.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Santos, tell the jurors what caused this type of bruising.
Some type of trauma, some kind of blunt trauma, being hit, a car wreck, anything like that. some kind of a force to the arm.
What is blunt trauma?
Blunt trauma, as opposed to non-penetrating. Penetrating is usually stab wound or gunshot wound. Blunt trauma is, again, in a car wreck, falling and hitting your arm, being hit with a baseball bat or something like that.
Being struck by an object very hard.
Correct.
Doesn't break the skin,
Does not penetrate.
but causes these deep bruises.
Yes.
Okay. Is this pretty severe blunt trauma that we're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Now, by looking at these photographs, can you tell anything about the age of this bruise?
Just by looking at this photograph, I would say that the injury is about 24 to 48 hours old.
24 to 48 hours old?
Correct.
And what do you see there in the photograph that lets you have that opinion?
On this photograph, there's some deep bruising to this part of the arm over here. But up towards the upper part of her arm, the arm proper close to the armpit, there's more of a redness over here. That tells you that this is not a very old wound. Wounds like this tend to get very dark, and after about 3 or 4 days start turning green when that blood starts to get absorbed. But this redness up here tells me that it was probably a 24 to 48 hour old wound.
When it's photographed here?
Yes, at that time.
And the date is 6/10/96.
Correct.
Now, you had Miss Routier from about 3:30 in the morning on June 6, 1996 to, you say, around noon or so on June 8th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, y'all checked pretty carefully about other injuries. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And in ICU, are there enough nurses in attendance at all times?
Yes.
Okay. It's not like being in a room. When you're in the hospital and the nurse just checks on you once in a while. Is that right?
Correct.
They're right there all the time.
Yes.
Okay. And you've examined Miss Routier several times on her stay there.
Yes.
Examined the wounds that you sewed up.
Yes.
Okay. And before she was released, do you examine those wounds?
Yes. Routinely, we'll look at the wounds just to make sure they're healing okay.
Did you see at any time while she was in the hospital any injury that would cause this type of bruising?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. Is this something that you would have been if it had occurred on June 6th, let's say at 2:30 in the morning, 1996?
Yes, I believe we would have seen some evidence of that before she left the hospital.
Okay. A person, when they get blunt trauma, they don't bruise. A huge bruise doesn't just immediately form, does it?
No, sir.
A little bit of time occurs. Is that right?
Correct.
But to get this type of bruising, do you see some evidence of it pretty soon afterwards?
Yes. I mean, if you had something that would create that, how soon would you see it?
Right.
Usually within 24 hours, it will show up.
This bruise would show up.
Yes.
And even when you first received the person, would you see some type of injury to that area that would later on cause this type of bruising?
You may. Most of the time you do. Sometimes you cannot see the evidence in the beginning, but most of the time it's pretty evident.
Okay. Now, you never saw any evidence of that type of injury to the right arm on her stay on the 6th, 7th, or 8th of June. Is that right?
Other than the stab wound that we talked about earlier, no, I did not see any other type of injury.
Okay. Let's look at State's Exhibit number 52F, which is a photograph of the arm wound. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, would a stab wound to the arm in that area cause this type of bruising?
It can cause bruising usually around the wound.
Okay, but nothing like this in 52E.
No, I don't think that this type of wound would cause that type of injury.
Okay. And again, 52G shows the arm. Do you see this blood here? Is that more of an injury?
That's blood from her wound up here. That was taken in the ICU, and this is just dried blood. As I said, when she first came in, she had a lot of dried blood all over her. This is not indicative of the injury. This is dried blood from her injury from her arm.
Okay, so that's dried blood left on her arm. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see anywhere in States Exhibit 52F, 52H, 52G any evidence of the injury that would cause the bruising that you see here in 52E?
No, excuse me. No, I don't see any evidence here that would show what caused that.
Okay, and again, you thoroughly checked her stay in the hospital. Is that right?
We checked her very carefully when she was in the operating room. That was our best chance to do that while she was under the anesthetic. And then we had the nurses do dressing changes on her afterwards.
Okay, and before she leaves you, yourself and other residents checked her. Is that right?
I went and talked to her. I did not examine all the wounds the day she left.
Okay, but you never saw this type of injury.
No, I did not.
And have you looked at the nurse's notes and other medical records regarding Miss Routier?
Yes.
Would the nurse make notes of that if they saw any type of injuries?
Yes, that's part of their duties, is to find injuries that we may have missed. And certainly something like this would have been something I would expect the nurses to point out to me or to the other doctors before we sent her home.
So you didn't see this injury at all?
No, I did not.
And you say by looking at these photographs, this type of bruising looks like something that occurred in the last 24 to 48 hours?
Correct.
Not a 4-day-old bruise at all, is that right?
Not in my opinion.
Okay, so if we can kind of look at this photograph being taken on the 10th day of June, would you say this injury did not occur on the 6th of June?
I'm going to object to leading and repetitious.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Would you repeat the question, please?
If we assume that this photograph here, taken 52E, was taken on the 6th day of June of 1996, is there any way that bruising could have occurred, that injury that caused this bruising occurred at 2:30 in the morning on June 6, 1996?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right. Let me show you what's been marked States Exhibit 52J. Again, is that a photograph of Darlie Routier?
Yes, sir. We have a J and a K already.
I'll mark it 52M. Again, is 52M a photograph of Miss Routier and an injury?
Yes.
We'll offer States Exhibit 52M.
No objection, Your Honor.
The States Exhibit 52M is admitted.
Okay. Again, can you, 52M, is that a photograph of bruising there to the left arm?
Yes, it shows some bruising to the left arm around the wrist area extending down toward her elbow.
Again, doctor, if you could start maybe down at this end, you can come down. You can
Okay.
come on down.
Okay.
Okay. And again, doctor, is 52N a closer up photograph of that wound?
Yes.
We'll offer State 52N.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 52N is admitted.
Doctor, the bruising we see here on the left side, is that the same type of blunt force trauma injury that we saw to the right arm?
It appears to be. All I can tell is that there's some bruising there. I'm not sure what caused that. You can see a little closer here than you could on the other one.
Okay. Anyway, did that look like a fresh bruise, or could you tell on that particular end?
On this one, it's hard to tell. Most of this ecchymotic bruise is smaller than the one on the other arm, and it's hard to tell whether the edges are fresh or not. On this photograph, it's hard to tell how old it is, but it's at least 48 hours old.
Now, the injury that we see here on 52E, the right arm, you've treated people that you see bruising if they've been grabbed hard or something like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe a man grabs a woman and pulls her around. Will that leave bruising?
Yes, it can.
What type of bruising is that?
It depends if he grabs her with his bare hands or grabs her on the forearm. He can leave the imprint of his fingers and his thumb on the forearm.
Okay. Did you, as far as the injury to the right arm, is that the type of bruising?
No, the bruising that you showed me in those photographs on her arm appears to be more of a deep bruise.
Again, what we call blunt trauma, something striking the arm.
Very possible.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat up there. Doctor, would an IV in any way cause a bruise like that?
I don't believe an IV would cause bruising like that. No.
That's blunt trauma.
Yes, it appears to be.
That's all the questions I have. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Douglas?
Sorry, I'm trying to do chat and I got to scroll down the thing too as you guys are reading. So sometimes I'm a little minute to unmute it. So okay, Preston Douglas. Thank you. Doctor, in terms of Ms. Routier and how she acted while she was under your care, obviously you have other patients. You weren't able to be with her the entire time.
That's correct.
And how many times do you think between, say, the 6th and when she was discharged that you went and checked on her?
3 times, once each day.
All right. And contrary to you going by 3 times, she would have been under the care of nurses throughout the time. Is that right?
Correct.
And would you agree that those nurses, in some instances, would have had better opportunity in some cases to view how she was doing, how she's feeling emotionally?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. Doctor, if you would refer to your notes, first there's the admitting history of physical sheet. Oh, history and physical sheet. It should be toward the first part of your record, which has a drawing.
Right.
Okay. And under general, can you read what was noted by the nurse and signed off on by you?
Yes.
Do you see where that says general?
Okay. If I may correct you, that's not signed by the nurse, that's signed by my resident.
Okay.
Under general, it says young, what stands for young white female, tearful, frightened.
So when she first came in, she was noted to be frightened and noted to be crying some. Is that right? Tearful?
Yes.
And then further back, look at June 6th.
The admitting the nurse's notes?
Right. Going back to the admitting nurse's notes. It should be earlier in the timeline. My copy is bad, but I'm guessing that the time is before 5:15 in the morning.
I'm sorry. Is that the ICU or the emergency?
Look at the focus notes on June 6, 1996, prior to 5:15 in the morning.
Okay. On the 6th, you say?
Yes, sir. If I could show you, that's the admitting nurse.
Yes.
And then I'm showing a date of June 6th, 1996, admitting nurse. And what I'm showing you, does this appear to be a copy of the records that you have?
Yes, they are.
And you see where I have highlighted for your convenience some nurses' notes?
Yes, I do.
Can you read who signed that?
I'm sorry, I can't read that name. It's followed by RN by abbreviation. It's one of our nurses, but I don't know what the name on it is.
Is this admitting nurse?
Well, not necessarily the admitting nurse. It just means that the person who's admitted them, yes.
All right. And what notation is made there?
You have highlighted, it says crying, visibly upset.
Okay. Then later in the same day at 7:30, psychosocial. There's a note for psychosocial. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's meant specifically to address her emotional state. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And am I right? Did you find that in the notes?
I found it.
Look.
Okay.
Does it say patient is very emotional?
Yes.
There are periods of crying, sobbing, talking about events in her family.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, all right. So when you said to the jury that you were surprised that she had a flat effect, then obviously there are nurses that did not see what you saw, but saw a very crying, emotionally upset woman and made psychosocial notes because they thought it was significant enough that a reviewing doctor should look at.
Correct.
Did you look at these notes?
No.
Well, you were her attending physician, is that correct?
Yes.
So if you're trying to make a determination as to how she is progressing, there are nurses writing notes to you that are telling you she's visibly upset, she's crying, and she's emotional about the events that she just went through. Is that right?
They're not writing notes to me. Those are the nurse's notes.
Those are the nurse's notes that are telling you she's visibly upset, she's crying.
Usually the nurse will give me a verbal reveal.
The point being, it's a history that's being made for the benefit of whoever it is. In this case, obviously not intended for a jury, but from these notes at the time they were made, how this lady was acting. Is that right?
Yes.
And it is safe to say that there's notes that throughout the day on the 6th, she was visibly upset. Is that right?
Those 2 notes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, first there was the admitting note that said she was tearful and said she was scared. Is that right? Or frightened? I'm sorry.
Correct.
All right. So first she's scared, and then there's notes early in the morning that says she's visibly upset and emotional. And then there's another note. And these are all noted by nurses who are paid. And
yes.
Okay, look on the next page.
Where are the notes?
Okay, let's see. Do you remember doctor prescribing Mrs. Routier Xanax?
Yes.
Now, I can't find that in here, but you do remember calling that in, right?
I didn't call it in. I wrote it on the discharge orders. I added it to Dr. Dillon on her discharge orders. And when I came by and spoke with her and her husband, they requested that I went ahead and ordered that. So it's on my discharge orders.
Okay. Well, was she given Xanax before the discharge?
I believe it was ordered by one of the other physicians. We can look in the...
All right. Well, let me just show you later on the same day on the 6th, which looks like 1645. So towards 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you find where it's noted anxiety?
Correct.
All right. And she was given 25 milligrams or 0.25. She'd be out if it were 25 milligrams, right?
Well, it should be 0.25.
Okay. 0.25 milligrams of Xanax given to decrease. Is that an arrow going down?
Correct. To decrease anxiety.
The point of that is to decrease anxiety, right?
Yes.
And it says that the patient, Miss Routier, is unable to relax. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now there's lots of notes. You would agree that these injuries that she received are painful injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
And you see there's lots of notes where the nurses that is treating her notes, pain and actions taken to lessen and care for the pain that she was experiencing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, the wound to her arm on the left side. Is that right?
Yes.
The right side?
Right forearm.
The right arm went down to the bone? Is that right?
It did not injure the bone. It went through the muscle.
All right. In your records, I believe it says went to the bone. I'm not meaning to say it struck the bone, but it did say it went to the bone.
I did not write that. It may be in there, but it's hard to tell.
You're not quarreling with that, are you?
No.
And certainly you would expect that to be a very, very painful injury, right?
Yes.
And now, in talking, when you first, let's back up to the beginning. When you first saw Mrs. Routier, there was no question. And in your admitting, well, actually, it's in your discharge summary. Do you see that?
Let me find it.
Okay.
Found it.
In your discharge summary, you noted that Miss Routier had a large, what you described as slash wound. Is that right?
Correct. This is a discharge summary dictated by Dr. Dillon, which I signed. Yes, it says she has a large slash wound.
All right. Well, you signed it. You approved it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described, or Mr. Dolan described, and you approved his description that she was actively bleeding from a large slash wound.
Correct.
Now, that was the first scene that any doctor saw was an actively bleeding woman who had obviously lost a large amount of blood on the front of her shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you also gave her either on discharge or upon when you admitted her, I don't know exactly where it is, but you gave her a diagnosis of post-trauma anemia. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, post-trauma anemia would be from a severe loss of blood. Is that correct?
Correct. Any loss of blood that will make your numbers go down. Medically, that's defined by certain parameters. And if your blood count, your hematocrit specifically is below normal, then you're by definition anemic.
All right. But in any event, what you described it was, and I can't say the word, it's
hemorrhage.
Well, it's hemorrhagic. How do you say that?
Right.
Oh, you're saying that. Wow.
Oh, it is you. It's post-hemorrhagic.
Hemorrhagic. Right. Hemorrhagic anemia, right?
Close, yes.
So I try to say it post-trauma, right? Same thing.
Well, post-hemorrhagic just means she bled. That's why her blood count is low. Post-trauma doesn't necessarily mean she bled. You can bleed internally, etc., etc. But post-hemorrhagically, hemorrhagically anemia specifically means you're anemic from loss of blood.
All right. But in any event, you notice that the diagnosis was made and that she had to be looked at after because she was suffering from anemia. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned I guess it was an operative report that the wound, let me ask you this. You're not attempting to give the jury, and I think you were careful to say that you're not attempting to give the jury any type of opinion about directionality of the wound, are you?
Correct. I cannot.
You have no opinion about that.
No, sir.
You have no opinion about self-inflicted or directionality or anything like that.
I cannot tell.
You can't tell?
Right.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you were the first trained medical person to look at this woman. Is that right? Well, Dr. Dillon and the paramedics.
Right.
But the first person to treat her and look at her closely, that was you, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you referred to the midline, you were referring to the center. Am I right of her neck?
Right. In the center of her neck.
All right. And if I remember right, your notes say that the wound was higher to the right side of her neck and that it was the deepest on the lowest or left side of the wound.
I'll have to look on the notes.
Trying to picture, so the left side of the wound, it was the deepest. You would think if she was self-inflicted, it would be deepest on the right side of the wound, you know?
Right.
Anyway. See, if she did this, you think it'd be deepest if it was self-inflicted, it would be deepest on the right side of the wound, not left, you would think, if it was her indeed. I think maybe that's what he's trying to get at. At least I'm guessing, I don't know. I've never tried, so I wouldn't know. But like, it just seems like if you took a knife, it would be like deeper right here, because by the time it would get here, you think it would be like, you know.
What if she's secretly ambidextrous? Like if she's both left.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if she's not, you could do it with the right hand. But would you do? I don't know. I mean, maybe you just think something like that you would do with the one that you normally do it. But I guess if you're saying if she's like just as comfortable with her left hand as her right, maybe.
Yeah. Like if she just, like, yeah, her dominant hand is her like right hand, but she also uses her left hand pretty well.
That's
Who knows?
an interesting theory.
Yeah.
Because like I'm left-handed, but I like write and eat with my left hand. But like when I played sports, I threw with my right hand, and like play guitar with my right hand. Like everything, there's some things right hand and some things left. It's just so yeah, I could see that. If I were to use a knife, because I eat with my left, I probably would feel more normal with my left. But yeah, I mean it's possible. But even that though, like I was saying, if she did do that, why would it be more deeper on this side? You would think it would be deeper on the right side of the wound, though, is what I'm trying to say as far as that. Don't you think? I'm guessing that's what he's getting at, because say she did do it with her left hand and you're cutting your throat. Why would it be deeper like on this side? I don't know. Maybe I'm looking way too much into this.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. And you're right. I mean, if you're really thinking about it like that and she did it, yeah, it would lean more to the right side if she did it. But
I guess it would be reasonably safe to assume so. Yes.
All right. Well, let's see where he's going. I'm sure that's where he's going, but I don't know. He makes every witness repeat it like 20 million times. Poor witness. Like, what's the point of that? That's what I'm saying. It's not going anywhere. They could have used all that energy and all that time to actually build a good case. Instead, he's just being an idiot. I mean, how is this helping her? So I'm saying,
maybe. Go ahead, Libra.
I think it's just to reaffirm it to the jury to try to strengthen.
Yeah, but twice is okay, but he does it like 20 times sometimes on things. Like I could see a couple times to reaffirm it, but like he keeps going on and on. It's like, come on.
Right, but if you're in front of a jury and you want the jury to really like take into account and grasp these particular things, you're going to want to reiterate that numerous times so that sticks with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think he does a little bit too much sometimes, though. But yeah,
I agree. But this is like part of his deep argument when it comes to this. So
I think he's overrated. Mad Dog Mulder is overrated. Or is this Mosty? I don't even know who's talking right now. But they're both like that. All right. What number are we on? I don't even know.
Maybe maybe 6.
Okay. Please, I could be mistaken.
Were you talking about in the operative wounds? That's what I'm looking at now. I'm not sure if there any mention of it, if it was deeper on one side. I don't recall anyone saying it was deeper on one side or the other. I don't see it on the operative record. Was it somewhere else?
Okay. Well, in your recollection, was the wound deeper at one point?
Well, it was a little deeper, if I recollect correctly, on the right side.
Okay. And you said that the wound penetrated the platysma? Platysma? I don't know. Platysma? Platysma. Oh, platysma muscle. Is that right?
Yes. We had a hard time with that word, too.
And in the operative record, it says, at one point, the laceration appeared to extend to, but not through, the carotid sheath, which covers the carotid artery. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, the carotid sheath, doctor, would that be membrane, or would that, how would you describe it?
It's connective tissue, sort of a membrane, yes. That would be the best way.
Is it thin?
Compared to...
How many millimeters?
It's probably 2 or 3 millimeters, which is pretty small.
And is it true that this wound at that point to the carotid sheath came within 2 millimeters of the carotid sheath? The artery sheath. I'm asking about the sheath first.
Amongst themselves.
I know they're the same. It's on the same side here. Oh my gosh. Well, he's probably helping him. He's probably correcting him because he thinks he's wrong. He's like, no, it's the artery. No, I'm asking him the sheath first. Oh my god.
But I think it is. I think that Mosty was right because look how it says sick up there. Whenever they write that, it means that the person said it wrong. That whatever they said was like wrong verbiage.
Because because when you read like articles or like read the some of this whatever, like some of this website, it does say artery. That's what I've always read as artery. But then remember, I think Kevin was saying sheath. Remember, that's why didn't he say that? Remember when the debate when we kept saying artery and he said no, it actually, I think he said the sheath. It actually wasn't the artery. It was whatever. Maybe it wasn't sheath, but he said something else. I'm not a medical profession, so I don't know. But maybe that's where he got this. But yeah, I've always read artery. But go ahead. Or wait, is it me? No, you're the witness. Yep.
Yeah. You said it's an injury to the carotid sheath.
On the records, it says it came to the carotid sheath.
Right.
Now, the carotid sheath is 2 or 3 millimeters thick. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So it came within 2 millimeters of the carotid artery?
Correct.
Okay, now inside the sheath is the internal jugular vein as well as the artery. Is that right?
Carotid artery. Correct.
All right, now when you said to Mrs. Routier, you're very lucky. I'm going to see if I can try something. I may not be able to demonstrate this, but I want to show you how lucky she was. It seems to be a common ruler. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's got inches on one side and centimeters on one side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, centimeters don't start at the blunt end of the ruler.
Right.
But am I right that this will be 2 millimeters?
Yes.
Okay. So if I understand your testimony, that it's 2 millimeters from nicking the carotid artery, is that right?
Yes.
Or the internal jugular vein?
Yes. Actually, closer to the carotid artery because they lay side by side.
Okay.
Closer to the carotid artery.
Well, I'm not very adept at demonstrating this, but anybody can look and see that 2 lines are what it would take to hit the carotid artery. Now, if a carotid artery is severed, doctor, what happens?
You bleed profusely.
Is that often? Wait, is that often, if not fatal? Certainly fatal?
If it is not controlled immediately, yes, it can be fatal.
And when you say immediately, you're talking right then, right?
Within minutes.
So when you told Mrs. Routier that she's a very lucky lady, what's represented is just that these infinitesimal 2 lines are what you declare the difference between superficial and a fatal injury.
No. I mean, we don't differentiate between superficial and fatal. They're superficial and deep.
Are these 2 lines away from potentially fatal?
Yes.
2 millimeters. Millimeters.
Yes.
Okay. So if this knife had traveled 2 millimeters more in immediate attention, when you say immediate, I mean, what are you talking about in time?
2 or 3 minutes.
So without any immediate care in 3 minutes, she's dead.
Correct.
Now, when you saw her at the hospital, you did not scrub for the surgery. Is that right?
No.
And you had made a determination that Dr. DeLon could handle it.
Well, actually, Dr. Lee, who is the chief surgery resident, was doing the surgery. Dr. DeLon was assisting him.
And you applied pressure and you stopped the bleeding by applying pressure to her neck.
Yes, I did.
That's what you did?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your termination of a slash. You've seen, I'm sure, a number of injuries to the neck by a sharp edge instrument. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it safe to say, and you're familiar with the term incised wound, obviously.
Correct.
An incised wound is a wound that stretches longer in length than it is deep. And it is a typical that if someone is going to inflict the maximum amount of damage to the area of the throat, it'll be done in a slashing motion in an attempt to cut the jugular vein and the carotid artery.
Correct.
So when you see wounds to the neck, you don't expect really a straight on deal, straight on type. What you expect is a slashing motion. Is that correct? Or is that right?
I would say that's more typical on a neck wound, yes.
Okay. Now, when you say more typical, you're a careful doctor. I understand that. I've listened to you testify, and you're familiar with the terms reasonable medical probability. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, can you define that for the jury?
Once you look at whatever evidence you have or clinical evidence you have, you make a decision whether something, an event or an occurrence, in your opinion, would be medically probable when you weigh it against all the evidence. It doesn't mean it necessarily happened that way, but that more likely than that, that's what happened or that's what would have happened.
Okay. Now, it wasn't asked of you, but have you couched your opinions based on a reasonable medical probability?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, there are things a doctor can say that are consistent with something or expected, or maybe my opinion, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's to a reasonable medical probability. Do you appreciate what I'm saying?
I think it's a fine line, but yes, I appreciate what you're saying.
Okay. So what it means is a reasonable medical probability is the level of convincing that a doctor has. And sometimes you can give an opinion, but you're not willing to say, I'm going to say that to a reasonable medical probability. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now the operative record. And I think what you testified to was an hour and 15 minutes that Miss Routier was under general anesthetic. That is right. That is right. Or that, yeah, is that right? Oh my God.
Wow, we're tired, huh?
Yeah,
Well,
I think this is going to be the last witness, guys, and for the night after we're done
I
with him. Is
think
that all right?
so.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't. I'll be glad to look on the anesthesia record as to how long she had anesthesia on board. What I was looking at earlier when they asked me was the time we actually began the operation, neck, arm, and shoulder. That went from 3:50 to 4:49.
All right. Well, let me ask you, doctor. Maybe in the discharge record, you use the term in the discharge summary that she was emergently taken for neck exploration. I'm assuming that emergently means with all haste.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you make an immediate decision that a person has to have surgery, I'm assuming that anesthesia would be administered to the patient as soon as possible upon arrival to the emergency room. I mean, operating room.
Correct.
No reason to think that she would have sat in there for 20 minutes before she would have been administered anesthesia.
That's right. There's no reason to think that.
Well, based on your usual custom happening of the OR, on someone who is emergently brought into the OR, you would think that perhaps they were administered anesthesia as little as 5 minutes after they arrived.
Probably even less than that.
Okay. So when you say it's an hour and 15 minutes that the person was under surgery, is it safe to say that for sure an hour and 10 minutes of that she was under general anesthetic?
Yes.
All right. Now, I believe your testimony was that you would expect a person to be under effects of the general anesthesia for up to 2 hours.
2 to 3 hours, yes.
Wait, did you say 2 or 3 hours? 2 to 3 hours?
Yes.
Oh my God. Ooh, okay, I gotta focus here. And that she was, what time do you recall that the surgery ended and that she was brought out of surgery?
Well, the official time that the surgical procedure ended was 4:49, as I said. The time the anesthesia ended was 500.
Okay. Okay, so she was in effect, beginning to come out of the effect. Or let me back up. There was no additional anesthesia being administered up to her at 5 a.m.
Correct. That's when it stopped.
Okay, so at that point, the I forgot how to say that.
Anesthetist.
Anesthetist. Wow, that's a hard one to say. Anesthetist, or whatever, says that's it. And she should begin the 3-hour process of coming out of anesthesia. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, would you expect that if someone had talked to her, say at 6 a.m, that she would be groggy and still under the effects of anesthesia?
She may, yes, sir.
When you say may, all people are different. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, talk about the anesthesia. Oh my God, Libra's skills.
Is she?
God, I thought I heard something. I didn't even know she got out. Wow. Okay, you're back. Isn't that true that she was very soon after coming out of the operating room that she was ordered up, or you ordered up for some Demerol?
It was ordered in the post-operative period. I believe by either Dr. Dillon or one of the other residents, but I know she did have some Demerol ordered for pain control. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would that have been administered to her if it's ordered post-operatively? Does that mean, doctor, that it's administered to her right away?
It's usually ordered PRN, which means whenever necessary. The nurses usually make that designation. If a patient says, I'm having pain, there's a time limit placed it. We usually will say every 3 to 4 hours. Whenever she gets her first one really depends on the nurse's assessment or evaluation, but it can be right away.
Okay. Do you see anything in the nurse's notes as to when the first dose of Demerol might have been administered to Miss Routier?
The first thing I see here is a note from the ICU 6696 at 0600 hours. She was given 25 milligrams of Demerol and 25 milligrams of Phenergen IM.
Okay. And what's Phenergen?
Phenergen is an medication that keeps you from being nauseated or vomiting because the Demerol can make you nauseated.
Okay. What all can Demerol make you groggy?
Yes.
Can Demerol cause you to be heavily sedated? Is that the right word?
Yes, it would mean the same thing. Groggy, sleepy, drowsy.
If a person comes out of general anesthetic and at 6 o'clock they're given Demerol at that dose that you just indicated, wouldn't that aggravate the effects of the anesthesia?
It would obviously depend on the patient's condition, underlying medical problems, if they have any. If they were having trouble getting rid of the anesthetic effect, however, the Demerol dose, really, this is a small dose because she's a small woman.
Right, but you're not saying it couldn't.
No, it may. It may, yes.
Okay. And in that situation, if you think that she will still perhaps experience the effects of general anesthesia from 5 o'clock to up to 3 hours, which is 8 a.m, certainly, doctor, the Demerol administered at 6 would either aggravate that or prolong that. Is that right?
Yes, it could.
Okay, so she could still have been groggy even past 8 o'clock. Is that what you're trying to say?
She could, yes.
Could general anesthetic, in your experience, lead to confusion?
Yes.
Can it lead to disorientation?
Yes.
Can it lead to short-term memory loss?
Yes, I suppose it could, yes.
Would you agree, doctor, that to be questioned sometime before 8 a.m. of, let's say, 6:05, hypothetically, to be questioned about very serious events at 6:05, 1 hour and 5 minutes after anesthesia being cut off, would you be somewhat suspect as to the response you may receive from a patient?
You may get an unreliable response, yes.
What I mean by that is you may get a response that's subject to disorientation, memory loss, confusion. All of the things that you said could be prevalent with a patient in that situation. Is that right?
Well, that could be possible, yes.
Okay. Would you please read for the jury the 6:05 focus note entry?
0605 psych social Rowlett police to bedside for questioning.
So within an hour and 5 minutes after she's in ICU, and you put her there so she would not be put under stress. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, did you say there weren't supposed to be any police officers there?
No, I said, do not let the media in.
Well, did it matter to you if people started immediately 1 hour after surgery, start questioning her? Would you have recommended that?
I would not have recommended that, no.
Now, would you also suspect or be suspect of the results you might have received due to the combination of general anesthesia and Demerol, which you received 5 minutes earlier?
I'm sorry, would you please repeat the question, please?
Well, am I right? I don't have my notes with me. Am I right that she received Demerol at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, she did.
She had just terminated general anesthetic at 5 o'clock.
Correct.
So then 1 hour and 5 minutes of general anesthetic for an hour and 15 minutes and a dose of Demerol, and she then is questioning about events surrounding this attack. Would that cause you to be suspect of what she may have said based on the amount of medication she's taken?
It could, yes.
Okay, now while we're on that subject, let me talk to you a little bit about trauma. You've seen numerous people who have been the subjects of traumatic attacks or traumatic events, maybe automobile accidents. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
Well, one thing Mr. Glover mentioned in my ear, when you've talked to mothers about accidents, many times that denial and that wanting to see the body and the things you talked about, isn't it true, doctor? Those are people who did not witness their child's murdered. Oh, I mean, that's someone who may have come up after an accident, didn't see the event that caused the death of the child.
Yes, in some cases, yes.
Okay, so when you were saying I've got to explain what happened to some of these parents, well, certainly you have to explain to parents if they didn't see what happened, right?
Right.
All right. And wouldn't you naturally assume that if someone knew the cause of death of their child, that they may not be something that you would have to explain to them?
You mean in general, I would assume that?
Well, let me go on.
All right.
Talking back about trauma, what we were talking about earlier, and the fact that you had seen numerous people who were the victims of tragic trauma, either attacks or automobile injuries, is it common for people, and I'm not talking about the anesthetic now, I'm just talking about, is it common for victims of traumatic attacks to block out and have memory loss as to the event that caused their accidents, their injuries?
Well, I would not say it's common, but it does occur.
Well, have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
And you've witnessed it in a percentage of your patients such that you can say it happened?
Yes.
All right. And that could be traumatic memory loss as to even the cause of an injury?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. It could be memory loss as to not only the cause, but what the person was doing before the injury or what the person was doing after the injury. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. In short, doctor, the mind has a funny way of tricking a person when they've been through a traumatic event. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, what happens is the mind compensates for the injury. Is that right? Is that a term you're familiar with?
I'm not sure what you mean by compensates.
Well, in effect, it may block out in an effort to, how am I trying to say this? A person goes unconscious many times, not necessarily because of the injury, but because of the shock. Is that right?
That's right.
So in effect, your mind takes over in a reflex action which protects the body. The person goes unconscious.
Right. That can happen.
All right. That's what I mean by compensate.
Okay.
The mind compensates for the injury.
In that way, yes.
Okay. So it doesn't surprise you that a person that is a victim of a very traumatic injury or attack would have significant memory loss as either to the cause of the attack. Is that right, doctor? It wouldn't surprise you?
Well, I would have to qualify it and say that most of the times I've seen that it has been a patient with head injuries.
But when you say most, that means there's another significant amount of patients. You have seen thousands of patients, is that right?
Yes.
So if most is 60%, then that's 600. Then there's 400 other people you've seen that have had other types of reactions. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And those people have had reactions that may have blocked out their initial perception of what happened to them and the cause of the injury. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, doctor. There's no way that you can say that Darlie Routier was not unconscious at any point, is there?
There's no way I can say. You mean during the event?
You can't rule out that she lost consciousness.
I can't rule it out. Correct.
Maybe, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's getting on to 5 o'clock now.
Judge, could we approach the bench real quickly?
Yes. All right. I have been told that we're near the end, so we'll just say, could I have about a 10-minute recess, Your Honor?
10-minute recess.
What about 5?
All right. A 5-minute recess.
Are you going to let the jury have a recess too?
Well, I guess we will. If you step in the jury room briefly, please. We'll proceed shortly.
All right, bring the jury back in, please. Oh, now they're coming back. So we're still on this. Yeah. Okay. You got.
It's only it's only 10 more. 10 more pages.
We can do it. We can do it. Okay.
Let the court reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated. All right, Mr. Douglas.
All right, Dr. Santos, with respect to the bruises, there was one bruise you noted that said could be greater than 2 days old. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It could be up to 4 days old. Is that correct?
Anywhere greater than 2 days, yes.
It could have been 4 days old.
Could have been.
And wouldn't it be highly unlikely that you would get a blunt trauma injury that could be 4 days old on one arm and not get it at the same time as the other injuries?
I would think it would be unlikely.
I would think, so this one could be 4 days old. This one is likely it was created at the same time. Is that right?
But it doesn't look as old as the other one.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yes.
And reasonable minds can differ. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're not saying a reasonable medical probability that's your answer. That's just saying that's what it seemed like.
Correct.
But likewise, it's your same opinion that this one is 2 days old and you just told the jury it could be 4 days old.
Correct.
All right. Now, talking about bruises and things, what everyone was dealing with and what the notes refer to are wounds to the neck, a slash wound, a large slash wound to the neck, not to use other words.
Yes.
And all of the records of the nurses that you see in the records seem to be focused upon in dealing with how that neck wound and also the arm wound are coming along. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. It doesn't say anywhere how her feet are doing. Her knees are, her legs. There's just no reference that they're fine either, is there?
Correct.
I mean, there's nowhere to say we didn't notice anything to an arm or we didn't notice anything to a leg.
Well, but the focus notes, by definition, are supposed to point out abnormalities, not comment on the norm.
Okay, I understand that. But isn't it also true that with everybody busy and a number of patients, and in fairness to just the way things go, that there's things that are missed occasionally? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was Miss Routier cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did she seem to appreciate what you did for her?
Yes. When I first spoke to her, yes, she did.
She was anxious to get to the funeral. Is that right?
Well, her husband was anxious.
Well,
I don't know if she was.
And families want to be together during times of grief. You know that?
Certainly.
Is there any question in your mind that a person with a flat affect that can be synonymous with depressed, could it not, doctor?
It could, yes.
Flat affect is a term of art. It means just kind of stone-faced. Is that right?
Correct.
And a stone-faced person could be a person you would not rule out as deeply depressed and grieving.
Correct. You could not rule that out.
So the fact that someone has a flat affect, that person, I mean, you can't make any extrapolation, saying that right, from that, can you?
Right. You cannot.
Huh. Extrapolation. Oh my God, I'm an idiot.
No, I think you're just
Extrapolation.
tired.
Sometimes that happens. Have you ever done that with a word? You're like, oh, things sound so weird, but yeah, extrapolation. Okay. I know I am tired. I feel like I can't even read right now, to be honest, even like the sentence, but we're almost there. Where are we?
25.
I said extrapolation. Oh my God. I don't know.
It's okay.
Okay, 25. Okay, pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just a couple of questions, Judge.
Yes.
As far as the two bruises on the left, you say that might be a little older, is that right?
Correct.
But this bruise on the right, the one we talked at some length about, that is, in your opinion, 24 to 48 hours.
Correct.
Okay, and again, would you or the nurses spotted this type of trauma if it had occurred on 2:30 in the morning of June 6, 1996?
Yes, I believe we would.
You never saw that type of injury on her right arm, did you?
No, I did not.
And as far as the nurse's notes go, those are focus notes that focus on what?
On things out of the abnormal, not on normal.
These nurses in ICU are very thorough, aren't they?
Yes.
They check for injuries and how the patient is doing. Is that right?
Yes, that's their job.
Okay, now as far as Demerol, what is Demerol?
Demerol is a narcotic that's administered usually for pain relief.
Okay, and you said that she was given around 6 a.m., I think, or so.
Yes, sir. 6 o'clock. Yes, sir.
And the first time she was given that on June the 6th,
Correct.
and how much was she given?
25 milligrams.
Okay, is that a large or small dose?
I would say on the average, it's a medium dose.
Okay, and did the nurse administer that?
Yes, the nurses administer all of the medications in the ICU.
They're trained in that, is that right?
Yes, they are.
Now, Mr. Douglas has asked you a number of questions about whether a person will be groggy waking up from the anesthesia and also getting some Demerol. And you said could be, maybe. Is that right?
Correct.
Does it just depend on the person?
It depends on how your metabolism will process medication, if you're ill, older, et cetera, et cetera.
Some people might be groggy and some people might be very alert.
Correct.
It just goes person by person basis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't see her there at 6 a.m., did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't come until sometime later in that morning or so.
Approximately. I think it was in the afternoon, actually, when I saw her.
Okay. And when you saw her, she had what you call flat effect.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't feel she was suffering from grogginess, from drugs, or anything, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. You've seen that many times before?
Yes.
All right. Now, as far as memory loss goes, you say you have seen people that have had some trauma that had memory loss.
Yes.
And usually, what type of trauma do they have?
Usually, it's the motor vehicle collisions where they have a closed head injury.
Okay, they smashed their head real hard.
Correct.
Okay, and what type of memory loss do they have?
Usually what's called retrograde amnesia, where they don't remember something that's already happened. Usually they're in the hospital, in the ICU or emergency room, and they have no idea how they got there. They were driving home and now they're here. They have retrograde amnesia for what happened. And it's that kind of event of amnesia that they don't remember what happened around that time.
They just don't remember what happened or why they're there.
Correct.
It's not selective amnesia, is it?
No. Usually they block out the whole thing.
Okay. You don't just pick one part out and can't remember that part, is it?
No, I have not seen that.
They just don't remember what happened at all.
Correct.
And that's usually a closed head injury.
Usually, yes.
Now, do you see any evidence on Miss Routier of a closed head injury?
No, we did not.
Okay, and the Xanax. What is Xanax?
Xanax is an anti-anxiety drug that can be taken to help patients when they have anxiety attacks.
Does that mean like when they get nervous and so forth?
Yes.
And do you prescribe that in these type of situations?
No, I do not. I usually do not. I usually do not prescribe this kind of medication. A lot of patients, the trauma patients, if they're anxious, usually they have a reason to be anxious because they've been injured, car wreck, they lost a car, lost a loved one, etc., etc. And I usually don't prescribe it.
Now, in this case, Miss Routier did get some Xanax prescribed to her. Is that right?
Yes, she did.
And while she was in the hospital, some was given to her. Is that right?
I believe it was, yes.
Do you recall when that entry was?
I can look here. I believe she received some that first day. Let me see if I can find that. I remember, here it is, 6/6/96 at 16:45, which is 4:45 in the afternoon. She was given 0.25 milligrams of Xanax, given by mouth to decrease her anxiety.
Okay, so on June 6, 1996, she was given 2.5.
No, 0.25 milligrams.
Okay, 0.25 milligrams of Xanax for anxiety.
Correct.
In fact, that's how they term it in the list, anxiety, right?
Correct.
And you can tell the jurors the entry before that on 6/6, what time that entry was made.
1600, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, and could you read that entry, please?
Medical examiners and Rolette PD officer here to photograph the wounds. Procedures explained to patient, the patient's husband at bedside, evidence being collected both from husband and patient.
And that's at 6 o'clock, right?
Right.
And then at 6:45, she needs the Xanax for anxiety.
Correct.
Okay, now as far as what you have described as Miss Routier, her actions to the loss of her children, what you saw in comparing that to the other mothers that you've seen, have you ever seen a reaction like that?
Your Honor, we've been through this. We'll object again, repetitious and leading.
Well, I think they brought it up.
Hold on just a minute. I'll let him answer the question. If he knows the answer, go ahead.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
As far as this flat effect, the way Miss Routier reacted to the loss of her children, have you ever seen that reaction in a mother before?
No, I have not.
Okay, doctor, let me show you what's been entered in for record purposes as State's Exhibit 31A. And let me draw your attention to the upper left-hand corner. Is that a reasonable, accurate representation of how the wound, cross-section of the wound of Miss Routier's neck was?
Well, let me see. A close representation? Yes.
Okay, that's when you're talking about the neck.
Yes.
And again, State's Exhibit 31B, the upper right-hand corner, is that also an accurate representation of, I guess, a cross-section, you would say, of the neck wound and the injury she received?
Yes, that's a good representation.
Then we'll offer State's Exhibit 31A and 31B for all purposes, Judge.
Any objections?
No.
States Exhibit 31A and B are admitted for all purposes. As States Exhibit...
Let's do Toby.
Okay. That's all we have, Judge.
Mr. Douglas, anything?
Yeah, sure, Judge. Just a few questions. So, do I understand what you're trying to say, Dr. Santos? Is that no one who is grieving should have moments of quietness, moments they feel depressed, or moments they should be flat?
No, I didn't say that.
All right. And isn't it true that an hour ago or so, I pointed out to you notes of nurses who wrote down in their notes that they observed her acting just as you expected her to act? Is that right?
Judge will object to asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer the questions.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's get all of the questions out and let's get them answered. This gentleman has to leave. All right?
Let me re-ask that. The point is, there are at least 3 references in the notes where Miss Routier acted just like you would have expected her to act.
According to the nurse's notes, yes.
Well, you trust the nurses, don't you?
Yes.
So the fact that you saw her 3 times, but the nurses who were there with her and watching her closely noticed she was frightened, she was tearful, she was anxious, she was emotional and upset. That's exactly what you expect, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And you're not trying to tell this jury that the 3 visits that you made to her is the sum total of this lady's reaction to this trauma.
That was the sum total of my impression.
It's based on 3 visits?
Correct.
Duration of those visits, doctor?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. So the opinions you made that this lady doesn't act like any other mother you have seen is based on 15 minutes of contact with this lady?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. In fairness to this lady, do you think that's fair?
Judge, I'll object to that. That calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that objection. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That should be sustained. I take that back. I apologize. They're telling me to stop. I'll pass the witness. What?
Thank you. Either side have any further questions?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
May this witness be excused.
Do both sides agree?
Subject to our recall.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the testimony for today. If everybody will please calm down over there, we will excuse you until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Regardless of what you hear on the radio, this court will be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. See you then. All members of the audience will just sit tight or stand tight, please, until the jury leaves the courthouse. All right. Both sides by agreement. Mr. Scott has a camera and wants to take some pictures. I'm gonna let him up here. So if y'all want your pictures taken, they're gonna smile nice. As soon as they get out, the jury clears and the audience clears. Bring them up.
All right, guys. Whew, that was a long one. That was good. That was good. Good job, everybody.
Good job, girls.
Good job. Thank you.
All right.
It was fun.
It was.
Yeah.
Gosh, what time is it? So we started at what, like 8, 9, 10.
Yep,
11,
it's
12. Oh my god.
12.
Oh, I could look up there almost 7 hours. Wow. It's like, and you don't get too many witnesses. We probably got maybe like 4 witnesses, maybe at the most. We had the we had the end of the one, and then we had the doctor, and I don't know, maybe 3 or 4.
3 and a half, 3 and a quarter.
Yeah.
I have a question. Did you guys find it interesting that they did not discuss the issue with the necklace that was brought up?
Yeah.
Do you think they will though?
Like they should have. They should have asked this doctor about it.
Yeah, they should have, huh?
I don't think they're going to talk about it any further with them.
Is there another doctor that's on the witness?
I don't know. I mean, next is the gag order. I don't know. I would have to look.
I mean, they could maybe bring up nurses, but the thing is this doctor actually did surgery and removed the, whatever the paramedics put in place. So it would have been smart to ask this doctor what was up with that necklace.
Yeah.
So
they screwed up, huh? I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Well,
that's what I'm saying. The defense wasn't very good. I don't think they did especially how much I heard he was really expensive. Like for how expensive he was. I mean, I don't think they did a very good job representing her. I'm sorry. I really don't.
After they discussed the gag order, there's the Dr. Patrick Dillon. So who knows? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it might get discussed.
I think it has to, because that's like a lot of what both sides argue back and forth. So there has to be some like concrete discussion of it and not just people spectating. Guessing, speculating.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Don't worry. Oh my god.
So
I
much.
feel like I made a fool out of myself a bunch, saying words wrong, reading sentences wrong.
It's
I mean,
okay.
it's,
I think everybody got the general idea of,
Yeah.
what it
yeah.
was.
And
There's
it's 6.25. It's like 6 hours, almost 7 hours. So everyone should cut us a break a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. So I think it was great.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
good.
there's
Everybody.
my fan
did good.
Gregory. Hi, Gregory. He loves my name. Every time I'm in chat, like I always see Gregory, and he because he, the
Do you know there's
vampire.
somebody else? Either okay, I can't remember if it was a channel I saw that was Bella Lugosi. I know you said it was an actress, but somebody else is on YouTube with that name. I seen it. I can't remember if I seen it in chat. It wasn't you though. It was either I think it was a creator or something.
Are you sure? Because my normal picture is of my dogs. Like that's not my the one.
I feel like. Do you have any videos up? It was like I feel like I was watching. No, because I was in such a the reason why I didn't think it was you, because I was in such a random chat. Like I wasn't talking, but you know, you just like sometimes you click on things, and I just happened to click on something that I thought there's no way that was you in that live chat. So I don't remember what the picture was, but I just assumed it wasn't you. But hey, I guess if I clicked on it, maybe you could have. I can't remember what it was, but I remember like, oh my god, there's another person with the same name. Do you go? Where have you been these last week? What live chats have you been? Have you been?
Probably. Well, I do a lot of like the Orin and Orson West because it's kind of closed. So like those are mostly the lives I'm doing right now.
Okay, so definitely wasn't that. Was there no other ones that you can remember?
Hummingbird live cam.
What's that? No, it wasn't that. No, you know what? I think no, this is why I think I knew it wasn't you, because I think they were up on panel. I think the person was up on panel. I swear it was like I was so sure that it wasn't you, and I don't think it was just because it was just an odd live or something. I think at first I was thinking it was that you had a channel, but I think you were just up on panel. The name was, and I was like, oh
was it a man? Because Bella Lugosi was a man, but yeah, I mean,
I don't remember. Maybe that was another reason. Maybe it was a man. I don't remember. I just remember like being sure it wasn't you, but it had the same name. That's all I remember.
That's so weird. But I mean, it's like if someone named themselves Leonardo DiCaprio 100 years from now, I guess there might be other Leo DiCaprios.
Wow, though I didn't know it was a man. That's crazy. Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'll have to look him up. I don't even know who it is.
He's like he played like the most famous Dracula, and
oh yeah, that's what you were saying, weren't you? Let me just look him up real quick at it.
Yeah, he's and then he ended up kind of like a washed up actor, he was addicted. There was rumors that he was addicted to shooting up formaldehyde, but I think it was just like heroin that he was addicted to, and like when he got really old and wasn't used as much.
I got a picture here. I just
well, Zach Baggins has a mirror that he claimed that belonged to Bela Lugosi that's haunted in his haunted museum in Las Vegas.
That's right. Oh, yeah. I wore his. He was buried in one of his capes, and then he had another cape, and I wore it. Like my uncle Forrest Ackerman, who he was really good friends with him, so that was exciting. Yeah, it was really exciting.
Wait, he doesn't. Does he still act?
He's dead.
When did he die?
I don't remember.
He looks like that guy that plays that had all white hair, and you've seen him in a couple movies. He looks like an older version of him. So I'm like, is that him when he was younger? Maybe.
But the Addams Family guy.
No.
Are you thinking of Vincent Price?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. But wow, he's kind of scary looking. What made you? Are you like really? Do you really like him as an actor, or what made you? What's your deal with him?
Being a goth girl. Yeah, I like.
Oh,
You know, I don't know. Like, I named my dog after him. My
yeah.
girl dog after him. Yeah, I don't know. I just, really look at him. He's a beautiful man. Like, I mean, I don't know.
No, yeah. I mean, he's like mysterious looking. He's almost kind of scares me in a way looking at him.
Well,
But
yeah, that's what he was. He was like a scary Dracula, So yeah.
so this is him too. So right here, he just looks like a cute guy. But like when he's playing that Dracula character, he is scary looking. Like when he's in
yeah.
that like he's got really like dark eyes or something. Like almost like around him seems dark. I don't know. It's weird. Wow. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna have to watch. So he plays in the movies, right? Dracula. I don't think
Yeah.
I've ever seen him. Like I've only seen like cartoons when I was little or whatever. Oh, you know what movie though I like? The one with Johnny Depp. It's Dark Shadows. It's not Dracula, but Dark Shadows. Have you seen that? That's such a great movie, by the way. I don't know if you've seen it before,
Yeah.
but it's like funny and like it's got dark humor. I don't know. I love that movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Funny.
All right. Well, thank you guys. We're definitely gonna have to continue because we gotta finish. I can't wait to get to Darlie's testimony. I've never read it. I don't even know. So I'm gonna wait because I want to be surprised until we actually do it.
Let's promise each other that we will not read it until we do it live.
Okay, yeah, because I
am not gonna read any of it. I was gonna sit down and I was like, "Ooh, I should get ahead and just kind of look at it." And then I was like, "No, I want to just do it when we do it." And
yeah.
I'm still, like I never heard of this case before this, so I just kind of want to keep an open mind and take a look at everything before I kind of make my final decision.
Yeah, I know. I feel like my mind might just change by the end of this. I don't know yet. I mean, that rag thing that really got me. Every time I listen to 911 calls, there's something new that I'm stuck on for a minute. When the cop says, "Give me a rag," and then when I was listening, it does not sound like to me that she went and got a rag. So I want to really listen to that. It doesn't sound like she did now that I listened, but I know it's kind of hard just to tell by listening. But now we should play every time before we start because I feel like I hear something new every time so far. So
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I totally like when it first came out in 96 and when she said, "Oh my God, I touched the knife," and they're like, "It's okay," like trying to calm her down from that. I at that time was like, "Oh, it's totally normal." And I said that on her first live. I said, waking up from that kind of state, I might grab the knife. Like I might do the same thing. But tonight, listening to it, it more sounded to me like she was almost making like an excuse. Like it was like, is the jewelry there? I touched the knife. These are not things you should be concerned about right now.
The thing is, though, when I got that too, but then when I heard the testimony of when the defense attorney, I don't know who was he asking. I think it was the guy that was doing the noise when he said, but she said it after the cop came in. He was trying to say like she was saying it to him. I feel like so maybe that's why she said it the first time is understandable because the girl says don't touch anything. I touched the knife, but when she brings it up the second time when nothing said. But what if it is the time when they say let in the law? Remember, she says let him in, and then that's when she says it. So I think they were trying to say that she was saying it to him when he came in, like showing him what was, look, here's the knife, I touched it. But yeah, the fact that she brings up the fingerprints and stuff. But I was always thinking she was talking back to the operator again. But
me too.
She's maybe talking to the new cop that was coming in. That kind of gives you a different view on it because she might have been telling him as he came in because maybe he was like pointing or like, hey, what's this? Oh, and then she was showing him, look, I touched the knife, I picked it up. So if that's the case, I think that's what he's trying to show because it was right after they said let him in. So I'm picking up a lot of stuff, but I'm picking up both sides. Like, I'm like, well, that's like, that kind of explains maybe she was talking to him, but then the rag thing. So it's like I'm kind of going back and forth with little things, but hopefully I don't know, guys. We'll see, I guess.
I
Anything
think
else?
that's good. Like you
Yeah.
have to have an open mind in true crime. I mean, it's smart to have an open mind when you're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, definitely it is. It's the only way to be really fair, look at it objectively and open mind and yeah.
Yeah, you got to be fair and impartial.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's what I feel like the law enforcement just weren't very that way. That doesn't make sense. They just weren't. I don't know. I feel like they kind of had their mind made up too early. I just wish they would have looked into I wish they kind of kept a little bit openness to it. Because at least what they say, what they make us believe that they kind of were closed off to any other theories but that one. But I don't know if that's true or not. But man, they make a good argument about that because I'm convinced that right now that they were kind of they possibly could have made the evidence fit the narrative. Even if she did do it, I still probably won't change my mind that I feel like they're biased. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Stephen Avery, I feel like they were horrible. I feel like they did so much stuff, but I still think he did it, so I don't know.
Yeah. I think there's room for both. I think there's room to think that they were really biased and pushed a narrative, but that she's also guilty,
Yeah, I agree. Oh, thanks, Nate Folk. Yeah, thanks, guys, for sticking around. All the troopers. I think I am going to do an emoji. I was thinking when I was like, my night owls somehow create our own unique emoji of an owl, a night owl, when we're up late, and then the Chris Watts T-Rex
dinosaur.
Oh
yes, please.
Maybe I'll make his head like an egg too, kind of in a way. Somehow, make the egg. I don't know. I got to think how to do that.
A jelly bean. It's like a weird misshapen.
You can do
jelly
like
bean.
a Humpty Dumpty head.
See, it's the egg upside because it's bigger up here, and then it goes it's just up here. It's I don't know. It's weird. Bella has the same head though.
You could do like a Humpty Dumpty head with the T-Rex arms.
Yeah, I could do that. I'll have to figure out. I'll see what I can put together. But no, Bella would have been she would have been pretty though. She would have. I don't know her hair. She would have made it because I don't want to be saying that. I don't know. But she did. She looked like Chris. I mean, there's no lie. She definitely did look like Chris, but
didn't have his balding spots that he had. Remember when Shanann put the mask on him? That mask on him that one time and went all the way up his hairline.
Oh, wait, what mask?
One of her lives, one of Shanann's lives, she's like, I'm trying this mask, it was another MLM company.
Mask. I was picturing. I thought you meant a Halloween type mask.
No, yeah.
I remember that.
And she went all the way up into his bald spots.
Oh, man. Oh wait, are you reading off screens or reflective readers? Kindle Play. Oh, are you talking to us, sister? We're just reading off the screen. I'm not sure if you're talking to us though. Hi, Marie Olson. Later, say hi to chat here. Not better, but I didn't mean it like that, guys. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I don't know, sister. I'm not sure. I know Sunday will be the fatal thing. Wow, what is that noise, guys? You guys are getting into something.
It's me. I'm getting some lemonade out of the fridge.
Oh, okay.
Made some homemade lemonade.
Ooh,
I love homemade lemonade.
That's good. I just drank some Minute Maid lemonade. It's pretty good, but homemade, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. I love lemonade. Oh wait, somebody was being rude to me? To me, Stephanie? Huh, I don't know. Oh wow, gosh, there's all kinds of stuff going on chat. You guys, why can't we all just even disagree and just still be but I don't know I can't possibly read all of chat. Sometimes I miss, so I don't even know who's doing what. I'm sorry. If anyone gets rude, I'm going to time out. We learned so many times. Oh, what's up, Adelina?
I just want to say thank you to everybody in chat for, taking the time to listen to us and giving us the compliments and everything else. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely.
And, I think that this is just like a big, huge thing for everybody. There's a lot of people here that are trying to learn the facts about the case. And I know that there's a lot of like disputes back and forth between people who think that she's innocent, people who think that she's guilty, and I mean, I saw some comments along the way that I was like, ooh, you know what I mean? Just we all just have to learn to be nice to one another, treat somebody the way that you would want to be treated, and keep it classy. We're all adults here, and we can all move forward and we can all function conducively together as long as we make sure that that's what it is. And I feel like everybody should have a safe space to be able to express their thoughts or their opinions without attacking anybody on either side. So that's all I have to say about that.
I agree with that, Libra.
Yes, me too. Very good
Yes.
said there. I can't. You said it way better than I. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you guys.
Well, I'm out, ladies. I got to go.
All right. Thanks.
It was
Have a
fun,
good one.
Libra. Have a good
Bye.
night. Sleep tight.
You too.
All right.
I'm about to leave too. Thanks for chat. Thank you, Tiff, for having us. And yeah, I mean, we're all going to learn this together. Everyone just continue to be nice.
Yep. All right. Thanks for coming. Thank
you
Yeah.
for having me.
Yeah,
it was a pleasure doing this and lots of fun, like always.
All righty. Yes, it was. And until next time.
Till next time. Good night.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, guys. I'm going to get going too. I'm tired and it's already 2:30. Tomorrow is what? Friday. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to do a live either tomorrow or Saturday before the one with I'll put the link up at the community post and look out for here. I could probably show you. This is for a members giveaway, guys, these hoodies. And don't be mad. I know this is going to make some people mad and I feel so horrible that it has to be this way, but just hear me out on this giveaway thing. So it is going to be a members giveaway and it is going to be you have to be in the United States. And the only reason I'm going to do another giveaway where it's out of the country. But the only reason right now, because I've tried this, if I try to send something that's really just not that expensive, the shipping is actually more expensive. If the shipping is going to be more expensive than what the product is worth, it almost seems like a waste of money to spend it when you might as well just give them the money then. Do you know what I'm saying? And then they could order it. It seems silly to do that when you're just paying more to ship it than what it's worth. So that's what I figure. These hoodies, they're not like real expensive hoodies. And with shipping, believe me, after this COVID, shipping is outrageous. I've tried. It's so ridiculous that usually I've tried on giveaways and I have done giveaways where I did ship it. And then that last one, I realized this is such a waste of money because not the last giveaway, but the last time I shipped something out of the country, like a package. I didn't. It was only to Canada and it was $90. And I was like, basically the stuff in the box was only worth $50 because you have to like mark it. I was like, this would be so stupid to spend $90 to ship a $50 gift. And that was only to Canada. So it just seems like you're just throwing away money why not save the money and do like a PayPal giveaway for people out of the country or even a gift card because that won't be a lot to ship. PayPal are the best though for out of country because it's like instant. So do you guys understand that? It just seems like you're just throwing away money on shipping when the hoodie is not, might as well just give the money. So we'll do a giveaway here coming up with just like a PayPal gift. Are you guys understanding? Because I'm not trying to leave out of country people and I'm not trying to be cheap. I'm just trying to be smart because it just seems so stupid to spend More on shipping than what the gift is worth. Do you guys agree? It just doesn't make sense to me. So hopefully you guys agree. But maybe we'll do one, since the people that are out of the US miss out on the package giveaways, like the gift giveaways like that. Maybe I'll do one just for people, like a PayPal giveaway just for people out of the country, out of the US, so then since you missed out on that, then we'll just do that. So hopefully you guys understand. But here's the members that are in the country that are interested. I'll show you the hoodies. I have pictures in the forums I'm going to put up, because Sabit made some forums that I'll put up so you guys can see the picture, and then the forums. So this one is that velour material, right? I think, I don't even know if it is right, but it's different material. That's the only way I could think of to describe it. It reminds me like maybe velour, somebody said. It's an extra large. It's not real heavy or anything, but it's got that. It's the hoodie. Can you see it? I like it. It's pretty tie-dyed. Like I said, it's a velour material, so it's different. It's extra large. So that's going to be one of them. Okay. Oh, what's your comments? The mods are only trying to kill, and you don't tolerate your people. We want you here. Wait, are you talking to me? I don't tolerate. We were just addressing the rude people. What do you mean? That's what we were just talking about, guys. Is that what you're talking about? We've addressed it so many times. We've been trying to say, be respectful, don't be rude, and the mods even threaten. And you're gonna don't block anybody at least tell me, unless if it's like I wouldn't block anybody. I mean, yeah, just make sure before you block people, let's talk. You know what I'm saying? I always I feel like we have to warn them, like warn people before we block them. So I don't think anybody's done anything to be blocked or anything. But mods, like if whatever, you could email me or text me and let me know if you think somebody's crossed that much of a line, but I don't think it's anything like that. But like as far as timeout or whatever, I think they warned you that they'll probably put you in timeout, or we're not going to tolerate it. And if something really did happen, you do feel like something really needs to be blocked because that I missed, then email me and then we'll go from there. But I like to give people warnings. But I don't know. Let me know, because I missed a lot of chat. But okay, so this one is like it says extra large, but reality, it's like a medium to large. Trust me. It fits probably like a medium to large. Okay. And it's just a hoodie. It's just regular material. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not velour like the other one. Okay. And then this other one's not even really tie-dyed. I don't even know. I don't really remember ordering this, but this is like a small to medium. It doesn't have a size tag. I don't know what happened. And it's small to medium. It's kind of cool. It says black. I like the colors. I think I ordered it because all the colors, the tie-dyes and stuff. So I don't know. We have a separate form for each one. I'll put in the community post for the members. So it's a separate one. You could fill out whichever one, or you could do all three if you want to try to win all three, whatever ones you want to do it. And it shows you the size on them. So we got a small, a medium, like a small to medium probably fits like a small and medium, a medium to large, and then an extra large. Okay. Do you guys like them? I mean, all right. Like I said, they're not like real expensive, thick material, but I just love tie-dyes. Even they're just kind of lighter material, So, like I said, this isn't the merch material. It's just the merch hoodies are a lot thicker. But yeah, so yeah, this isn't the merch, guys. I wish. I still have to gosh, that's what I need to do. I need to freaking email Teespring. I can't believe I forgot again. I still have to email Teespring because I'm getting there. I got my tax stuff done. I got my merch. It's getting ready to be approved. I just have to ask them about tie-dyed. So yeah, these aren't my merch or anything, but it's just a giveaway. I just ordered some extra tie-dyed stuff because people were talking about they love tie-dyed. I love to be able to have my merch on tie-dyed. Huh. Like I said, I'll try to ask them. I will. I'll get to it. I promise. I feel like I know their answer. If they had them, they would have them up. I know they would. They'd have an option. I really don't think they do. So I feel like I'm just hanging on to that hope before I'm told no. I just have this little bit of hope that maybe they'll have tie-dye. But yeah, I'll be able to add it to my new design because you could always add things like the tank top. Let me know. I could add it to like the old, like, the pink hoodie I always wear. I could add it to that logo. I could add it to the new Zeke logo. Somebody was asking about tank tops. So yeah. All right. Oh, Kevin, what's up? Yeah. If you want to enter, I'm going to put it in the community post, guys. So I'm going to end this. Thank you guys. Oh, Shelly Samantha, what's up? Weird mom in the house. What's up? Love and Coco in the house. Did you just get here, Love and Coco? It's been a kind of crazy night tonight, I feel like, for the mods, because, when we're doing the transcripts reading, I am pretty much out of the chat most of the time. And I don't know. I guess it's been a little difficult at times, but I don't know if it's been real bad. I don't know. When I actually go in and look, it looks like everybody's all right. So hopefully everybody was able to talk things out. I was just kind of a little upset because I feel like a couple people did leave upset, but hopefully they'll be back. Everybody will calm down. And this is kind of a new case we're discussing. So maybe everybody just is learning how to debate with each other. That's the way I'm thinking about it. Give it like another week and maybe you guys will all kind of get to know each other and kind of learn how to debate without getting offended and stuff. I'm hoping, because think about it. There's a new crowd because it's a new case we're discussing. So there's some new people coming in and it's new like thoughts about a case that we haven't talked about. So maybe it's just a little crazy because it's all new, so maybe it'll be all right after everybody is kind of feeling everybody out. Yeah, you missed Zeke was here at the beginning. He's doing great. Zeke's awesome. He's feeling, after he got his haircut, go look at the beginning. After he's got his haircut, he's like, psh, psh, he wanted his treats. I had him over here. He's like sniffing. And then he was crying because he was looking over there. He wanted his treats over there. He was crying because I had the package over there. And he's like, yeah, he's really good. We've been going on walks all week. He's great. Yeah, weird mom. Linda. All right, guys. I am going to end it. Call it a night. Hopefully, I'll try to make one Friday or Saturday. I'm getting my screenshots ready. I might just do one. Okay. I might do, because we're still going to do Menendez brothers too after this. I want to do that. But the crime door, I've been screenshotting some of the scenes because the scenes, I mean, you can only go a couple minutes and look through the scene. So it's not going to be like an hour worth of scenes, you just go. So I figure we could do one live where it's just like crime door scenes where I have all the screenshots or like basically screen recordings of me going in the scenes from the crime door, and we do a live and I just like share them with you. That could be fun. I'm building up the recordings. It's the only thing with this app is I don't know what is with it, but sometimes you could try it all day and you cannot get into a crime door. It's really weird. It'll say complete and it won't let you. So I caught one a couple days ago where it let me in, and then I got one, was it today or yesterday that'll let me in? So I got two new ones. But like it's like hit or miss. Like tomorrow I might try, can't get into any of them. Next day I might try, get into one. So I'm trying to build them up. I don't know why it's like that. It's a paid app. I mean, I'm paying for the app, and I think there's just a glitch in it or something. It'll say complete and then it just never completes. Or yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I was trying to get into the Ramsey case and it kept saying complete. I go, because you move your thing to get the door, you make the door, it would not do it. It's like, move it, make the door. And I'm going over. I look like an idiot and then I'm just like going over and over. It would not do it. So I moved on to another one, and I finally got into the Jodi Arias. After like a couple hours, I tried again. I tried Ramsey. I kept trying, couldn't do it. So then I tried Jodi Arias, and I got into hers. So, hers was kind of, I mean, some of them will let you go through different rooms. That one, Jodi Arias, will let you go to the bathroom and then the bedroom. So yeah, when I get a few more of those, I'll share those with you. And then I want to do do some recommendations, because I went to my emails to find the cases that people recommended, and I was like, where'd they all go? Because you guys have been emailing me, and now I can't find any of the emails. I don't know if I accidentally deleted them, but I was trying to look for another case. I think I have them in my notes somewhere, and I don't know what. I have so many that I didn't title right, and I don't know where I have it, which one. I'll have to try to find, because I know somewhere I was typing in some of the recommendations. Rebecca Zoho. Okay. See, where I need this is where my organizations, see, like I'll have them in here somewhere, and then they get all mixed up within notes. Like I need like separate notebooks, like one notebook for new cases, this notebook for my Chris Watts notes, this notebook with, and they're all here. And it's like, I don't even know where's what. And then I have these little ones. I don't know. What'd you say, Rebecca Zoho? See, I'll write this down, and then I won't know where I have it. Well, I'll know it's somewhere in one of my notebooks. Okay. I just need like a secretary, guys. I mean, I normally am a really organized, like as far as, I think I'm just overwhelmed because it's too much. Like it's too much work and too much stuff for one person. Wait, what was it? I already missed that. Rebecca Zoho? I can't find it. Yeah, Brianna, I'm going to try to cover that. The Menendez brother. Oh, thanks, sister. Thanks, Gregory. You guys are too sweet. Somebody else. Wait, oh, Brianna. Didn't you say, I was going to put your comment up. Well, I don't know where it went. Miss K. Okay. I don't know. See, I already missed the case you guys were telling me. I had the first name and I just lost the first name. I think it was like Zoho or something. This is what happens to me, guys. Where did it go? I don't know. I think it's Rebecca Zoho, right? I'll just write that down and see if I can find anything, because I can't, for some reason, I can't find your message. I know, Christina B. Every time I try to write Menendez, I feel like I'm writing it wrong. Like, I'm always putting I don't know. I always feel like I'm writing it wrong, but I don't think we are. I think that's how, yeah, I think you're right. Menendez. I don't know why I always feel like it's wrong, too. You need me to try. Oh, okay, Weird Mom. Yeah. We definitely could, yeah, because then we could even do like more or longer or whatever, because sometimes we get so tired that, like right now, for instance, if it was early enough and we're all tired, then we could have the second batch take over and get it done, some of these transcripts done quicker, maybe. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Loving Coco. You're too sweet. Hey, Glitter Pink. Rebecca Zuhu. Oh, okay, here. Rebecca. I got the Rebecca part, but I spelled Zuhu. Well, I was close. I just spelled it with O-E instead of O-U. And then I just saw some of these names. Heather Elvis, but we already kind of talked about her. And then I have Robinson and Jalea written down. Those must have been some of them that you guys mentioned to me. Let me see if I could find any more. Hold on. Because I know I always write them down when you do it. Sometimes it's in my notes on my phone, which I'll have to just find those eventually. Come on, let's see what else we got. I don't know. That's not. Oh. All right, guys. I'm gonna go. Thank you, Nate Folk. It was nice chatting with you. It was a pleasure. Gregory, always a pleasure. Bella, of course. You are the king or the queen of reading transcripts. Thanks, Delana. Welcome to the mod squad. Oh, mod squad. I just came up with that. It's probably already been done, but it just popped out. I wasn't even thinking about it. So I'm going to call you guys the mod squad. Thanks for doing that. Una kind. Zahe. No, yeah. I'll find it. Glitter pink. All right. Title notebooks. You can't have any more than one title. That's what's in it. Title, you know what? Yeah, right on the front of your notebooks. That's what's in it. Yeah, but then within the notebook, then I don't know where to find anything. I need like a multi-subject or something, right? Because I can't have them just like in there sporadically, like, oh, this time I'll take notes on this case, and then this, and then it's like I can never find anything. But yeah, I could do like either multi-subject type thing, or I could just get some of those cheap, find them at the Dollar Tree notebooks and have each one for something separate. I might as well just do that, right? Maybe could work. Alrighty, you guys have been awesome, seriously. Seriously. I'm a little nervous about Menendez because I have to do a little bit more digging on them. But like I feel like there's a lot of split in that too, of people that think they're guilty and innocent. And I feel like there's gonna be a lot of passionate people in that, like passionate people that think they're innocent, passionate people that think they're guilty. So hopefully that's what we all need to learn, to respectfully like debate and not get like offended or mad when somebody says something, and take it personal. And maybe like try to like somehow, if they do offend you, somehow like ask them a question and just somehow be able to just feel each other out. But here's the thing with new cases, you're always going to have new people that are just following that case, that are really interested in that case, and they'll be very passionate. Because I'm saying you'll have like new people that just start following it that become passionate, but then people that are following that case everywhere, and then they're like already super passionate on one side, and they're coming in new. And that I think is what's the problem, because they're new, you don't know them, so they might say something, you don't know how they are, so you might get offended more easily because you never chatted with them, and they're so passionate, and if they're against the side that you're thinking, and then you might take it personal or get more offended, and maybe they're not actually being what you think because you just don't know. But maybe they are. Sometimes maybe they are, but maybe sometimes they're not. You just might have to learn how they are. I don't know. Hopefully it'll all work out. I'm hoping by like next week, this Darlie drama, which in the chat, but I think majority of it is good, because every time I look, I feel like most of you guys are all getting along at chat. I think there's just a few, which doesn't make it not important. It still bothers me because I don't want people leaving and being upset and feeling like they're being attacked on my channel. I don't like that. So, but hopefully. But my point is, I don't want to say like all of you, because most of you guys are being awesome. And maybe it's just misunderstanding. So, like I said, yeah, hopefully by next week, maybe you guys will all become friends, even if you're on different sides. At least being able to like have fun debating, we'll see. And if not, then we'll have to try to figure something out to make everybody feel comfortable. And Yeah, Mod Squad. That's what I was wondering, guys. Like everybody that's mod that I have their phone numbers, and if I don't, email me so we could have like a phone connection. But I was like, maybe I'll send like a group text and get us kind of involved in a group text. But then I was like, wait, then I should get everybody's permission, because if I send a group text and that gives everybody's phone number, and I feel like I should get permission first. So let me know if everybody's okay with that. Start like a group text. So like if I'm going live, hey guys, going live. So at least you guys all know you're not expected to be here every live. I mean, don't think you have to be, but just so you know, because sometimes you don't know. And I don't want you to have to like always check YouTube or feel like, oh, I never know when she's going because I don't tell anybody. So at least you guys will know if you can make it. And then we can chat within each other if there's issues or whatever. Or, let me know, email me. If I don't already have your phone number, email me. We'll get each other's phone numbers. And then if I already do, then text me and see if you're cool with that. If we all kind of have a group chat. And that might be helpful, actually. I think, so we could kind of communicate and actually figure some stuff out if there's any issues or anything, if you want. Yes, Don Break, I agree. A sarcasm font. Yes. Yeah, you are so right. You are so right. That's a good idea. That really is. That's actually a simple fix. So, because then every time, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. All right. Amy McAllister, Christine B. All right. You guys are addicting. It's hard to leave you guys. Sister, you're funny. All right, so look for the community post of the giveaway forms, and then the live stream Sunday with Mexi and Cadle. It's not on Mexi's channel. I'll leave I left a link earlier at the beginning of the chat, but I'll just do a community post on that. All right, I better go, guys. It is almost 3 a.m., which is actually early for me sometimes, but I was actually up at, what time was it? Because I think it was like 6:30 this morning. I went to bed early. Well, you guys know I was supposed to do that live, fell asleep on the couch, and then I came on chat and apologized and stuff, and then I ended up actually sleeping all night on the couch. But I went back down, and I love Gunsmoke. I watch Gunsmoke. It's an old like cowboy show. I love it. So I ended up going back downstairs, putting Gunsmoke on, and falling asleep early. Probably ended up falling back asleep by like 10:30 and got up at like 6:30, and then so I've been up for a while. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Yes. Oh, sister. Oh, thanks, Linda. You guys are too sweet. You guys always make me feel so good. That's why I hate when people leave upset in the chat, because I want you guys to leave feeling as good as I do, Oh yeah, no, sister. We've talked. Thank you. We were talking about that when I first started, because I've been taking walks, so I've been getting a lot of sun. It's been really nice and sunny here. So I've been getting outside, going for some walks. So I've been feeling good like that. And also I think this filter, because I'll just explain it to the new people too. Yeah, sun, but I think a partly is like my settings on my camera. I don't know. I could be wrong, because I did get sun, but I upgraded it's like Logitech. It's my camera. And it needed an upgrade. So what it did is it basically just re-downloaded it. When you upgrade, then you re-download the new updated version. So all my settings, when I first got this camera, I set like the settings, like the picture, I set them It's like, oh, because when I first got it, I looked blue. It was weird. So I had to change the setting so I didn't look blue. And so I re-uploaded like right before the live. So I didn't go back and like mess with the settings. So I think it just went to the default settings. So I think it's partly that and then partly a tan. But I guess we'll see tomorrow. I'll just keep it, my next live, I'll keep it like this and see, or wait, maybe I should change it and see. I don't know. It looks fine though, right? Maybe I did just get that much sun. I don't know. Because I don't know if the settings do that much. But no, yeah, because like I said, I looked blue the first time. So that's why I was like, I had to change it. It was really weird. It's like, what? I mean, it wasn't like blue, but it's just I had a blue tint to myself. But I don't know. But thanks, guys. I'm trying to like figure out if it is like, I mean, I definitely got sun because I noticed it in the mirror. So yeah, maybe that's all it is. Well, thank you guys. Trying to see if it changes. All right, I'm gonna go. I will see you. Yeah, do one of a kind. It's like the weather finally broke. It was like the first nice weather, and it's like so nice. But then it rained after. Like I got my walk in today though before it rained. It was sunny earlier, than it rained, but not that much. It just rained a little bit. So, all right, bye guys. Get some sleep, okay? Oh, higher resolution? Huh. Oh, maybe because it was an upgrade. Maybe it did. Good call, Sister 325. Because it upgraded, so maybe it upgraded to like a better picture. Maybe. Good one. All right, guys. Bye. Good night. Go to sleep.